why I'm out here at the racetrack today to do just that. I've got my driving instructor, Vincent. Vincent,
hello.
what is the record for this lap?
50 seconds here.
50 seconds?
So, yes.
Easy. You think I could do that?
Maybe. Let's see.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go.
No. Brake.
Okay.
And reverse for go.
Now,
Can go.
usually in my car, I have one of the little screens that pop up.
Stop.
With,
It's good.
This is good?
You
Okay.
can upshift for the one.
All right,
and
I'm
you can go.
upshifting. Okay, here we go. You know what? I didn't adjust my mirrors before. I'm gonna park right here.
No.
I need to know who's on my 6.
We are solo on the track. We are solo. It's good.
See, that's how they get you.
I think you can faster.
We're about to set a record here, okay, Vincent?
Yes.
I'm gonna need you to be patient with me, okay? Because right now, I'm going for accuracy. We're doing this my way, all right? Haven't you heard that Frank Sinatra song? Fly me to the moon. You gotta lean into it, Vincent. You gotta lean into your turns. Lean with me. Lean with me, Vincent. Yes. You are feeling is the G-force, all right? This is what pilots feel when they jet off into outer space. Do you feel like an astronaut, Vincent?
Yes, a little.
They're gonna write songs about me, Vincent. And there she went down the track, blazing trail behind her, and all the racers looking out. No, they couldn't find her. You know what they call me? They call me the Yellow Flash.
Try to be fast.
How do you feel about stopping for a little sweet treat? There's a place right here. All right,
Stop.
one sec. Excusez-moi, je vous want me water, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Okay, this one's for me. Thank you. Merci. Oh, did you want any?
No, it's good.
Oh, okay, that's
Thanks.
fine. Where's the cup holder?
No, not out.
Okay, you're my
take
cup
it.
holder now. Did you just throw out my water?
Yes.
Maybe I wanted to drink the rest of that. Did you ever think of that?
You drive.
That's true. Don't drink and drive. You're right. That's a very bad habit. Oh my God. I can feel the wind through my hair. The adrenaline is like nothing else I've ever experienced. Look at how beautiful the scenery is here.
Yes.
We're about to cross the line.
A little bit.
We're about to cross the finish line. Yeah!
Nice. Good
Woo!
job. Little slow, but good job.
Nobody has done that before.
Nice.
We did it. Celebration. That's the sound of my people. After weeks of celebrating only the greatest losers, now I myself have become one. We did it! Thank you. This is a fantastic honor. I'd like to thank my driving instructor, Vincent. Shout out to Team Liquid, who also doesn't have any points on the board. Maybe they can aspire to be me. I'm going home a winner. Who's a winner? Someone will be proud of me, right? We are here at the Sony manga booth for the One Piece experience, and as you can see, it is absolutely massive. One Piece fans, you need to come check this out because you do not want to miss this. Now there is a special secret that we can activate here. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I could figure out how to do just that. Kaki atsume, sagashimono, sagashi One Piece. You can feel all of the emotion coming from each of these individual panels. Oh wait, we got a color. Quick, we have 2 minutes. Well, don't just stand there holding a light. Help me. Time's up. Did I do it? I did it. Yeah. of course, you have to make your final stop at the One Piece photo booth so you can figure out what your bounty is. Oh, that's adorable. Okay, just under 3 mil. You know what? We take that. Look how freaking cute. Oh my God! So please come out and experience One Piece as it has not been experienced before. I mean, come on!
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. We book Esports World Cup up.
Right, so yesterday we had Neon breaking world records, and it kind of reminded me of myself. Young, talented, handsome. But now I'm going to go through and beat the EWC Paris track, because we haven't done one of those, and I think I can do it, okay? You think I can do it?
Okay, I'm looking forward to it, Chris. Try your best.
Right,
Maybe you can set the world record.
Maybe, right. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Bit slow there, Chris. Finish is in a different direction, but I think you can still get it. Oh, hang in there, hang in there.
World record. Come
Great
on.
job.
Come on.
But you know what? You know my nickname, right? My nickname is Turbo. So Turbo going fast in this game. And also in Trackmania, it's all about crossing the finish very, very quickly. And now look at this, Chris. It's all about that. And with that, your world record lasted maybe 15 seconds?
My wife tells me that's a long time. Let's get into the second to last day. Let's start the final decider maps, for God's sake.
Unlucky.
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where Trackmania's decider matches take center stage. And yes, we talk about the lights being bright. We talk about history, the biggest prize pool for Trackmania that it's seen in its 20 years of esports. But maybe it's just a story that we haven't talked about in these deciders that will become the main narrative. Maybe a player, someone who breaks a record like we saw Chris do and then Turbo unfortunately undo. Unfortunately for Chris, undo. That ends up setting a new type of era for this game. It should be that in the deciders. I love these stories, and hopefully we get plenty of them today. Welcome back, guys, to the panel. I'm Rain Day. I'm joined by Turbo and Import. That was a great race. I mean, I got to say, how was Chris after that? I mean, he tried to talk himself, into some positivity, but you beat him.
I mean, he's new to Trackmania. He's really enjoying it, though.
Yeah.
That is for sure. But, I mean, great comparison from you there. The old versus the new generation. Neon versus Carl Jr. yesterday as well. I mean, he was, I think, just amazing, amazing everyone here.
Yeah, it was. And Import, again, new stories. It's the perfect time for them to unfold, but there's still some tried and true drivers and players that we've seen be successful that are playing today.
Yeah, definitely. And those players are oddly in the decider matches today as well.
I know.
And, that's going to be the great thing. We're going to see some keys crushed. We're also going to see some stories being made out of this. We have a couple points from basically what we've observed for the last 2 days. I can't wait to have that opportunity that we'll have later on through the day to go through those storylines and kind of build the momentum leading into the single elimination tomorrow, the big day, 7 matches. I can't wait.
It's going to be a blast. Let's take you through the STC rewind of what happened to get us here. It was 2 days of groups that set the stage for this. Over the course of those groups, we qualified 8 drivers already, and at the end of the day, that means that these 8 are going to join them. But which 8 out of the 16 will it be? Keys will be crushed, Turbo, and that just means that we're going to see some stories come to an end. That's just the way it goes at EWC.
It does, and I mean, the very first match is already quite the match to happen here, because you have Soja, Bren, Naiko, and Richie in there. Of course, it will be a very, very nice match to follow, but also the other, every match today is just so incredible to follow. And the pressure is on. Only the top 2 from every match can make it to day number 4, to the final day.
We saw triple finalist mode. We were thinking we might get quadruple finalist mode. I mean, these group stages, they certainly did not disappoint the fans. They showed out in numbers as well.
Yeah, that quad final that you mentioned was between Elcon, Mime, Grenati, and Bren. Almost happened. Bren was only a couple points away, 12 points, I believe, from reaching quad final. Man, I wish that would have happened, because it was already a crazy match as is. But honestly, Mime did really well for himself. Elcon did as well. So props to them for making it through. But, I mean, I can't wait to see what we have going on today.
Yeah, I mean, the favorites, Carl Jr., he stormed out to success. We've also seen, like those new chapters, those new stories, we started to see a little bit of how they might look with Neon being so dominant, pushing Carl to the absolute limit, Turbo. And speed, consistency, those were not factors. He had both of them, and now is looking like a potential favorite to take this.
I mean, in the end, he crashed a little bit, that is for sure. He had, I think, he needed 3 rounds to close out the match. So I think the concept of pressure is still a thing to him, even though he's so young. He's 17 years old.
Amazing.
And actually, one side fact here as well. I think a lot of orgs were sliding in his DMs after that performance.
Okay.
5 new world records on the 5 maps that we have seen from him yesterday. That was amazing. Of course, some of them have been beaten, of course, afterwards by Stutz, for example, one of them on Japan.
Yeah.
But it was just an amazing showing, and I want to see more like that. But I'm still amazed by this. This for me was just the moment of the year right now in Trackmania, to see such a talent showing up and also redeeming himself.
And not only doing that, but also putting Carl on notice is kind of crazy, I feel like, at this stage.
Totally,
the 7-time champion, the undefeated God King, as sometimes as he's referred to as.
That's a good name.
I think, honestly, putting that kind of performance on the stage like that, even at that portion of the tournament that we're at, day 2, that's pretty tough to do for a Carl who's definitely had already at least a game of experience, and then to come do that and just put him on notice is kind of crazy.
In a weird way, that does set up a great conversation with Carl, and maybe he's getting pushed to his limit, but maybe that means you're getting the best version of Carl on Saturday. We'll find out in a moment, and he's going to need it because of the club championship. We've got an update here with Chris about what's going on with Falcons and their ability to go back to back to back.
Only 3 days remaining here at EWC, and the club championship has, well, somewhat surprisingly, come down to the wire. But AJL may have played themselves out of it with that defeat in Crossfire yesterday. But what's to come today? Importantly, Falcons are playing in their quarter-final match. That, of course, will put them in the semi-finals and guarantee themselves an extra 100 points, bridging that gap and making it bigger between themselves and AGL. Falcons, however, don't need to play in Fortnite over the Qiddiya City Battlegrounds today. It's only AGL. They're into the survivor stage. They could be out of the tournament, and if they go out of the tournament, it is all but done. Still so much to play for here, though, for both two teams. It could really still go either way. Everybody else underneath them still fighting it out, too, for the top 24 prize pool. So much money on the line. We'll keep you up to date with everything that's going on in the Club Championship throughout the rest of the day.
Thank you, Chris. And the Aramco Club Championship leaderboard paints the picture. Now, there is a very small chance that Vitality could somehow still win, but it is so small that we're probably going to still focus on AGAL and Team Falcons, who 300 points only separate them. The big difference, as Chris mentioned, though, in Fortnite right now, AGAL, if they go out, it pretty much puts their chances to nil. Falcons playing a big match in Counter-Strike as well. If they win that, oh, it's looking good. However, if they don't advance to the final on Sunday in the Accor Arena, then that is going to give some room here on our stage to make a big impact, Turbo. So there's so many different dynamics, and Binks Quinn for AJL and Trackmania is still alive.
Yeah, they're looking very, very good there indeed. But so many what-ifs. I love it. And it's still not over up until it is over. And we have seen the performance from Gwen yesterday as well. He looks like a winner, but then also the slim chance for Vitality. Still having Pac in the mix as well, who will be playing today, though, because he lost the very last match yesterday against Epos in a double final situation.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of a Pac here for Team Vitality, potentially even a slimmer chance, because the match that Pac has going up against with Mutta and Afi, I mean, just two of the three that are there. So, I mean, I can't believe that it's just going to be that at the end. That's why it's the match of the day. I'm excited to see that. But yeah, we have so many crazy things, matches we never thought we would have come across on this day 3. Maybe we thought, maybe we would have like a little bit easier matches, some more easier, picks going into these matches, but I don't think we could actually pick out a single definite 2 in any of these matches.
Well, that's a great segue into our matches for the day. Our schedule coming up on your screen here, and it's going to be Solja, Bryn, Nako, and Richie to kick things off. We'll go to Grenady, Masa, Wizzy, and Flimsy in our group stage second decider match. Then it will follow along with Otak, Wosile, Link, Max on that Nintendo 64 controller. We're talking about that and how cool it was in the bus last night. Josh, 1248. Then to round it out, as you mentioned, match of the day, we'll have a storyline specially for this one. Pac, Paco, Mutta, and Afi all at the same time. It's crazy to think how good that group is, but it's also crazy to think that 2 of them are going home.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, 2 of them from each match will pack their things, will join the crowd, and will not be part of the EWC and Trackmania anymore. And it's so hard to pick and predict that.
That's a great segue as well, because it's time to plug our pick'ems, guys. If you have been a part of the EWC so far, we've had 7 weeks of this almost every single day. Make sure to scan the QR code and choose who you think is going to be successful in these 4 decider matches. Earn your share of $300,000 of prizes. I know you guys have been loving it. Let us know in the chat who you picked as well, so we can keep track of it wherever you are watching. That starts to lead us into today. And as we look to our group 1, we can start moving into who will be our players here. Solja, Bryn, Nako, and Richie. walk me through this as the players join us in the venue of what the overall theme is for this Group 1 match.
I can give you at least 4 themes for each player. We'll go through them pretty quickly.
Let's
as
do
much
it.
as we can here. Soldier is going to be the returning player from Trackmania, being able to brush off that dust. Similar as Offie, he's going to have to be able to do that. Bren also showing kinks in the armor, a former world champion of Trackmania, having struggles in this tournament at this position at this point. Looking at Nako now coming in, needs a statement, has been understated, a potential dark horse, but he needs to make his statement now. This is do or die for him. And then finally looking at Richie, the oldest player age-wise here, coming into this arena. We focus on a little bit too much. There's a lot more to him, but he is that mid-major tier of a player, and he needs to become above that.
You know, and I love seeing Richie. He was walking there. I saw him in the player lounge as well. Looked just as focused, looked just as ready. Somebody that we're going to keep our eyes on as well. He was racing pretty tight. I think it was against Mime, right? That he was going up against yesterday, Kai. And so he's here. Maybe or day one, excuse me. Maybe a different version. He wouldn't have been here, but now he is, as we kind of look to narrow in on him.
It's just all over the place, it feels like, because we have seen so many different matchups already. Bren winning against Neon, for example. Then Richie somewhat falling behind on the very first match, losing against Mime. Not a shame, but Mime then also winning yesterday, for example, in that match with Elcon and Granadi. So, and Bren was also in there. That was just very, very cool to see that. And yeah, I mean, it's very hard to predict that here. And I agree that...
well, you got to get your pick'ems in, man. You got to get your pick'ems. I mean, you know, we told the chat to get our pick'ems. You have time, though, just like the chat. It's still a couple of minutes.
I go with Bren and Soja.
Great. That's a great segue for me to talk with him, because Bren, you mentioned he was showing a bit of susceptibility and finding himself here even a little surprising, but he's still P1 in your eyes. Is that true?
I would say, yeah, he has the potential for P1. I'm not going to say it's a guaranteed P1. We also have Richie and Soulja, who could also play a factor. And Nako could also play a factor too. This is a little bit more of an even playing field here, I feel like. Bren is a step above the rest, but if he's playing like he has been for the last 2 days, maybe not so much. That's the issue that we're coming across.
It'll be interesting to see what he thinks about his performance, because we had a chance to catch up with him and Rachel earlier before this matchup.
Bren, you're back here once again. We go again. In terms of yesterday, I'm sensing a little bit of disappointment.
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed with how I played. I thought the match was a pretty high level as well. My opponents were really good. Maybe I underestimated them a little bit before entering the match, but I feel like I was just not playing like I should have been playing, you know? Some decent rounds, but overall a bit too many mistakes. Couldn't find the pace. Hopefully today I can do really good and it can make me reset for the rest of the tournament, you know?
What's it like playing in a matchup when it is so closely contested like it was?
The thing on Trackmania is you really need those first places in a match to get the 10 points, because if you don't get those plus 10, it's really hard to keep up with the other players, which means I fell behind a little bit, and after that it's just really, really hard to come back. It ended up being quite close, but it should have been closer than that.
You mentioned mistakes. Anything in particular that you're really kicking yourself with?
Yeah, I've pinpointed a few things that I think I did wrong and I did good on the first day. So it's not like I'm not capable of doing it. It's just that I didn't do it properly yesterday. So there's a couple maps, a couple jumps where I know I need to change my approach, and I worked on it this morning, worked a bit on it last night, and I feel good on it again, you know, but I could very much fail it again. You just never know what really happens during a match. But yeah, I'm working on those small mistakes. It's just details anyways, so you just hope you don't make them in the match.
You're getting these rematches now, of course, aren't you? Nako, for example, you're up against. You know you can beat him. Do you have to kind of lean back on that knowledge?
Yeah, I entered this match with a bit more confidence than yesterday, for sure. They're great opponents too. I rate them a lot, and I know they can have the pace and have the consistency. But I'd say I have a bit more confidence entering the match, and including picks and bans. You know, it's less obvious for me what I should ban or pick, which is a good thing, you know.
I guess that's what you spoke about already. Don't underestimate anybody. Yes, you've got the confidence, but anyone on the day can turn up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everybody at the tournament is capable of doing it. We have lost a couple players already at the start of the tournament, so it's getting more and more stacked, and we know that everybody could win a match. Just gonna play our game, you know, and it's always the same thing. If I play the best I can, I'm supposed to beat everyone, but you're just gonna do it, you know.
You are, because especially, I guess, your credentials coming here as well. Obviously, you've won the greatest things there is to win in Trackmania. Yeah. Do you again look back at those results and say, okay, I've done it before. I should be able to do it again.
It's pretty funny because I'm really close with Otak, with who I won the World Championship in 2023. And he's now in the same situation as me in the loser bracket with a couple other players who are great players. And yesterday outside the hotel, we were actually having a chat with Otak for maybe an hour, like talking about this situation and saying that it's pretty much exactly the situation we were in 2023. We also lost the match at the time and we had to reset, and we ended up playing much better by the end of the event. So we kind of find comfort between each other. You know, we're not too scared, you know. It could very much click for us today, and then we go till the end, you know.
Or maybe it's a sign of a good thing is yet to come, like in 2023, you said.
Yeah.
It's kind of having the same trajectory there. Bren, good luck for the rest of today.
Thank you.
Brent leaning on his former success and looking to replicate it today. That would obviously put him into the quarterfinal on Saturday, and obviously be very exciting for Twisted Minds, his organization. But should he be feeling as optimistic? I know this match has a lot of different stories. So what are you focusing on, whether it's Brent or any of the other players?
I do focus on Brand here, that's for sure, but I also really like the reference to the 2023 World Cup, because there they also dropped very, very far behind and came with a miracle run, made it into the grand final, and then won against Pac and Carl Jr., and those are no strangers to success, that's for sure. But I mean, in the match yesterday, Bren was falling a bit behind. It was almost a four-way finalist situation, but it didn't feel like that he had that spark that he had in the very, very first match. And Import, that's also a thing that I really want to talk about, because players only playing one match here, and then their day is over.
Yeah, I mean, it's most of the time, we've mentioned it before, Trackmania players are used to playing multiple matches within a single day.
Yeah.
So they're able to kind of form a tempo and a mindset throughout these matches. Yes, there's little resets here and there, but most of the time they're able to kind of carry at least momentum through each match. A hard reset every day is just throwing you off. You have a 30-minute match that you're basically playing once a day. And for these players, they mentioned it too. It's like, yeah, I just show up, I just do one match, and then I'm done for the rest of the day, and I don't know what to do except practice. But I practice too much, and then I might start forming bad habits. So it's one of those things where they have to be able to manage a lot of different things. Trackmania, again, is a very mental mind game, but it's just, yeah, it's one of those things they have to manage.
I also talked with Mime about that yesterday in the lobby as well. He said he hated to wait for the game to come up. It feels like an exam that someone has, and you just wait for the exam to come, and it's just everyone's turn after each other. So I think that also comes into play, because you rightfully said you just cannot practice 12 hours, because else you will just burn out.
When I had exams, I would always get to a point where I would have to study a couple days before, and then that last day before, I just had to kind of take it easy, like refresh. I knew myself, if I tried to cram like a lot of my peers were doing, it would hurt me. And I think a lot of the players are learning an element of their own way to play Trackmania that maybe they didn't have to learn before, because they've got 4, 5, 6 games in a row typically. Now they've got one, so they got to figure out, what do I do in that time in between to stay as fresh as possible?
Yeah, I mean, again, Bren is going to be the focus here. We're also going to look at Soldier, Richie, and Nako as well. I think all of them had the opportunity to make it through. Bren and Nako having a rematch from day one, so maybe that plays a little bit of factor into it. Probably not, but it's something interesting to point out as well.
Yeah, it is.
So, yeah, we can move on, and we can see who is going to move on, who is going to have their keys crushed. It's going to be a little bit dramatic, and it's kind of exciting.
Yeah, every player here has to prove something, and I think everyone can take it home. Bren, the clear favorite, but Soldier, Niko, and Richie definitely not players to sleep on.
Gonna be an exciting one as the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet kicks off. Your action on Friday here in Paris at the Export Porte de Versailles. Trackmania is ready to begin.
Good morning, Paris. Bonjour, Paris. How we doing? What a good day it is for some good Trackmania. Day number 3 is upon us. At this moment on, things really get complicated for the heart, to say the least. Hi, welcome to the Lenovo Legion stage. We're your hosts for the show. I'm Milosh, by my side, the beautiful Adam Savage.
Bonjour. Thanks, Milosh. You know, yesterday was incredibly fierce. The competition really heated up, I think, as well here. But one thing's for sure, those players who made it through, the winners from yesterday, they're sat poised, waiting like a pack of hungry seagulls, scoping out any unmanned ice creams at the seaside. An obscure metaphor, but I thought it felt appropriate. It felt right there and then. Waiting to see who makes it through to the next round of this competition. Tomorrow's the last day. One thing's for sure, today 8 keys will be crushed, destroyed, and 8 will progress to that final day. Milos, I think it's time we meet the first players ready and waiting in the wings. Paris, are you ready to meet them? Then let's do it. Please welcome Soldier, Nako, Richie, and Brad!
From now on, the task is simple. Survive. The only objective in your mind. Be in the top 2 by the end of your matchup, and you'll be advancing to the playoffs tomorrow, a straight line into our grand finals. 4 players, all excellent in their own sense. Let's get our day started right now. Welcome to day 2 of Trackmania at the Esports World Cup.
One more gate to go for the young man, and he will be the second qualifier coming through. Carl Jr. and Neon will make it through, but what an incredible battle it was between the two.
The 17-year-old turned 17 last week, came in and set 5 world records on 5 different maps. And those are the only 5 maps he played today. Neon is all of a sudden a threat that nobody saw coming. Some of the players we expected to do well are doing incredibly well anyway. Carl Jr., as always, is looking absolutely unstoppable after 2 days of competition. There was a time in the 2010s when Pac was maybe the only player who had a realistic shot at taking Carl Jr. down, but I think Pac is a player that everyone needs to be aware of as a threat. Grenady is a very good player. The fact he's using wheel lets him really abuse, frankly. My eyes, come day 4, will be on Epos. Epos has not been the player that I think a lot of us know he can be. It's going to be grueling. I think it's going to be deeply emotional for quite a few players.
Well, top 2 or you're through. That is all that you can do here. And if you want to survive, it means you've got to race not only your best, but you've got to be better. You cannot allow somebody else to have a day like we saw Neon have, or world record after world record. If that's the case, good luck. But at this point, what can you do except look at what your own preparation has gotten you to this far? This is really a game against yourself.
It is, and I think that's a very, very good point there. It's a mental game at this point. Try to find the rhythm and just keep going, keep going. Don't think about the mistakes that you were doing.
Yeah, each of these players have mistakes. That's a good thing to think about. Everybody's on the same playing field. We're not perfect. But now, let's focus on the bans and picks here. We see Norway, Germany, Australia, and South Korea as bans. Canada, Argentina, Soldier by Canada by Soldier, Argentina by Brand, Poland by Nako. That's some interesting picks, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. We have Poland and Japan as map number 3 and 4, and Hungary being the decider, I think for the 2nd or 3rd time, something along those lines, because we usually had Poland, which now of course got picked.
And also Japan being picked a lot of times. Eventually we'll have a stat for that. We have the stats available. We just need to look at it one more time. But yeah, Japan being picked yet again, very popular map.
Saudi Arabia, the most played map in this competition. I think it was in there for 12 or 13 times, not in there.
Things are already starting to get interesting here on the desk. Let's see if the casters agree, finding anything a little bit noticeable about that map pack, or otherwise just excited to get into the match. Let's send it over to Twiggy and Nua to begin our deciders.
Very excited to get into the Trackmania today, and yeah, I think following up on what Turbo said, Twiggy, we were a little bit surprised over here not to see Saudi Arabia come through on that one. It has been so present, so prevalent in every match so far in the competition.
Maybe some of the players took a look at the stats.
Yeah.
You know, they've been playing it, they've had their own little microcosm. They took a look at the stats and saw how many DNFs there have been on Saudi Arabia, how risky of a map it is to play. If you are not up at the top, then you you are fully at risk of getting 0 points in that round. It is a scary map on stage.
Yeah, well, we're underway. The goal, send 2 players to playoffs. 2 players will have their keys and dreams crushed at the end of this. Or, as Adam said up on stage, maybe we just find out who the tastiest ice cream is. I wasn't quite following the metaphor, if I'm being totally honest. But that will be an early crash from Nako, and if he's an ice cream, he's one that is melting on the pavement at the moment, as Richie a long way behind Soldier and Bren, who are way out in front here on round 1 of Canada.
Well, in that metaphor, I wish I was the seagull. Anyway, Soldier out in first place and Bren right behind now. And look, I think here's the thing. As much as we can pick out 1 or 2 players that we expect more from, I think this is a lobby where all 4 players are well in contention of being in the top 2, especially at the second spot. I think I singled out Bren as a first place player, and it looks like in this round I am correct by 200ths, if that is how today is going to start. I don't think it's going to get much less intense for us.
I do not think it is. What an incredible first round we are getting here, and I think that to me tells the story of this match a little bit. I kind of agree with what they were saying over on the desk, Twiggy. I think Bren is probably ultimately a clear favourite for me in this match based on performance so far in the tournament. I do think, based on what we've seen as well, Richie might be a clear favourite for second, but that is not to discount Nako and Soldier. Most definitely they have the possibility to push him, and they're going to push him in different ways. I think Nako has shown better pace, but Soldier has shown better consistency over the course of the tournament so far, and Richie's going to have both of those things if he wants to lock in this second place ultimately.
Yeah, indeed. And this time around it is Nako up in first place, Bren right behind once again. And if he gains the same amount of speed in the final few sectors that he did last round, it looks like it may just be a very, very similar opportunity for him to get 10 points. Richie not so far behind that a mistake would not give him some points as well here. Soldier looking upon Nako and Bren. Every point here is going to matter so much. I mean, how many came down to several finalists? Nako's going wide. He's going to have to turn around. And once again, Bren has more speed. Is he going to do it again? Not quite this time of asking. But once again, it's within a 10th for first and second.
Bren is challenging at the finish line in both of our first 2 rounds so far. As you say, he doesn't quite manage to pull the snipe away that time, and so it'll just be the 16 points for Bren after 2 rounds, but still feeling confident and feeling good about that one so far. And Nako, always nice to pick up a 10 points early to prove to yourself and to the rest of the lobby that you are a threat for those first places. Richie made a mistake early in the last round. This time around has not made any errors, and Nako is still up here as well. The player in fourth close behind there is the first one's taken. It will be Richie once again, dropping behind, not surviving the uphill. Bren, he releases a lot. Did he clip? He didn't. He's still there out on track, but Soldier slides on past as Bren just had to release to keep the car out of the wall. He's looking still quick, and we know that he is a threat at the last corner of this track. Has been in both of the first 2 rounds so far, making life difficult for whichever player is leading into that final corner.
Well, once again, I mean, Bren is nothing if not consistent, staying right behind here. And once again, if a player makes a tiny little mistake, it's going to be Bren who's there to capitalize and at the very least get 6 points, if not 10. This time around, Soldier is very, very smooth through to the end, and we're not seeing any show-stopping times just yet, but we don't need to, right? These players, again, as they mentioned, this is not just for survival, it's not just to get into the playoffs, it's for both. Yeah. It's for both, and you want to make sure that at the very least you are not burning yourself out by pushing too hard early.
Yeah, and I mean, what a gulf between second and third place in this match. You advance, you guarantee yourself a part of the prize pool, at least $10,000 for making top 16, the chance to go further and get more, or your journey at EWC 2026 ends in this match. Soldier is going to have to release, and he is now dropping several tenths behind. Richie finally having a good round here on Canada, out in front of Bren, but Bren once again in that second place, now through into first, is again making life difficult for anyone who tries to settle in at the front on this map.
Yeah, it does look like what we assumed earlier on is looking to be correct, with Bren starting to pull away from the pack, and at the very least he is definitely, it seems, the most consistent player here on Canada. Soldier not quite getting the wealth of points that he would want to from this map so far. Brent out in first place. He's a little wide, and Richie has more speed, but it should be good for Brent. It's another close round, but it's good enough, and it's going to send him to 32 points by the end of the first map.
That is 2 out of 4 rounds, ending with gaps less than 300ths of a second up front here on Canada. Another round that had a gap of about 600ths of a second as well. Very, very close stuff on map 1. Ultimately, Bren looking very solid, taking home the lion's share of the points on that one. And looking very good so far, Twiggy.
Yeah, indeed. Sorry, I was messing with the thing that we have for stats on the desk, and I completely...
Sure.
I've sent it to a completely random page. I don't know what's going on. I'm so sorry. I was just trying to... I'm never going to touch it again. I'm not good with tech. I'm not good with tech. I'm good at shouting.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go, to Argentina, a map that we have seldom seen, I feels like, over the course of the tournament so far. I think there is kind of a sentiment starting to form within the players of changes in what we prefer. I think Saudi Arabia is going to move away from being a massively picked map unless you were very confident on it to begin with, because it has caused so many problems for so many players. It has made or broken. It really doesn't work when you do it in past tense. So many rounds.
It really, really has. That middle section of the track, the U-turn that happens there as well. We've seen different approaches from some players over the last couple of days too. I think Gwen in particular had a very different approach that potentially the ability to gain or lose an awful lot of time in that section of the track. This section of the track coming up now. Very high from Soldier. Going to be looking for it. Everyone turning around the same way. There is the risk. You can overcook it into that section. You lose any traction on the ground and you are sent flying out through the back of that turnaround. So Soldier will be down by multiple seconds. Bren has a gap of half a tenth on driving alone. Nobody able to catch him at the moment, but Nako is there in case a mistake is made, and Richie sitting in third is not too far away to capitalize either.
Yeah, indeed. It is a good round once again, and look, we've seen so many of these games where it has come down to first we'll just run away with things, or maybe not run away with things, but stay far enough away from the pack that nobody is really thinking about it, and then it comes down to that second place, and as soon as that first player is out of the lobby, oh, that's unfortunate, it all becomes a little more stressful for everyone involved. They're like, okay, well, now it's crunch time, we need to get it done, and right now it feels like the calm before the storm, right?
It really does. And hey, I mean, it is exactly kind of what we were highlighting at the start. It's Bren who is looking very solid. It's the other three, I think, feels like the battle for second place, but the second place is just as good as the first. It gets you into the playoffs. Maybe not quite as good. You don't get quite as nice a match in that quarterfinals. Bren nearly sending it into a pole. Has survived at the very least and is looking very solid in yet another round. Looking to pick up another 10 points. And there has been a bevy of them for Bren so far.
Yeah, well, everybody else is scrounging for the rest of those points and changing places back here. It's good speed from Soldier. Can he get the turnaround? Well, it's good enough. But Nako is going to stay up in second here. Bren narrowly avoiding the poles, will make it through the gap unscathed. That was a problem point that I didn't really think was going to be a problem point for a lot of players here, but I guess when you're pushing so hard, every single one of those kind of gates that doesn't have an easy setup like the end of Argentina is very, very difficult. But speaking of the end of Argentina, we haven't really seen any mistakes here. Maybe slight slowdowns, but it should be relatively simple for Bren to come home with those 10. Nobody should be switching positions out there. It's another solid time.
Yep, well, we've seen a little bit of swapping around. You know, if there's a gap of a couple of 10s heading into that final section, there's maybe a chance, but with the leads that Bren's been building in these first couple of rounds on Argentina, absolutely no chance of someone catching him without a catastrophic error coming through from the French driver. And it's a very French lobby, actually.
It is. Bren's gone.
Bren is gone. That's not going to be the big lead this time around. And that is one of the Frenchmen taken out. It is, in fact, an all-French lobby.
Oh, yeah.
No, Soldier Belgian.
Yeah, Soldier's Belgian. Well, yeah, you know.
Yeah, Bren lives on Australia. You know, it's a mostly French lobby.
Yeah,
with some asterisks.
Look, I'm not going to get into the whole.
No, we're not. Definitely, we
Belgium France thing.
Yeah.
But a lot of Belgian people are like, you know, I'm Belgian, which kind of just means I'm kind of a bit French. It's whatever. And then Soldier having to back up a little further on this one and correct for a little overzealous with wanting to turn around there. But this time, it is possible for people to pick up a few more points than they have been over the course of the last 4 or 5 rounds, where Bren has just been sweeping up those first places. It's Nako, followed by Richie, followed by Soldier. 2 of our 5 unsigned players here in these games, in this lobby. But it is the foot player that will be taking home first this round.
Yeah, big points for Nako. Needed them, I think, a little bit. Well, maybe not. Look, Nako was in second place heading into this round as well, and any separation you can get is good separation at the moment. We're a long way off finishing this match for any time in the foreseeable future. It's going to take a hot second to get there, all right. But that will close the gap up to Bren. It's not going to let Bren get uncontested to 140 before anyone else can get involved.
Yeah. Here's the thing. This game feels very much like, and I don't mean to take away from it because it's obviously incredibly high stakes compared to what we saw yesterday and compared to what we're going to see today, where we're going to be saying goodbye inevitably to some insane players as well. Feels like this is just the warm-up, right?
Yeah.
For these players, obviously, it means everything. But even in the way they're driving, right? Nobody is pushing super hard yet. We had Mime yesterday, we had Neon yesterday. These are 2 players that are all or nothing. They're going to go for world records every single round. This is not a lobby that does that. This is a cold, calculated lobby that goes for consistency over pace. It's not consistency for Nako, who falls back into last position. But again, Bren out in first place.
Yeah, Bren once again building that gap back to second. It's up 3/10 right now, but there's a fierce battle for second place as we head into the identity. Richie and Soldier trying to vie out for that one, but Richie just entering the identity had already built that lead back up. In fact, catches up to Bren just a little bit. There won't be enough track left. Bren will take another 10 points, and he's feeling very good about how this match is going so far.
Yeah, incredibly. It seems, I'm not going to delve into his mind, but somewhat, not simple, but
Bren's
like
twisted mind. You don't want to get in there?
Wow. Whoa. I already have one of those. It seems like he's calm right now. You know, he hasn't had to push super hard. He hasn't had to contend with difficult situations. There's been a couple of close rounds where he has had to push right at the very end, but for the most part, he's not having to go within a 10th of the world record. He's not having to pull out his absolute best. He can save that for when the going gets tough or the playoffs.
Absolutely, and despite that, not having have to really push for those world record times just yet, Bren has won 5 out of our first 8 rounds across 2 maps, and for the most part, when he hasn't won, he's come second place. A single 4th place, marring that otherwise top 2 perfect record for Bren. And it shows on the scoreboard. 21 points out in front after 2 maps played, 65 out of a possible 80 points. Bren looking very, very good to start our first match of day 3 off here at EWC. Richie, Soldier and Nako, that battle for second place. It was the story coming into this match for a lot of us. I think it is looking to be the story as we head into the mid-game of this match as well. Starting to look at who can get separation as we start to see more and more of this map pack.
Yeah, I was saying as much to Rain Day in the green room that I feel like it was just going to be Bren and then everybody else is going to be pushing for second place. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything by Bren.
It's so important now. When Bren makes those mistakes, who comes away with the 10 points? We've heard the players. Bren talked about it himself in the interview at the top of the day, that those 10 points are so vital in this format. And now it's Soldier and Richie were battling for them. Nako's still there. And it'll be Richie clean out in front. Nako's there in case Richie decides he also wants to make a mistake. Only a couple of platforms left here on Poland, and Richie should be able to get through cleanly. A lot of speed on Nako, who is caning on him anyway. Just pushed a little bit too hard, not quite able to find the line to catch back up to him. And it'll be Richie who gets the 10 points at the finish line, and he'll be happy to take custody of those.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing. You mentioned it briefly there, but the gap between 10 points and 6 points is more than the gap between 6 points and 3 points, right? It is so important. First places gain you so much more, and it's so hard to get out of that hole if you are constantly getting between second and fourth. You're staying incredibly close to the rest of the field. You need to be getting first places to pull away from the pack here, and that is why you start to see so many gaps form between a player that is really good, like when we had the first game that Carl Jr. played, and everybody else. Wow.
Interesting. Yeah, listen, Twiggy, you were absolutely right, but Bren has just crashed a second round in a row here on Poland, and once again then 10 points up for grabs in ways that they really have not been all that often in the match up until this point. Richie walked away with them the last time around, but the time was not particularly fast, about a second off world record. Soldier's going to be out of the running this time around for that round win, and Nako, that gap is up to nearly half a second. Make it through the water. He will. Richie won't. Richie will stay alive out on on track, but this is uncontested up front for Nako.
Yeah, Nako should be comfortable here. It is his map pick, and fortunately it seems like he's got a lobby that is incredibly uncomfortable here on Poland, because he's going to be getting a completely free round here. It's a personal best in the tournament from him as well, and yeah, exactly, quite close to the world record, which was broken several times yesterday.
It was. Gwen's ultimately setting in at a nice low time of the 108, I believe he is. Oh, yeah, the 108.9. It's right there on your screen. I can read.
You're looking down at your stats.
Not too. I was, yeah.
Couldn't see the world record through the stats.
Numbers. Couldn't see the forest for the trees, the world record for the stats, the players for the other players. It's all difficult things to see out there. Will Bren survive in this round? He survives the outside dirt at the very least, Twiggy.
Yeah, is he going to crash into the wall here? No. All of the problem points. Oh my god. Sorry, I dematerialized there for a second, my bad. All of the problem points so far have been avoided, and he now just needs to survive till the end of the map, because this is the fastest player in the lobby. He just needs to make sure that on every map he is as consistent or better than everybody else.
Yeah, do not leave that opening for anyone else to get their way back into the match if you can help it. Consistency is key for that in Trackmania. That's inconsistent. He's been consistently inconsistent here on Poland so far. Bren has now crashed every single round of the 3 that we have played, and Nako looking to be the beneficiary for a second time in a row out in front. One last jump to go, and now he's heading into the finish line. That'll be 10 points once again. And Nako has now actually closed the gap all the way back up to Bren.
Yeah, this seems like an incredibly well-picked strategical move to go to Poland here. Yep. Maybe he had been looking at how comfortable the rest of the players were on this one that doesn't get banned by any of them, because look, none of them look comfortable whatsoever. Nako looks comfortable. Like, there was a small mistake in the first round, but he still came second. And then other than that, he has been not incredibly quick. Although there was one round that he came within 2/10 of the world record. But apart from that, just consistent enough to be better than everybody else, and that's all you need to do.
And it is worth noting, Nako and Bren, they have played each other once already in this competition. Bren ultimately winning that match, and Nako, a lot of people, his journey a little bit unexpected for them, right? Because Nako was Neon's first victim of this competition. While we still weren't sure how Neon was going to do, I think Nako was a lot of people's favorite to advance in the upper bracket on day one, and immediately dropped to the lower bracket, won a match there, and has made his way back. So very different journeys for Nako and Bren since that first match that they played against each other on day one.
Yeah, and this is going to actually catapult him ahead of Bren as it stands if he maintains this position here. This is massive for Nako. Unfortunately, Bren has lost Soldier out ahead, so it will not catapult him quite ahead. But it's still an incredibly good pick from Nako. It's worked out in his favor brilliantly.
I don't think we've seen a map pick go that well.
Yeah,
for
no, that is
someone
perfect.
All competition long. 3-round wins in a row, and not just from fast driving, although there was plenty of that from Nako as well, but also from it really disrupting the player who was sitting at the front of the lobby, who was starting to gain momentum. Bren, all of a sudden, you could see it on his face during that map, was starting to purse the lips a little bit, was starting to look a little bit shaky, a little bit nervous, and crashed an awful lot more than we're used to seeing from Bren.
Yeah, incredibly so. Well, we move over to Japan now, and another one that has had some problems here on the identity. Not quite as much as Saudi Arabia, not quite as much as
expected for Japan, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah,
right,
when we came into, a lot of people actually thought this was going to be banned out all the time. Like this was going to be one of the least favorite maps. There have been some players that love it. Carl Jr. loves it. Neon really seemed to like it. A lot of mistakes at the end, but he was so quick until Stuffed took away his world record with just an unbelievable round.
Stuffed's ability to send it in that identity, very fun to watch yesterday as well. There are some players who have had a great time on this map and probably will continue to do so. I almost expected to start getting banned in the playoffs a little bit more if our players put a bit of thought into it. Sure. There are some players who I think are going to end up in matches where they should ban it, and my fear, Twiggy, is the Trackmania players do not think about their bans that much, and so it will make it through in matches where it really shouldn't.
You want to really think about the gulf when you're thinking about bans. Is not a real gulf, of course, but the gulf in terms of skill and comfortability on the map, right? How good are you compared to the rest of the field, or compared to the best person in your lobby? That's the real thing you want to think about here. If you're up against Carl Jr., I do think Carl Jr. has just such a comfortability gap from everybody on this map, and therefore you might want to think about banning it even if you're okay at it.
Yeah. Well, I was worried for Nako. It's Soldier's made the big mistake, dropped a long way off the back of the pack right now. Nako still in second place, did lose a little bit of time to Bren, but still staying in front of Richie as well. Into the identity we go then, making it through these gates, and Bren leads the way. Nako might lose out to Richie here. He's carrying speed, he's going for it. Aggression from Richie, and at the line, they are separated by 1,000th of a second. Nako will hold on to second place in that round, but Bren will pick up the 10 points. Bren will move back up the leaderboard into an uncontested first place after entering the round tied with Nako.
We're back to winning ways here for Bren. Exactly what he needed after, well, it was a very difficult Poland for him here. Yeah. Obviously, we were looking at Nako the whole time, but Bren really found it tough over the course of it. If he was still getting seconds, it would have been absolutely fine, but that was a rarity as well here. I'm not talking about a pony.
I'll take your word for it, Twiggy. I wouldn't know if you were talking about a pony or not. But there's going to need to be a lot of...
I've got to make at least one reference a game.
Sure, there's going to need to be a lot of horsepower from Soldier to make it back here.
Okay.
Is actually making it back just a little bit. At the very least, Richie's dropping back towards Soldier right now. Nako and Bren leading the way out front, and that is a tight battle forming here at the back as well. Soldier managing to move just in front of Richie as we head towards this back sector of the track. Bren just going to go a little bit deeper into the corner than Nako, who now exits with more speed, but you have to release here anyway, and so Bren will have a nicer line through there, but Nako back at him one more time, and you can see the choices in release timings, the angles you take, it'll pay off for Nako ultimately, as Bren is going to send it through this last gate, but Nako gets onto the booster first, and so Nako walks away with the 10 points, and what a hard-fought round between the two of them.
Well, speaking of horsepower, Bren was looking like a front runner through the whole of that, but Nako was just a better end closer there. That one's going to really...
A real pretty derby up front.
Oh, there we go, yes. Sunk about 2,000 hours into that game in the last year.
Yeah. Well, hey, different game now. Mania.
It is a different game. Well, I mean, in some ways, it's very similar, actually.
There's a race.
Yeah. They're on stage. Some of them are kind of singing.
There was dancing on day one.
Yeah,
you're absolutely
it was
right.
dancing,
It's all the same.
It's all
If you ignore anything else and just look at
I don't know.
They're superficial.
They're very pretty.
You're absolutely right. You know who's been looking...
They've got trainers.
Pretty in this match, Twiggy.
Okay, we need to stop doing word association games.
That's my favorite thing. Bren has now been caught by Nako once again after creating a little bit of separation in the first round on this track. Bren and Nako tied once again, and even when Nako made the mistake, Bren, looking to match him, has dropped down back towards Richie at the moment, who in third place is maybe going to try and send it, but I've been impressed with Bren so far on this identity. He's been brave, but you have to make it to the identity in order to be brave and in order to be able to catch up to someone in front of you, and Bren has not done that on this round. Behind Richie, behind Soldier, both of them will not make any mistakes, and that's 10 points for Soldier, that's 6 points for Richie. Bren will only get 3. Nako does still need to get to the line in time to get 3, and he will do so. 8 seconds behind the lead on that one, but still gets those 3 points.
That is an incredibly golf clap round, I think. It was a good time up front, other than that. But now it is Bren. He has hit the all-important 100 points. He's got 40 left to go now until he is on finalist mode, and we can really start thinking about who is going to be moving into the playoffs and who is going to have their keys crushed. We are at that stage of the competition now where it's one or the other. You do not get any more chances.
No more chances. But, I mean, look, playoffs beckon. And it is still there, still available. Richie and Soldier, the two with a lot of work to do. Nako really has made his mark on this match in a way that I wasn't massively expecting, you know? I mean, we knew and we said, yeah, this battle for second place is up for grabs. Anyone could do it. But my eyes were on Richie, who has been very solid over the first 2 days of competition, and instead he is languishing. Nearly 23 points behind Nako right now. This could be a big round for both Soldier and Richie once again, as Soldier leads the way. Bren in second, Richie in third, but Nako is here as well. It's all to play for in the final couple of corners. Bren has crashed. Soldier's touched. Richie inherits the lead, and Nako in second place might still have a chance to make a move around the last couple of corners. One drift left to go. Nako sent it. Oh, what an identity from Nako, who picks up the full 10.
Okay, I think we might be starting to see the player best in contention for that second place form here. Well, I mean, very possibly take over first, but well, it doesn't matter if you win first or second, particularly so.
I mean, honestly, though, it kind of does. Like, look, we've been talking about how your minimum prize pool jumps from quarterfinal. It jumps from quarterfinal to semifinal as well. And hey, the easier your matchup, if you can get that first place and make sure you're not running into some of those really, really scary seeds. But we'll be making it through this lower bracket. Don't forget our last match of the day. Paco, Afi, Muda, do you want to run into the first seed from that match in the quarterfinals?
Do I want to? I don't want to run into Neil.
You want to run into him, Twiggy? That's fair. Well, I mean,
unless it's in real life.
Well, that's true. He's a lovely guy. Very nice to hang out with, absolutely. Yeah. But you did make it sound incredibly cruel. Just a glimpse into your dark,
cruel. I was just
twisted mind.
My dark.
Going back to Bren, he is
just a glimpse into my foot esports.
You have to pay extra for that.
Yeah, no, you definitely have to
now sitting in second place, and this was not something that anyone on the expert desk was predicting, Twiggy.
No, absolutely not. I mean, look, I think it was always going to be a difficult task picking out a favourite out of any of these players other than Bren very slightly, I would say, right? But other than that, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Each one of these players has had very good performances over the course of this tournament where they have looked like they're going to be one of the top players, but we find ourselves in this situation where only two of them can go through, and unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to two of them. And right now, Nako needs to find more consistency here if he wants to maintain this lead. Richie is quite close behind on points.
Yeah, Richie is not that far away, having picked up a couple of 10-pointers here and there. Quietly has kept himself in touching distance. This time around will not do it. Bren from Soldier, from Richie, and all of them will make it cleanly to the finish line for the first time here on Hungary. Bren now catching back up to Nako, who did ultimately come last place in that round. I think they're tied again.
Well, not quite.
1 point the difference, Twiggy. Excuse me, my quick maths was off.
Oh, you've disappointed me. You've disappointed the production. You've disappointed the fans in the crowd. They can't hear us. It doesn't matter. You've disappointed British and Irish Trackmania.
Well, I don't care about those guys anyway.
No, who does?
Me, I have lots of friends over there. Lovely people in every Trackmania community, and plenty of them up on stage as well. Richie, Nako, and Bren are all wheel to wheel, neck and neck through this outside dirt corner in the middle of Hungary. Soldier watching the three sets of taillights in front of him is there to pick up the pieces if any of them dips a wheel, clips a wheel off the edge of any of these very difficult transitions here on Hungary, but no mistakes yet from the three drivers up front. Bren is going a lot earlier into that drift, so Richie and Nako, a little bit of speed to come back at him here, but Richie just misjudging his line a little bit, has dropped away from those other top two, and now clips Richie out of the race. Soldier benefits from one mistake. Bren and Nako wheel to wheel towards this finish line, no mistakes from either, and Bren judges his jump perfectly, got wheels down on that final beam the quickest, and picks up 10 points for a second time in a row. And what a time for Bren to start getting that momentum going again.
Whoa, yeah, got to get to the finish line now. It is within sight. That's where you either falter or you find your second wind.
Yeah.
And, well, I would say in front of the home crowd, but everyone here is pretty much in front of the home crowd.
Yeah.
So, apart from
close to
the player right at the bottom in terms of the points, so maybe it does.
True. It's been affected. We needed to import a few more Belgians into the arena for Soldier, and it's our fault for not having done so on this occasion. But hasn't seemed to have affected him all that much in this round. 4 drivers out on track, and all of them within half a tenth of each other, slightly more than half a tenth through that last checkpoint, but the gap's most definitely not big at all, as any of these 4 drivers still able to win this round. Bren has won the last 2 on the bounce, looking to pick up a third one in a row and move dangerously close to finals mode for himself.
I think Richie just fell off the edge of the track there. There is a small sliver of nothing down at the edge, and then if you hang a wheel over that, you're not coming back into it. It's Nako who is coming back into it. It's too inside, way too inside. Soldier overtakes. It's Bren in second by 36 thousandths, and Richie will come home in third.
And that's a huge round for Soldier, as we are starting to talk about Bren hitting finalist mode. Nako not far away from that either himself. now is the time if you want to still have a chance at locking that second place in this match, maybe even the first place. You have to put yourself in a position to catch with those denials that you are probably going to have to do, right? You're going to be denying the finalists anyway, and you want that to be putting you in a position to put yourself on finalist as well. Soulja has maybe, just maybe, taken a first step in that direction. Needs another couple of wins now. This is a good start to the following round.
Well, again, yeah, if we don't see players really putting on the afterburners here, we are going to see Richie and Soulja start to catch right back up into things, and really just not seeing any consistency start to form over the course of a series. Sometimes players get off to a slow start and start to pull it together once they get under those bright lights and they forget that they're on stage in front of several fans. They can start to gain a bit of momentum, but it doesn't seem that way for anybody here. However, for Bren in first place again, but he has to release to get up onto the pole there, and Soulja moves up into first. Gets some more points. He's the player who needs them the most.
There you go, back-to-back wins for Soulja on this map. They might be only his second and third wins of the match so far. I'm just checking that very quickly, and it is exactly that. Soulja, what a time to start winning rounds. I mean, unfortunately, that was the last round there on Hungary, so no more chances to pick up the points there. We will be heading back to the top of the rotation, going back to Canada, where you do have to say, Bren did start this match off in very strong fashion, Twiggy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, pulled away from them over the first map or two, and then it just seemed to
started to dip a little bit once we got to Poland, once we got into Japan. You're right, there was kind of a gap of, if we remember back, 20 plus points for Bren after two maps, right? It was an excellent start, it was everything you could hope for, and then he's been pulled back into the morass, he's been pulled back into the crowd. Ultimately, he does still sit only 5 points away from finalist mode, could lock in that finalist mode here on Canada, and again, Bren won a lot of rounds on Canada. There is the chance that Bren could still just get it done. Whatever the mid-game has looked like, Bren's still in prime position to be the first player out of this match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the gap between first and fourth has stayed pretty much exactly the same since about round 6 or so. So, well, while that does make more of a difference as we get more towards finalist mode, it is still very much everybody within touching distance here of that hydraulic press, or at the very least of survival. Nako out in first, but he touches. Now it's just Bren, the player over 100 points, that stands to gain the most from this one. We've seen Bren make more and more mistakes, touches a little bit of snow. That's not the end of the world, especially when you have reactors on, and it's going to go on inside, but it's Soulja and Richie sandwiching him in, and Richie gets a much better turn, and Bren fully crashes. It's exactly the worst possible case scenario for Bren and Nako, who had formed themselves a slight gap and now will be losing it slowly but surely to Soulja and Richie.
And Bren had that second place all the way through the round, and second place would have been good enough to put Bren on finalist mode. Third or fourth were not good enough, and fourth is what he ended up getting. 138 points now for Bren, at least at this point. Any finish will get Bren into finalist mode, but I also think you're in a point now where Soulja has won 3 rounds back to back to back. You have to start thinking about denying Soulja as well. Even if you only need 3 points to make it to finalist, you want to try and deny Soulja from winning another one.
It really could get incredibly close here. We didn't think it was going to be a close go. Oh, again, it's those two. Again, it's Bren and Nako who clip a wheel and fall back into third and fourth place, and it's Soulja and Richie who stand to gain from it. Yes, Bren is still going to make it up onto finalist, but he's not going to be finishing the game if he cannot get himself into first place more consistently, and that seems to be the case right now. Richie and Soulja, all they have to do is make one more turn, and they've closed the gap even further. I mean, obviously one of them wants first place here, but they'll both be happy with second as well. It's perfect from both of them. In fact, it's very good times from both of them. And look, I didn't think this was going to be one of the games where we were thinking about quadruple finalist here, but it's starting to feel that way, isn't it?
It is. Now, with that said, look, Richie and Soulja are still quite a long way off finalist.
Yes.
Bren is on finalist. Bren could close it out any round now. I wouldn't be shocked to see him just have a good round. We did see some minor issues with consistency earlier in the match as well from some of the other players. It could just happen at any moment. Bren goes through to a quarterfinal. But with that said, second place, Nako Nako, I think, under a lot of threat. He's been very quiet
Beautiful
for the last few rounds. And you're right, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Bren is not one of our players who makes it to quarterfinals in this match.
Gone.
Nako is gone. Richie has pace. Soldier has pace. Bren settled back into third place. And it's starting to look scary.
It really is. I mean, it's great pace through the dirt, but that exit wasn't absolutely perfect from Bren. He's still trailing a 10th from Richie here, and he needs first place, and this is something he's good at, is getting first place, and it's just not happening for him. He enters the turn with more speed, but Richie stays ahead, and he stays ahead all the way to the finish line. It looks like Bren is going to be denied, and Richie is going to gain another 10 points, and Soldier's going to gain another 4 points, and once again, we're staring down the barrel of Richie and Soldier edging their way closer and closer. And Bren had to claw so many of those points from their grasp to even get to finalists, and now it looks like the finalists might mean nothing.
Richie 15 points away from finalist. Soldier 34. It's a little bit of work left to do for the only 24, excuse me, for Soldier. A little bit of work left to do for the both of them, and that is an early clip from Richie. He's now down, and the door opened just a little bit. There is a crack of daylight in the darkness for Bren, who really has been struggling to get those firsts for the first time in this match for the last few rounds. Look at the line from Soldier. He tried to send it on through, and it is not worked out. So Soldier drops down from the top two. If Nako still wants a chance at first place in this match, he'll have to deny Bren himself. But Bren is quick through the dirt. No! He touches on the outside. He was too quick through the dirt, and Nako's taillights are vanishing into the distance.
Every time it seems like Bren is in position to make something happen, he makes a small mistake, a small touch, just isn't slightly fast enough to overtake into first, and it's Nako who, yes, he gets slowed down, but it should be absolutely fine to secure him first, bring him to finalist, and once again, Bren teetering on the edge, not quite able to get over it.
Getting a little bit scary now for Bren, as he has been finalist for...
We're going to be seeing that a few more times.
Whole rounds. 4 rounds, 5 rounds. How many rounds has Bren been finalist for now? It's been a little while at the very least, and he still has not managed to
since he's been at 130, it's been plenty of rounds.
Well, absolutely. It's been a while since he's won a round already. At least 8 rounds or so, I think, since he won a round. He won one. No, he won the first two on Hungary. It's been 6 rounds.
1-1 race,
6 rounds since Bren won a round, exactly. And Soldier's picked up a lot of those wins. Richie's picked up a couple of them. Now Nako getting in on the action as well. It now feels, Twiggy, like any of these players who reach finalists are almost more of a threat than Bren to close it out.
Well, in Argentina, once again, Bren was the better player here, but we said that about Canada, and Richie and Soldier took both the best time and the median time from Bren on the second time of asking. I really don't know what to think about this one. Nako, yes, very much in a position where he can also capitalize now on finalist mode as well, but it seems like Richie and Soldier have found a second gear here, have been able to get themselves back into the game right in the nick of time. It's something that we've seen a few times over the course of EWC. Maybe not, however, when there are still 4 players in the lobby.
Great speed from Bren across the grass, snatching first place away from the rest of the lobby, and Nako gets a slowdown through the middle of the track just there, overtaken by Richie. It's Soldier left alone up front to battle against Bren. He's doing a great job of it. He goes for the higher line on the entry. It didn't pay off for him.
Soldier's missed it. He missed the checkpoint.
He tried to turn around too quickly, and you need to go through that checkpoint backwards. Soldier missed it entirely. Too aggressive on the turnaround. Nako's crashed. Richie is half a second down. Bren just needs to keep the car on track and keep it clean, and he has that first place. It has ultimately been gifted to him by the rest of this lobby, Twiggy.
It would be... it's so improbable that Bren makes a mistake here on the identity of Argentina that he can't do it. He has finally got himself over the line. He's not going to be happy about it, but he has done it. It is not the way he wanted to get here out of the final game of the double elimination group stage. It took a lot of effort, and it took a lot of trials and tribulations. But you know what he's also done? He's made Nako's job even more difficult. Because not only did he stop Nako from getting a bunch of points early in the game, but both of them have let Soldier and Richie back in, and now Nako
He's on finalist mode, but Richie is on 134. Soldier's on 123. That's not just within touching distance, that's within striking distance.
Yep, Richie could get finalist in this very round and is looking potentially to do so. Would need to beat Nako in this round to do it. So close to the inside from Nako, just about keeps his wheels out of the wall. Entering the turnaround here, Nako also,
Lord!
He goes for that high
the track's
line,
over there, mate.
And
You can't
he
park
will
there.
lose all speed as the side of his wheel hits the ice. He will drop down into third place. Soldier and Richie now battling it out for first place. Richie, it's fine for him. Whichever place he gets right now, he will hit finals. But if he can deny Soldier first place, Soldier will only hit 129 points and Soldier will still be 2 rounds off finalist himself. It's all to play for Soldier. It's worth sending in the identity. He's just a little bit too far back. He will not catch Richie. Richie hits finalist. Nako's on finalist. Soldier, heartbreakingly for him, is on 129 points and will need to deny 2 rounds in a row to even get to finalist himself.
We saw Nako, slump back in his chair there.
Yeah.
Just why can't I get it done now?
Yeah.
Why can't I get it done when it matters the most? And now Richie, very much once again in position to be able to do something about it. Yes, Soldier needs at least 2 more rounds to get himself onto finalist as well. But he's been doing a lot better here in the latter half of this game, and right now in first position, Nako has found this sector incredibly good. Can he get on the inside once again? It's not quite as good as last round, but it keeps him in contention here for first place. Soldier, he has had so much trouble with this turnaround. He's done it again!
He's done it again!
Soldier's got a good turnaround this time. He's way ahead in first place, and it is Richie behind. Nako has fallen at every hurdle here in the second half of this series. It's exactly what you don't want to see if you are the FUT Esports manager. Victory in reach for him, and he just has not made it work. Soldier now on the cusp of 139 points, and yes, he would still need to get first place to deny the other 2 and give himself a chance at finalist, but he's got the first part done.
3 for Soldier. Needs to win 1 more now. There'd be 1 more round of triple finalist after that, but he's taken that all-important first step, because if you don't take that first step, you don't even get a shot at all of the others. And we just go again. Soldier now on 139 points. I believe Soldier might have been the only player in this lobby to have a DNF this match as well.
Wow. I mean, that's what happens when you don't put Saudi Arabia in the pool.
That's also fair, yeah. There'd be very
Soldier
few.
go?
Soldier has now dropped behind. He's not that far behind, but he is half a second, maybe more at this next checkpoint behind. I think this is it. I think we are in a round. We are now going to have a second player going to playoffs, and it is Nako and Richie. It is mano y mano up front.
Soldier's
One
down.
of these players goes to playoffs. One of these players gets their key crushed. This section
Nako
of track,
goes so far
safe.
inside.
So safe for
safe.
Nako this time around. He does make the checkpoint. He's so high on the wall. And he just did not have the
he's
line.
backwards.
He'd over-safed it, Twiggy, and the line. He didn't know his line when he was that safe, and so Richie is gone. He's 2.5 seconds out in front. Soldier is just following, praying, hoping for a miracle at this point, but I don't think you're getting one. It's in unconventional fashion. It is not the match that Richie would have wanted. It's an outcome that some of us were saying maybe seemed the most likely, but not like this. Richie will be the second player going through to the playoffs, and it will be heartbreak for Nako, heartbreak for Soldier, who will be heading home.
We somehow find every way to make every match as interesting as possible here. And the 2 players on the left side of the stage come out victorious. The 2 players on the right, I mean, I can't even imagine what is going through their minds right now. Nako especially, who had so many chances, who was in second place the whole series.
And not just a distant second place or a second place where he was just staying in front
contending with Bren.
Was contending with Bren for first place the whole way along. Was, 20, 30, 40 nearly points clear at different points during that match, and ultimately caught up to by both Soldier and Richie. And I mean, heartbreaking for Nako. I do feel for Soldier as well, who I think will be kicking himself for a slow start to the match. To end on 139 points, to not even get the round on finalist to fight for it, that's cruel.
I feel so much for Nako here on this one. That is heart-crushing.
Yeah.
Because he had played his heart out for most of that game, and just when the pressure was on, it was Soldier and it was Richie who thrived and who stole points away from the two at the top. And Bren, he was just in a position where he only needed one round. Imagine if he was a couple, 10 more points down.
Absolutely. I was going to say it, right? That even for Bren, it's a match win. It's a match win.
Yeah,
it's playoffs.
Nobody here is happy.
You can see it, the look on his face. It is one of relief rather than of exultation. But Bren moves to playoffs. Let's go over to the stage for an interview to see how Bren himself feels about it.
My friends, this is how it goes. We crushed some keys at the end of it. Come on over with me, gentlemen. Bren and Richie, what a game we just had. And our Key Crusher is ready to eat. Bren, you're up first. You're crushing Nako's key. What do you think of that?
I feel disappointed for him. I'm happy for myself, of course, but I wish there were other players' keys to crush, you know?
Well, there's a couple here. Go for it. You got it first. Stand by my side here, Richie, just for a second. Bren's gonna go for this one. It is crushing an incredible player and eliminating Nako from Trackmania at the Esports World Cup. And back, stop, let's go. We're gonna swap over and ask you real quick here. Come on in, come stay with me for a moment here. Look, you're gonna be playing in the group with Gwen and Epos later. What do you feel about that game? Anything you'd like to say to them?
I need to step up my game. They're really, really strong players. If I play like today, it's going to be tough, but I know I'm capable. I've done much better matches in the past. I've done it in the past as well to beat them, so why not tomorrow?
It's a great time to be in the playoffs. Coming over here, Richie. Look, you're second place. Tomorrow you're going to be playing Stuffs and Binks in their group with a fourth person yet to be decided. Anything you'd like to say to them ahead of that game?
Honestly, I'm just so happy that I'm qualified. Like, I don't really care where I play tomorrow. Like, it's insane to play tomorrow. Like, wow, incredible.
Incredible to witness it. Come on over. It's time for you to crush our second key. Come on over this side. Bren, stay behind me. Follow our director here, our key master. Crushing our final key in this matchup. Yet another one to be crushed. Our first set of the day here, day 3 of Trackmania, the Esports World Cup. And there it is. Whoa! Hearts and Dreams are gonna have to pull it back. But you know who's ready to take it away on the other side to break it all down? That's of course our Dest. Enjoy, Rain Day, enjoy.
Well, there is a lot to delight from there if you are a Trackmania fan, and a bit of heartbreak on the side. That was Nako's key getting crushed alongside Soldiers, as it ends up being Bren who will move on, and of course Richie. Two names happy to be there. Richie, as we come back to the desk, Turbo and Import, saying just making it to the quarterfinals is something that he's excited about.
He's very much excited about it. I think he still cannot believe it. That's something that you, like, 3 hours later, oh, I've made it. I play tomorrow. He can be very happy about it. He's from Paris as well.
Yeah.
So he probably had the shortest travel distance from all of us. On the flip side, Bren might have one of the longest travel distances. So congratulations to them. Richie showing great resilience here, and he's through into the next day.
Yeah, and looking at Bren here, still showing mistakes, still showing some scary chinks in the armor that he's gonna have to shore up going into tomorrow. Tomorrow is completely different scenario. Everybody's going to be on their best behavior. Everybody's going to be pulling out all the stops. Those mistakes that he has made in this match today are not going to fly going into tomorrow.
They certainly are not. And you could tell everybody kind of this result, it was met with incredulity because they both thought, well, I didn't play well enough on Bren's side to really compete if I go up against Gwen and Epos. Like, I need to drive better. I'm lucky I'm here. Richie on the other side, I mean, you see Nako on finalist mode for so long, him battling it out, and then Soldier pulls it back to within one mistake. One lap would have actually been the difference between a triple finalist mode for all three of them, and then who knows what would have happened in Port.
Yeah, and I mean, thinking of Nako having the struggle, I think that's just due to inexperience and inability to close out. I think that's just the immaturity of him as a Trackmania player, just not having that experience that he needs to have on stage.
However, I mean, Bren had a great start into this match, and he was at 65 out of 80 points after map number 2. But then on Japan and also on Poland, he was not really feeling it there. I mean, he was making so many mistakes. On Poland in particular, 4 mistakes on all of those 4 individual rounds.
I also saw that, Bren had some issues on Canada. I mean, he was in a position to finish, and that's when like the rest of the group started to catch up to him. Is that something he needs to look out for moving forward? Because Canada's been let through in pretty much most of our groups.
I mean, he's definitely going to be looking at probably what went on, and probably looking at it and trying to show up what you can. But every player is going to tell you they will go back, they'll go practice and everything. And during practice and scrims, they're doing just fine. Those issues don't appear. It is simply just the atmosphere of the stage, the crowd, everything that's going on, the nerves, the prize, everything. It is just affecting them in such a deep way that they're, regardless of how much prep they're able to do, it's not translating. And that's across the board for every player so far.
Well, it's obviously not an easy time for those who do not move forward, and we had a chance to hear from Solja in an exit interview as his key is crushed and his tournament no longer continues.
Solja, commiserations. It was so close in the end there. Tell me a little bit about the beginning when you looked like you were turning things around. Hungary, back-to-back, then Canada, and then even Argentina after that big mistake.
Yeah, so the match started well, but I would like to have more points in Canada because I knew Poland wasn't my cup of tea, but I played so bad on Poland, so I had to bring it back. So I tried to get some 10-pointers, some back-to-back wins on Hungary, on... what was the last map?
Canada and then Argentina.
Canada and Argentina. Argentina is a map I didn't play. It was the first time I played it on stage. Normally I was good on it, but I just didn't feel it this time around. So it was very close, but congratulations to Richie and Bren of closing it out. So, yeah.
We know you've had time away from the game. Are you now kicking yourself a little bit, especially what's at stake tomorrow?
Yeah, I would have liked to be top 16. That was the goal. But unfortunately, I just played bad on stage. I had a little bit of less preparation than usual. But even though with the preparation, I would have liked to be top 16, played a little bit better on stage, and that just didn't happen.
Has this inspired you now to come back and play more?
Not really. I'm also getting old. I'm almost 29. So it's nice to be back in the scene. Enjoy this experience as well. So it's been wonderful, but I'm very disappointed just in myself and in my performance. So no excuses, but it is what it is.
What an experience, though. Commiserations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Solja. Getting old, 29. Those two things don't necessarily go together in most situations, but in sports and definitely in esports, it certainly is the case. Solja feeling it, and disappointment from not making it into the top 16. There's disappointment all around. Nako had a chance to do that exit interview, declined to do it with us, and so I understand it's not easy to have those chats, Turbo.
But also a real, just a reality check for Solja as well in that interview. I would say that he was faced with the reality there because he is now out of it, and maybe it sounded a little bit to me like that he ends his career after that.
It did. There was a kind of a suggestion that this may be it.
I don't buy out the age comment there necessarily. Sorry, but I mean, he just got beaten by Richie, who is older than him and in his 30s. So I'm sorry. I don't necessarily buy into that. However, it is crushing to see. Solja is a great player, has a good history within Trackmania. We want to see him back. We want to see him do better. I know it's heartbreaking to go through a loss and be disappointed in the lack of preparation or just not having that flow that you used to have maybe when you were a little bit younger. But guess what? We're humans. We're able to reinvent ourselves as we go on through life. And honestly, for Solja, it's his choice at the end of the day, but he could reinvent himself. He could be even better than what he currently is.
Quarterfinals after a couple-year break. that's high expectations. So I think Soldier doing pretty well there. We'll see what ends up happening with his future. Stay tuned for more Trackmania Esports after the Esports World Cup. Coming up next, it's the group stage, Group B decider number 2. Say that 3 times fast. Grenade, Massa, Wizzy, and Flimsy about to take the stage. And that means 2 wheel players are about to be featured. Should be exciting stuff. In the meantime, Chris has you up to date with all the stuff going on with the Club Championship.
We're here at the STC Arena with Ginny for CS. I mean, look, AGL's week is not really going that great, right? I mean, Fortnite not looking too hot, going out of Crossfire, which was a massive surprise. But CS is the opportunity for Falcons to fully close the door.
Yeah, this is really the chance where they're able to do it, but we're in quarterfinal territory right now. So Falcons is playing Legacy, which is literally the game happening just right now. If they win, they manage to go into those semifinals. Now, their opponent for the semifinal is going to be the winner of Vitality against Spirit, which in and of itself is going to be another incredible game. But there is a world, Chris, where Vitality and Falcons go up against each other in the semifinal, and one of them ruins the chances for the other for their CC points.
That's going to be really interesting as well, especially in front of this French home crowd. I think I know which side the crowd is going to be on. Jenny, thank you very much. We'll be checking in. Still plenty more to go here in the STC Arena. We'll check in on a couple of days' time.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
He's practicing.
Well, that's a good example of what you're going to be seeing here in a moment. Wizzy and Grenade there on your screen just most recently going to be taking to the stage, and that means that we're going to be seeing some wheel action as well. As we welcome you back to the panel, Rain Day here, and I still got the same guys. Turbo, rocking an import, doing his, what is that, visualization? I like that. His eyes closed. Ready to go.
Maybe Wizzy does that as well in this match. Because
Maybe.
we have 2 wheel players in there.
What track are we racing when we're doing that?
I don't know. If
it's not on the map.
That track, it's the wrong
it
one.
has to be Canada, actually. Because of the Adams.
Oh, you're right. It's got to be Canada. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. But
that's exactly how it looks. It's
look
a
at this
technical
match.
Look. Yeah.
Grenade and Massa, 2 teammates playing in one match, and 2 players will go through. So we could see both going through. One, maybe no one, maybe it will be Wizzy or Flimsy.
Wow. Well, yeah, we're no shortage of upsets here and also different results, but when you talk about presence, you talk about presence on stage with the wheel and doing that, but you also talk about presence online and just relevance in the community. I mean, Grenade, Massa, these are 2 of the biggest names.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the other players as well, Wizzy and Flimsy, you know, Wizzy being methodical, thoughtful, you know, somewhat critical of himself. Is he going to be able to accept himself as a top Trackmania player? He had a really dominant performance yesterday. Is he going to have a dominant performance today? And he has the opportunity to do so.
And also Wizzy, I was watching a match with him and he was showing great pace. He is a very thoughtful player and he was mimicking the actions actually when players were playing it. It was just awesome to see that because players played and he was like mimicking the movements. It was so impressive to see that. I was like, what are you doing? Because he was also then just like playing with the gears.
Yeah.
It was so unique. But then we also have Flimsy. He won against Charles yesterday, probably the dark horse in this match. He's a glass cannon and definitely the outsider, but I think we're going to have a 3-horse battle here between Granadi, Massa, and Wizzy, and what a storyline that is.
All right, well, we actually had a chance to talk with Granadi heading into this one, so let's get to it.
Right, Granadi joins me now. First up, how are you feeling? I know you've been under the weather. Is it still something you're struggling with?
I mean, it's okay. It definitely doesn't help, obviously, but yeah, I would say I'm doing good. It's not like I could blame it on the cold if I mess up. So it's of course not helpful, but it's okay. I'm doing fine.
I feel like it did affect your day one, though.
Yeah, the media day was actually very stressful because we also had to talk a lot and I had a bit of a sore throat there. So that was definitely not nice. But on the days after where we just had to focus on playing, it was actually okay.
Put aside the cold then, how are you feeling on track at the moment? It's been a bit of an up and down competition so far.
Yeah, I mean, I played pretty good yesterday. Sadly, just couldn't close it out in the end. But overall, I'm pretty happy with my performance so far. Also, I think it's the tournament I prepared the most so far out of my entire career. A lot of preparation went into this. I'm also feeling comfortable on stage in theory. I really like the setup. But in the end, there's good players only here. Anything can happen, of course. But yeah, hopefully can make it today.
Is there a certain thing you're practicing because this is the biggest Trackmania competition?
Not really different to what I usually do in competitions. It's more like just do everything a bit better and practice harder, kind of. I try to be consistent. I try to not have any crashes while also maintaining as much pace as possible, which is obviously difficult. The maps are very hard. The opponents are very strong. But yeah, overall, I'm just doing the same I do always, just more of it, basically.
Talking about the opponents, you know your next opponent, or one of them pretty well, Massa, of course. How tricky is this when you know somebody like him inside and out?
Yeah, I mean, we've been friends for multiple years already. We've been team colleagues for multiple years. We've been practicing together for multiple years, also for this competition, of course. So we know basically everything about each other on track. So yeah, that's of course not helpful. But I really, really hope we can both make it. That would, of course, be the ideal scenario for us. It will be tough, but I'm pretty confident. We are in theory strong. But in the end, anything can happen. So I just hope we can lock in and push our pace and show what we're capable of.
Would you ever work together? Would tactics come into play?
I mean, a little bit, of course, but we also, to be fair, to be transparent, we also spoke with the other opponents. Like, we're in general in the Trackmania scene, we're all friends, and yeah, we kind of know what's going to happen, more or less, and then it's just about who performs the best on the track at that moment.
Okay, if you know what's going to happen, tell us what is going to happen.
Now, I mean, in terms of what maps are going to be played, we probably already know. It's mostly set in stone, I would say, and yeah, so it's really just about who has the raw pace, basically.
Do you think you have the raw pace?
Yes, the question is just if you can bring it down. That's the question always.
Confident making it in the top 2 today to go through?
Yeah, I would say so.
You had a pause. I love it when they go, yeah, I'd say so. Well, we hope you do make it through. Good luck out there.
Thank you, thank you.
Talking with Granadi, mentioning his teammate Massa, the training, the tactics that they both share, but also the same expectations that it's just going to be a deciding moment on the day. Is that strange? I guess maybe not to you, but to me, I'll put my own lens, that would be the only variable that he's considering in this group and not saying, well, no, there's a little bit of a difference between me and some of the other drivers.
Yeah, there is, but what a storyline that is here between Granadi and Massa. Massa, always the player who's a bit slower than Granadi on paper. Everybody says that, but then Granadi came up yesterday, choked the finalists mode multiple times, and they both also had a similar story yesterday and also the day beforehand in port.
And no knowing the pride from Masa, he's just not going to let it fly. He's definitely going to want to prove himself in this match that he's not second fiddle in this matchup. He wants to be better than Grenady, his teammate. They have love for each other. It's all fun and games, but now they are on their own. They're playing against each other. Yes, they both can go through, but they have Wizzy and Flimsy to contend with. Flimsy being the last hope for NCSA. He's not going to give up that easily.
Well, let's see what you guys think about who's going to go through. Make sure to get your pick'ems in, because that means if you scan this QR code, you can earn your share of $300,000 of prizing and have a chance to be a part of this narrative. If you get it right, well, some bragging rights in the chat, and also, again, maybe some cool prizing coming your way. As we have just a minute before we take the stage there, again, guys, I asked the question, is there a noticeable edge coming into it? Masa, you said the ego, or maybe just the pride coming in, wanting to take that second or that first place away from Grenady. But where is the edge in this matchup?
I do think the edge actually does go to the big bros. I think they have the edge coming into this. They have the skill to be able to complete it. But maybe perhaps there's a different option that I'm not considering.
Wizzy is, for me here, the third option. I think it will be so close. I think it will be a double final situation in the end between Wizzy plus one of the big members, because he played such a good match yesterday as well. And also on the day beforehand, he was showing great pace, but he's just not quite there yet. But it will still be exciting to see. Flimsy, on the other hand, I don't think he can really match that pace.
That'll be exciting if Flimsy pulls off a couple of early rounds in this matchup that start to make everybody sweat. It's going to be two well-known Trackmania players in Masa and Grenady. Wizzy trying to jump into that P1 or P2, and Flimsy seeing if he can pull off the unthinkable. Let's send it over your stage and get it started.
Thank you. Yes, a big thank you to the command center there. What a way to kickstart this last chance qualifier day. Amazing scenes there, but it was a tale of two pities, losing two players there at the end. Nako, Soldier out of the competition, keys crushed, but for our victors through to the final day, where they get a chance to potentially place their key into the totem, become Trackmania champion at EWC. Milos, I mean, this competition is better every single moment.
Absolutely. So, and there's always the bitter sweetness. You heard it from Bren also in the interview, where, you know what, it sucks that I have to crush these keys, but the end of it, that is part of how competition in esports is in general. There always has to be a victor at the end of the day. But our second matchup of the day is about to begin. So join me in welcoming our next four. What a set on stage. Grenady, Wizzy, Flimsy, and Masa.
To wheel or not to wheel? That is the question. What it comes down to here is making sure you place yourselves in that final day. Will the wheelmen be able to do it and take it for the team, or will it be more conventional? We're about to find out right here, right now, what goes down as we enter into our second series of the day and find out who will ascend to the last Super Saturday. Back to the desk. Let's get this thing started.
Thank you so much, Adam and Milos. To wheel or not to wheel? I feel like that was maybe a little bit of, Hamlet Jr.? We got Carl Jr., Hamlet Jr. there. Oh. I don't know. Either way, it's going to be theatrics on the stage, that's for sure, and that's where it belongs. Wizzy, can he step into that spot to take away either Masa or Grenady going in? And what will Flimsy show us? Those are the major questions I have going into this one.
For that, he needs poetic driving to make it across, that is for sure. But I think he can make it happen. I mean, he has shown insane pace yesterday, and if he just works on just minimizing the mistakes, well, he's good to go.
Yeah, I think anything is possible in this matchup. Maybe not so much for the first place. I really do think that Grenady is going to slot himself into that. I think him losing yesterday was kind of a fluke. It was a very tough matchup, and so he is expected to go through on this as we go through the pick and bans. We'll wait a little bit before we dive into that. But honestly, looking at Whimsy, he's the person I'm also going to be looking for as well, because again, he's very self-critical, but he showed an amazing pace yesterday. He had amazing time, and honestly, if he continues that into today, he could be really successful.
One of the positive notes here for me as well, Flimsy, that is for sure. Speaking of him, the first ban is Norway. Wizzy decides to ban Japan. Masa bans Hungary, and then Grenady with the last span of this match is South Korea. Poland is map number 1. Then we have Germany, and Argentina is now map number 3. Now we have 2 more maps that will be in the pack.
Yeah, where is Saudi Arabia is the question here, and there it is. It's at the decider. Saudi Arabia actually being the most picked map of this tournament so far, being the popular one. Everybody feels pretty comfortable on it.
And it may end up being a problem if you don't get out to a position to go into finalist mode for Saudi Arabia. It might be hard to catch up and earn some points back from those already in the lead, which means that Canada, Argentina could be some of those swing maps that start to show whether it will be the Wheels who advance or if it will be somewhere else. Poetry on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. I'm down for that. I know 2 casters who are ready for it as well. Of course, it's the main men themselves, Onset and Bravo.
Thank you very much, Rain. Thank you very much, everyone. And here we go then into our next matchup at the day here at EWC 26. We are trying to survive. We are making some big decisions on who is going to continue in this tournament. And what a group we have of drivers in front of us. You have Grenady, you have Massa, you have Wizzy and Flimsy. The big boys are at the top of the leaderboard.
That's right, you got a few different pairings here. Of course, the Big Clan teammates up against one another here. They will want to make it a all Big Clan finish. And of course, let's not forget as well, 2 wheel drivers in this lobby. However, they are not teammates. You saw the wheel diff sign, but you have to wonder, Grenady or Wizzy, can they both make it through? Could it be an all-wheel advancement in Decider number 2?
Well, it's interesting too, as we see the first race getting underway here on Poland, and Massa, who is out to a very, very slender lead. Just take a second to kind of bigger picture this, because we were looking at the picks and bans, and we're very, very interested in what we saw. We have seen a lot of the likes of Hungary, South Korea, Japan, in some of the races that we've seen so far and in some of the matchups that we've seen, but all banned out very early, respectively. And the map set we have is fascinating with some big, big challenges in big moments for the drivers.
Really is a little bit of wobbles there, actually, from everyone out in the front 3, through the lily pads, through the water, and then even to these jumps. However, it remains Grenady, Massa, and Wizzy as the first 3.
Grenady is out in front of here, and it looks like the German will be able to take the first 10 points of the matchup here, and manages to do so with a 109. Solid time from him, not the quickest in the world. It'll be Flimsy who does get the 3 points and manages to finish at the end, but it is the 2 Germans who lead the way. Grenady, who had a very, very heartbreaking moment yesterday on finalists for so long, but just could not get over the line. But he's experienced enough to know that those kind of mistakes can only be made once in a tournament.
Absolutely, and you feel like with Grenady, the legacy that he has, even the weight of this tournament will be felt like a player like him. It feels like already such a legend of the game, but what would it mean for his legacy to not only be in your Super Saturday, to be in your final group, but even maybe to take the tournament? It would change the story around his entire career, which is saying something given what he's already accomplished. He's out in front now.
Well, Wizzy, the POV we're on right now, he's nestled in 3rd place at the moment, but certainly hot on the tires of both Grenady and Massa, who are in front of him. Flimsy at the back of the pack for now as everyone comes through the jump cleanly. But for Wizzy, yesterday was a very interesting day as well. Think about how many opportunities he squandered, where there was 10 points on the line that very quickly turned into 3 with a crash in a vital, vital moment. How things could have been different for him.
It does feel like what an opportunity for him in this group right now. Still in 3rd place. It looks very, very similar to our first round around. Now Grenady will still be out in front. It's an easy finish for him. It will once again be a Grenady, Massa, Wizzy, top 3. Flimsy bringing in, he should have plenty of time here as we take a look as well. Grenady on the 1:08.968 in the end.
Yeah, very, very quick times coming in from Grenady as well. He certainly seems to have settled onto the stage beautifully well this morning after the first 2 rounds on Poland. 20 points in the bank for the German. Massa in behind him, having to settle for 2nd place both times around. And I tell you what, settling for 2nd place today, not a bad thing. Yesterday, it felt like he had no choice but to settle for anything outside of the top 2, as he had either the best seat or the worst seat, depending on what angle you want to come at it, from that insane matchup that involved Carl Jr. and the young phenom in Neil.
Yeah, you might have seen Moss's tweet, actually, that just came out yesterday. He even said, "What the hell just happened? They didn't let me into the game at all."
You felt very similar, to be honest.
Even Carl on the stage saying that kid is a little demon. However, Moss's key words in that tweet, you might have seen it. He said, "I'll reset and I will come back stronger tomorrow." This, of course, is his opportunity.
Well, it's Wizzy who's out in the lead in this 3rd round as we get the cars a little bit more submerged here and jump out of the dirt towards the final turn into the first jump of the identity. It's going to be Massa who's just taken first place away from Wizzy. Look at the speed coming in from Grenadi as well. He really is trying to push Wizzy, who is wobbling.
Oh no.
He's not looking secure here, and Grenadi will steal away second place from the British. Massa who will take the 10 points away in first place. Flimsy does get the finish, but it's the two Germans who have come out so strong at the start here.
Massa on a 109.025 there, not too shy from the Gwen records that you see at the top left, but it's an important win there for Massa because he keeps now everything within 4 points. It's Grenadi on 26 and Massa on 22.
For Wizzy, one of those opportunities that just slips through the fingers. He's going to have to just focus up and make sure that not too many of those cost him, because that has been the story, unfortunately, for him so far as Flimsy will tap those tyres on the wall, and that's going to slow him right down. It's Wizzy and Grenadi. So go through the checkpoint here, is separated by barely a tenth of a second.
This would be very big for Wizzy here. He's all the way down in 12 points right now. And on your fourth lap around Poland, coming out of the first map, Wizzy wants to make sure he can get some points and some confidence on the board.
As he makes the jump, Grenadi has a little bit more speed on the downhill though. But he's certainly going to be challenging him and has closed that gap. As we see our drivers just tiptoeing across the lily pads into this right-hander through the wet.
Catching up.
And now Grenadi is level with him. He is 1/100th of a second separating the two, but Wizzy with a little bit more speed on the exit here, but the line from Grenadi is going to challenge him.
Yeah, look at this. The cuts are very good from both drivers. Wizzy out in front, Grenadi trying to push, but Wizzy will maintain. It's a very important control from Wizzy as he will get all of the points on the board. A +10 for him on a 109.238, and that will do it for Poland. But most importantly, for the top of the table, that will now put Grenadi on 32, Massa on 26, and just like that, Wizzy is part of the conversation in a big way. He only trails Massa by 4 at 22.
Yeah, very important that. And I think just in the context of, we talk about the mental game of Trackmania, it's something that you're always going to keep talking about and hearing. Wizzy in the previous round let a point slip, let Grenadi get that final jump on him, and managed to close that gap and take the points away. Didn't happen in that final round there. Managed to keep his composure, managed to hold off the challenge. And the difference there is the additional points, which leaves us very close. Massa and Wizzy separated by 4 points, but it's Grenadi at the top, like you say, on 32.
I think a lot of things are expected where we came from as you talk about the desk, right? Thinking Wizzy is going to be the one to push at least one of the big members, and so far he certainly is as well. Now they're underway, 4 laps of Germany ahead of us.
Grenadi very good at Germany as well. Look at this line from him going very wide off the exit to carry the speed through here as we jump onto the Sausage Road. Now sweeping right-hander coming up through the triangle of the checkpoint before we approach the first obstacle here, the jump from the quarter pipe, before we see these cars turn around and face the other direction.
Very clean there from Grenadi. Let's see just how low he's able to land as well. That will really determine who's able to come out in front. And to be honest, Massa has a very good line as well.
Yeah, very good speed, running close to those flagpoles as well. And Massa, as we go through the checkpoint, will take the lead away from his teammate Grenadi. And everyone pretty close at the moment. Wizzy's only 10th or so behind, still very much in contention, but it is Massa who is controlling this race at the moment. Grenadi is right behind him here.
They're trying to make up this time here as Grenadi is going to hit an even tighter one. Massa will actually completely hit on the right side.
Wizzy now challenging Grenadi. And Wizzy turning the pressure around that we saw a couple of rounds ago onto the German. Can the German hold off the challenge? The turnaround from Wizzy is good. The speed on the exit though for Grenadi just about keeps him in the lead and puts those 10 points on the board. Massa falls all the way down to the final place in there in 4th, only gets the 3 points, having led for so much of that.
Wizzy only trailing by 300ths there, so as a result, Wizzy now only down in 3rd by 1 point. Massa only up by 1. It's 29-28. Grenadi will extend the point lead by just a bit, but the Wizzy-Massa story continues to develop 1 lap at a time.
Grenadi just falling behind in the start of this one, but all the drivers essentially wheel to wheel. First jump, everybody looking to come through unscathed. Massa's going to land well again. Wizzy's going to have a little bit more speed. It looks like he's catching him up on the turnaround on the ice here. Goes a little bit wider, but dips back in to try and challenge that line from Massa. But Massa, the German, holding off the Brit for now.
You can tell that Massa knows he cannot afford himself too many mistakes. Look at how close it is here between Massa and Wizzy. Massa knows he's not going to get too many more like that where he can let a lead slip and tap on the right side. He makes it through clean this time.
Just opened up a little bit of a gap though. It was about 600s it went to Over a tenth of a second between the two, but now look at the speed on the exit, on the downhill from Wizzy, challenging once again. As he goes for that inside line, the turnaround is going to be there, but Massa once again will hold off the challenge from Wizzy. Oh, will he? No, he won't. Wizzy takes it on the line. A fist bump from the Brit as well. That's going to be 10 points for him.
By 6 thousandths of a second. Wizzy at the very last second mark. You made such a great point. Wizzy is taking a slightly different line on the turnaround there, cutting it just a little bit shorter. And in the first iteration, and the second on Germany, it didn't pay, excuse me, on the first iteration of Germany, it didn't pay off. On the second round, it did, and he gets across within 6 thousandths. And as a result, that will now move Wizzy into second place with 38 points.
Let's talk about the consistency of the drivers here on Germany as well. I mean, barely any crashes, any big mistakes. It has come down to lines and execution. So far, separating all of the drivers that we have seen. Massa gets a little bit too close to those poles for anyone's liking. It's going to be Grenati at the front of the pack with Wizzy in behind, but not the greatest exits there from Wizzy. Means that Flimsy now and Massa are starting to close on him. Grenati is clear out in front.
Also had to correct so much there, a big release, but somehow he's made up a ton of time in this section here. He might even now be challenging for second. Grenati's the first up, and he's got a clear lead.
Grenati almost half a second ahead at the moment. As we go through the checkpoint, going to be cut down ever so slightly by Massa. Could be Grenati just taking his foot off the accelerator a little bit here, knowing he has that gap, as Grenati will put the 10 points on the board. Massa has to hold off a late challenge from Flimsy and Wizzy. This time around, after the 10 points in the previous round, has to settle for just 3.
Yeah, Grenati there on a 1:11.213, so while quick, not challenging that pack record that you do see there. It's Grenati on 56. Wizzy and Massa tied on 41. This will be your final round on Germany. Of course, only one of those two will be in second place following this round.
Grenati into the lead again. Wizzy just trailing behind by about 0.3 of a second here as we turn left and rock our way down to the first transition through the Lenovo Legion. Oh, no, Flimsy, unfortunately, the POV you didn't want to be on at that point, as Wizzy now takes over Massa, who's falling a little bit behind there. Another mistake coming in from the German, and it's a Grenati Wizzy shootout to see who's going to take the final 10 points here on Germany.
Over 1.3 seconds behind is Massa right now, and as you said, it'll just be Wizzy with a lot of space now. We'll try to catch Grenati, but you can bet that if he's toggled on to see exactly where Massa is, he might just try to run a clean race from here.
Think about the speed that Wizzy has had on this exit and the challenge that he's put towards the finish line. But Grenati still has that lead. And as we go through the checkpoints, barring a horrible mistake from Grenati, he will put the 10 points on the board. Wizzy will settle for second. Massa in third. But what it does mean, as Flimsy goes across the line here, is that going into our next round, where we change maps and we change things up and head over to Argentina, it will be Wizzy who is holding down that second place.
He really is, and how things can change after the first map. And I think we all felt it. I think everyone watching, everyone in the room, and you and I, that last lap specifically on Poland was going to be a big one. And what happened? Wizzy takes the race on Poland. He's able to get a ton of points on the board, and he was only trailing by just a bit. This would be such a different story if Wizzy hadn't gotten all those points and that momentum boost. And as you say, it's Grenati out in 66, but it's now Wizzy in second place with 47, now leading Massa, who's on 45.
We were talking a little bit yesterday, kind of the hangover of a mistake. You go into that next round, you're thinking about it for the first few seconds, and we saw some early mistakes from drivers where you wouldn't expect them to be. You know, we saw Pac doing it yesterday, which blew my mind to see some very, very early mistakes from him, having made a major mistake that cost him on the previous round. I think you're quite right to talk about that Wizzy moment. If he does not come out with that win and hold off the challenge on Poland, maybe Germany doesn't look as clean for him, but he made that decision, he made in that execution on the final moments to hold it off, and then looked much more comfortable in that second round.
Now into Argentina then, one of the least banned maps of the summer set, and that might surprise a lot of viewers due to just the difficulty and the type of amount of elements that challenge these drivers. However, you could just tell the best drivers in the world, they are comfortable on a map like this, the true mixed style of the map. We've seen it time and time again. It will be included in this map set as well, and right now it's Grenati out in front.
Wizzy's right in his back though, and this is the difference maker here. This turnaround, how close do you want to run it to the checkpoint on Wizzy? Look at the speed that he exits with, taking first place away from Grenati. A beautiful turnaround from him. Massa watching the action go down in third place in front of him at the moment as we transfer back to the ice and the car sideways for the slide.
Was he out in front by just a bit here? Now Grenati though making up a lot of time. He snaps on the dirt. They both take a very similar line. Here they go in the 1-2 spot.
Almost side by side. Grenati takes first place away though from Wizzy. In the final moments here, how aggressive can Wizzy be in this final bobsleigh? Not aggressive enough. Have to settle for second, but again, ahead of Massa, most importantly, keeping hold of second place. But the lead now is extending at the top of those leaderboards for Grenati, looking very, very comfortable.
Yeah, and in the second, third race, that'll be back-to-back rounds where Wizzy does outplace Massa. Of course, only by just a small margin. It's just back-to-back second and thirds respectively, meaning he has that 4-point gap now.
And you're starting to see a lot of people are talking about when you look at how important the first places are. You know, Wizzy's outplaced Massa numerous times in the last 3 or 4 races, but it's not created the gap that he would have wanted. It's been Grenati who's been taking those 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, meaning everyone else is having to fight for the scraps and not being able to differentiate themselves. As now we turn right here before we transfer to the no steer into the bobsleigh. This is where Wizzy made some time up, and he's going to have to here with Massa and Grenati in front of him.
Let's see how clean everyone is. A little bit deep from Wizzy. He loses a tiny bit of time there. He's going to have to hope that he can make it up here, but it's going to be Grenati just behind Massa out in front. Oh, and Grenati swings in. It's a nice move.
Massa takes first place away, a little bit wide. There from Grenati, dips down into the ice, and look at the speed on the slide. That's why he went that low. And Massa now, having felt that pressure, has conceded second place to Wizzy.
What a line from Grenati. Swings it so low, brings it right back into the dirt, and God, does he ever look clean through the bobsleigh as well. It won't be Grenati.
Oh, no! Oh, Wizzy throws away the 6 points and has to settle for 4. We've all been there, folks. We've all been there. You think Argentina is done, the run is clean, and you clip that final gate.
And I tell you what, it's been rare at this tournament, and unsurprisingly at this level, that has been a rare clip. Everyone's been so clean through, and it honestly if you haven't played this map, they're making that final bobsleigh look very, very easy. It is a rare clip, as you say, and that will actually bring the race between Wizzy and Massa back within 2. Massa is now only trailing by 2 as a result of that last round.
Grenati out in front once again here. Ooh, a little touch from Flimsy is going to see Massa flying past him. Into the turnaround now on the bobsleigh. Wizzy and Grenati wheel to wheel. Massa just about sends the tail of the car into that checkpoint. It's a little bit of a heart-in-mouth moment every time you're turning there. We've seen some mistakes earlier on with players just not managing to connect. It's in the players' kind of nerves of steel how close they want to run it. But Massa at the moment having to watch the Wizzy and Grenati fight once more.
Really nice line from Massa, but as you say, trailing by quite a margin here, and Grenati and Wizzy right next to one another into the final stretch.
It's Belaix just watching the two dancing with each other, but it's Grenati who's leading the dance and leading the race. It's a PB for him, Wizzy. With the PB himself, very, very quick times coming in from both, but it's Grenati again extending that lead, but Wizzy 2 points ahead of Massa now. I think the frustration maybe for Wizzy is getting a lot of second places, but Flimsy's not really putting pressure onto Massa taking points away.
That's right. Also, as you say, really good time there. Grenati's only about 2/10 away. It's a very, very early touch from Massa.
We saw him lean back as well as a sharp intake of breath. Can't believe it. And once again, that's what we're talking about. Early concentration, thinking about the previous round. It's gone, it's history, it's done. Have to be so skilled to put that out the back of your mind before you go into that next round, as Flimsy now might put a bit of pressure onto Massa on those leaderboards with third place in his hands. Wizzy and Grenati out in front again. Very, very similar to what we've seen every round of Argentina. As we go into the turnaround, Wizzy with a beautiful, beautiful turn in the bobsleigh and will take first place away.
Oh, one of the shortest turns that we have seen. Let's see what he can do. He's really clean here. Through the dirt as well, and will lead into the ice slide.
It's a massive opportunity with Massa. 6 seconds off the pace, completely out of the race here for Wizzy to put the 10 points on the board, but that low line again from Grenati. The speed from the German into the bobsleigh might be about to help his teammate out, but look at the push now from Wizzy. Wizzy trying to push it through the bobsleigh. Can he connect this time? Yes, he does. A brilliant bobsleigh from Wizzy holds off Grenati's late assault, and Massa will have to take the 3 points, but what a final battle that was in the bobsleigh between Grenady and Wizzy.
And we knew, Mark, it was going to come down to moments like this. How heartbreaking was it to watch some of Wizzy's earlier rounds where he was leading time after time but not able to close it out? And that feels like maybe a changing of the guard or a shifting of the tides at the very least. Wizzy, with the pressure from the back on a stage like this, with a prize pool like this, is able to hold on to first place. That was a 1:12.402, running a very fast Argentina once again. That will set us up now for Canada. In the points, it's Grenady on 102. Wizzy, as a result of that win on 73, now leading Massa by 11, who's on 62.
So we keep the thermals on. Not much of a change in atmosphere as we head from Argentina over to Canada. The snow, the speed, and the slaloms going to be the features for everybody to enjoy here. And for Massa, I think a welcome change of scenery as well. Really seemed to struggle in Argentina. Did not look like the driver we've seen so far in the tournament.
And as we said earlier, Massa wants to make sure that if things continue, that this is an all big clan advancement. But Wizzy, who's gaining ground, wants to actually make this an all wheel input advancement here. He's now pushing Massa into the no break.
Into the no break, into the slalom. Massa with more speed through, and Wizzy having to just take his finger off the accelerator for a second there, and it allows Grenady and Flimsy through as we transfer back onto the dirt for the next slalom that comes up for these drivers.
We're going to keep an eye on that no break for sure. Wizzy watches the entire pack advance ahead of him. We'll have to see if he can make up the time here. We're getting ready for the identity here.
Yeah, Massa, look at the turnaround. Look at the change in fortunes for the German at the front of the pack now that we've moved over to Canada. Big turnaround coming in from everyone. Grenady going to go a little bit wide here. Flimsy and Wizzy with a little bit more speed. Oh, Wizzy! Oh my goodness, It felt like he was going to steal away second place, but ends up having to settle for fourth. It's Massa, though, at the top, who gets the 10 points.
And for good reason. That was a .329 versus a .331. It was absolutely down to the wire. That's Grenady on 108. Wizzy on 76, and Massa closing that gap a little bit here. He's on 72. It's just a 4-point battle between second and third.
Some incredible racing we're seeing already today. And a reminder, this is elimination. Bottom two in this decider match will go out of the tournament as Wizzy makes a mistake, clips that barrier on the sausage slalom. And that's going to send him right to the back of the pack by almost a second.
Grenady has looked so good through that section yet again onto the dirt. You can expect him to be very clean through here, hitting the perfect amount of taps on the steering that he needs to navigate the dirt and maintain a significant lead. It's Flimsy in second at the moment.
Don't forget about Flimsy in all this. Even though Massa is challenging it here before this left-hander, before the final turnaround in the identity, Flimsy, this is his pick. This is where he felt confident. This is where he felt like he could start to challenge with his times. And with Grenady in front of him, Flimsy is about to take second place away. And if you're Wizzy, great news. Only 1 point the difference in the final standings when you're finishing over a second behind Massa. You'll take that every day.
Wizzy became the biggest Flimsy. I think he took out a USA flag for a second, which was wild to see, as he's a big fan of Flimsy, as you say, taking a few points off of Massa. But how long can that last? It's Wizzy on 79. It's Massa on 76.
Grenady seems to be boss in this full speed section at the start, though. Every single time we go into the sausage slalom, he's just leading the way. But Wizzy this time around does not make the mistake and carries that speed through.
Look at the consistency. Look at this pack of cars. The consistency here. Let's see if anyone's able to make up a little bit of extra ground through the no break. No, they essentially stay in the same formation and will once again be Grenady leading into the dirt.
Wizzy went ever so slightly wide, though, and it's just allowed Grenady to get back into it and then just slides out on the dirt, sending him to the back of the pack. That's the pressure. By seeing all of those goes through, seeing so many cars and the times around you, you know you have to keep pushing. And that one mistake can just cost you those points and see you slip to the back of the pack.
Flimsy in second yet again. We're seeing two cars go backwards here. They all should make it across. It's Grenady, Flimsy, Massa. Down to the hundredths for both second and third, a 102.322.
It's Flimsy again, though. Gets second place and keeps it very interesting. Starting to just claw away ever so slightly. Still a long way back from Wizzy and Massa. But for Wizzy, these fourth places, they're not hurting him too much at the moment because Masa is not able to get the 10s, the 6s, due to the performance that's coming in from Flimsy.
Yeah, Masa's slowly clawing them away, but as you say, with Flimsy taking big handfuls of points each time, there's not so much for Masa to grab, just a little bit of leftovers, but it has allowed him to not only claw back, but also keep things so respectable. At this level, you're essentially tied here right around the 82 and 80 mark.
Wizzy just seems to be...
Grenade just zooms.
Wizzy's struggling for speed through that section. You can really notice it in comparison to some of the other drivers. You know, he's losing 10 seconds every single time and now drops back into third from leading the pack. Flimsy in second once again. Wizzy does manage to regain third though, but it's Grenade in front again. If he takes the 10 points this time around, all he has to do is finish in our next round and he will be on finalist mode.
Wizzy now in third for the first time in several.
Well, that is a send from Masa.
First time in several rounds. However, take a look at this from Masa out of nowhere. It's a big result to close things out here on Canada. It's Masa running a 102.502, but most importantly, it's a +10 for him over Grenade.
I mean, that was just ridiculous. And everybody just sent it into that final turn. And you could see Masa was car left, car right, car left, car right. And he was like, okay, I'll just go straight through the middle of everyone and claim those 10 points. A fantastic and carnage-filled end to Canada as now we go over to racetrack number 5. We're heading off to Saudi Arabia.
How fitting now. Grenade, by the way, only 6 points away from finalist mode. He has quietly just gone about his business. And as you heard in the pregame interview with Rachel, that was his plan here. He was confident in his ability. Obviously, now the eyes go to the second and third place race. It's Masa, by the way, who has now retaken the lead. So what a story between these two. It's been back and forth tug of war. After map number 1, it was Masa by a hair. After map 2, it was Wizzy by a hair in the points race. And after that round, Masa and the win specifically has retaken second place on 90 points.
I love the fact we're on Saudi Arabia as well. Think about some of the obstacles you have to overcome and that tiny gap that is waiting for you in the final jump. That is so tough. This is going to be decided by nerves of steel. Who wants to try to hold, to get those wheels down, to thread that needle and really maintain their speed before that final jump into the finish line. We are going to see some of the most dramatic ends here on Saudi Arabia. You have to wonder if Grenade is going to be able to get through onto finalist mode, and then this time around if he's going to be able to convert.
Flimsy in the back there, he will touch, but as we said, it will really not impact the points race up front with the big 3. They will continue to lead here. Let's go ahead and see exactly how they navigate this. Looks like no tap of the air brake necessary for anyone of your front 3. Here they go around these big and forth left and right-handers into penalties and touches.
Being so aggressive here. Masa this time with the big line goes out wide. Grenade with a little bit of a change up on the line that we saw from yesterday from him, but look at the speed from Wizzy. Really all of a sudden starting to challenge. It's 3 drivers side by side. Masa, as we go into the tiny gap jump, who has the lead. Grenade doesn't make it.
No, neither make it.
Big boys have fallen apart and Wizzy will take home 10.
And Wizzy just going about his business now, running his race, and it's Masa and Grenade both who clip. And I gotta say, Mark, you called it. The tiny gap, the final jump, the final identity on Saudi Arabia. Will it claim victims? The answer is a very early and undoubtful yes. Wizzy with some big points on the board. He will tie it up again now with Masa on 96.
Let me tell you, it's called a tiny gap for a reason, not just because of historic events in Trackmania when it comes to naming of tracks, but it almost feels like as the rounds go past and the pressure goes up, it becomes a tinier and tinier gap for these players. It just seems almost impossible at times to thread the needle when the pressure is really on in those big moments. For now, though, Grenade has to put that behind him and has done so already by taking the lead as we go through the ice segment up into the skies. No tap on the brakes for him, lands it clean.
And as we said, Grenade tapping there also means he had to wait just an extra round for finalists as well. Now, we certainly assume after the events of this race, Grenade, as you say, by the way, running that different line as we get into a little bit of penalty rocks. Let's see if everyone can run it clean. And then a very tight right-hander. Flimsy trying to push Grenade. Grenade now looking for finalist mode here.
Well, yeah, Wizzy just didn't have the speed. You saw he had to reset there, go back to the checkpoints to try that one again. Grenade will get the 10 points and will hit finalist mode here. Masa with a big 6 points as well. And as the countdown begins, Wizzy will just about finish and get the 3 points on the board himself. The story now is about Grenade. Finalist mode activated. Can he close out in 1?
And you can just tell by the points table. Look at this. His next closest is Masa on 102. It's a massive points gap, leading by 46. He has been so consistent today, and you can suspect that he expects that he'll be closing this one out pretty quick. All it takes, of course, from him is just the win to advance on.
Everybody coming through the first jump unscathed at this point. Everybody coming through the second unscathed. Onto the ice now as the wheels and the tires will connect. Grenady out in the lead. The German looking to close out finalists in one here, but Wizzy has some other ideas. That aggressive line again for the Brit is going to put Grenady under pressure here.
Grenady no longer, as we said, on the big line, no longer taking that wide line, and has paid off for him quite a bit. Massa trying to push as well. Grenady with a sizable lead into the identity.
Wizzy goes a little bit wide. Grenady, though, it's your story. He threads the needle. The German has done it. Grenady, just about holds off the challenge. A shake of the head and a look to the heavens. But Grenady, I can confirm the tournament is still alive for you. Qualification secured.
2/100ths of a final effort and a final yeet of the car off of the boost. Almost steals it from him, and what a POV to watch it from. You just saw tires coming in over the left and right side as Massa and Wizzy both wanted to deny, but Grenady holds on by 2/100ths.
You've never seen so many emotions in such a short time from Grenady. Initially it was a slight lean back. Then it was a lean forward as the whites of the eyes got wider and wider. Saw two cars appearing out of nowhere. But it was enough, and that's all we'll care about at this point. A dominant performance from Grenady, but now we have to turn our attention to the second qualifier, and Massa and Wizzy are wheel to wheel as we jump through the islands.
And it really feels fitting that we now just get to focus on these two who have already been battling it out. Massa staying on the wide line, and then also the little bit of extra airtime, but it pays off for him here. Let's see how they both look through the rocks. All three cars wheels down pretty quick, but it's Massa still out in front.
Yeah, Wizzy being very aggressive on his line into the tiny gap jump. Both players come through clean though. Wizzy will have to settle in behind Massa, who'll take the 10 points away. And when it is still so close up to this point, Grenady being removed from the lobby and 10 points becoming available between Massa and his opponent that he's been going up so toughly against in Wizzy. That's going to be a big difference maker now. Second and third, that's different. 6 and 4. 10 and 6 is a huge, huge difference.
Massive, massive difference. And like I started to say before we wrapped up that race, it just feels fitting. Remember, Grenady was on finalist mode for several rounds yesterday, and I think he looked just maybe a bit shaken, just a lack of confidence and consistency. He's really cleaned that up today. He will advance right away. And now we just get to see, without the clutter of an existing finalist, it's Massa versus Wizzy. Massa on 116, Wizzy on 111. 5 points only separating the two.
Flimsy still in the race as well, still will have something to say about it when it comes to where these points are going to be distributed, but way off the pace when it comes to totals. Down on 69. Wizzy on 111, Massa 116. Back to Poland we go. Flimsy won't have much to say in this race.
Tries to take that right-hander very early, and you can just tell kind of the eagerness to run quick lines there. It's easy to run that right-hander a little bit too early. You need to be patient, you need to be wide with it, but as a result, it will just be Wizzy and Massa out in front.
Take ourselves back to what happened on Poland previously as well. Some big moments in that for Wizzy. Confidence-building moments, holding off the challenge of Grenady in those first and second place battles into the identity. And look at the speed that Wizzy has managed to find so far on this round. He is absolutely streaking away from Massa and Flimsy, over a second between the two.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Already down on pavement before anyone else is even off of the second jump. Through the lily pads, we'll see if they're both clean through here. Let's not forget, this was trouble earlier today for some of the best drivers to even play the game, but it's Wizzy still way out in front into the identity.
Yeah, no mistakes for Wizzy, and he will take home the 10 points. For Flimsy, we said he's going to have something to say about it. Yeah, he made an early mistake, but Massa made a couple of mistakes, and that's going to really, really hurt him. And Massa has to worry about DNF right now. He's about 7.5 seconds behind. The finisher should be able to just about get over the line and does at least secure the 4 points. So Wizzy with a +10 kind of answers back from what we saw previously.
That will now put him up by 1. It's another changing of the lead. It has been so back and forth between these two. It's Wizzy on 121, Massa on 120. And we'll see. I mean, keep in mind, if either of them were to win back-to-back, it would mean finalist mode going into Germany.
No touches on that outside dirt line. Everybody running it as close as they can, have no other option Remember, elimination on the line. Tournaments will be over at the end of this matchup between these players. And it's Massa and Wizzy almost wheel for wheel going into the dirt here through the slalom before this first jump.
Let's see if they can both be just as clean as that first one. Keeping an eye on where they land. We'll lose Flimsy, but all eyes now on the 1-2 race as it should
no,
be.
Wizzy! It's Massa's now to take. 10 points is beckoning him. Through the dirt, no pressure on his back whatsoever. Wizzy at least has managed to hold on to second place in this race, but for Massa is a serene finish as you could ask for at this level. 10 points, the German response.
And what a response it was. And you feel like for Wizzy, he gives away a free 10 points. It's one thing to allow someone to win when they're on 120. It's completely different in what could be not only the go-ahead round, but maybe the second to last round coming up here. You cannot be giving away free 10-point wins. He needs to respond here, Wizzy.
And he needs to win this race, I feel, because now we go over to Germany as the next race, and that is a Massa pick. That is what he wanted to play, and Wizzy didn't have the best of performances comparatively to the rest of the tracks that we did have in front of us. Argentina comes up after that, but you feel we won't get there with the pace that these two players are on when it comes to collecting those points. So a very important round for the tournament life here of Wizzy. Out in the lead is how you needed to start, and Massa is waiting for mistakes in front of him.
That's exactly what he's doing. Just sitting back here, hoping to pick up some scraps. Good acceleration from both of them here through the lily pads. Wizzy knows he has to deny here. He has to deny, not just for the points, but also to deny finalist mode.
Wizzy needs to take a deep breath here, just settle the heart rate as we go into the identity. Massa is going to have to push it here. He knows that he's got nothing to lose at this point. Wizzy comes through clean for now. Sticks the landing on the jump as well, and Wizzy with a huge 10 points in the context of this battle between the two. Massa in behind with 6, Flimsy comes in to collect the 4 points at the end, but this battle between these two is absolutely back and forth, blow for blow.
Poland, round 4, here we go. Wizzy, 137, Massa, 136. We can almost guarantee double finalists here, barring a DNF disaster. We should see dual finalists heading into Germany.
Just an incredible set of rounds that we've seen so far and matchups between these players, and these two in particular. Grenadi, you felt like a class apart. That these two have put the entertainment at the forefront of these races and rounds, and Wizzy disappears into the distance. Mistakes coming in from Massa. He's over half a second behind now.
And Wizzy's going to know through the dirt chicane, just needs to play these platforms. To be honest, both of them just need to hit these platforms. There's nothing to be gained from somehow, imagine right here as well, if you were to, in the water, make a mistake. DNF risk, of course, right around this specific area if you're not catching easy fourth gear back into this, but they will be clean through it, and we should see double finalists here mode.
It almost feels like a foregone conclusion now, like you're saying, barring an absolute catastrophe for any of these drivers. Wizzy will take the 10. Flimsy will be second, but Massa with the third will secure finalist as well. It is double finalist at the end of Poland, and Germany will be the showdown track between the two.
And let's not forget, it was actually Wizzy with the best time overall on Germany in our first iteration, so we know that he found the pace there without a doubt, but it was just slightly faster. By the way, we are down to the thousandths over Massa, who picked Germany more importantly. He's going to have the comfort edge on this map.
You couldn't ask for any more, could you really? Quickest time versus the player who wanted to play the track. Germany, let's see what you have for us. Massa and Wizzy, both on finalist mode. Flimsy hoping that maybe Germany summon something within him we haven't seen quite yet.
Exactly. Double finalist mode here in decider match number 2. Only one can advance between Wizzy and Massa. A win here, of course, ends the round. Which one will it be?
Those two red player names proudly displayed above the two drivers, the Brit and the German. as we go into the first jump, which let me tell you will feel very different to every other time they've made it. Flimsy's out. He looked like he fell way behind, although he comes through. Wizzy will be just momentarily out in front. Masa's fallen behind there on the turn after the ice turnaround, and now Wizzy has the race and qualification in his hands here.
He absolutely does. It's a big lead here. All drivers going to release coming into the dirt. We've seen Masa with very good lines through this section, though.
Has to be aggressive on this jump. Has to try and make the time up. Flimsy holding him off, but Wizzy opening the gap now. Wizzy lands it. Wizzy still with the lead here as we go through towards the final turn and the final couple of checkpoints. Wizzy has it in the bag, barring a mistake. A mistake from Wizzy!
But Flimsy
denies both!
Are you kidding me? Unbelievable sequence of events in the final ice turnaround. It had to be an absolute perfect storm of events to even be in this round right now, to even be on round 2 of 4 on Germany, required a very specific cocktail of events. And somehow, some way, we have seen it. It's catastrophe from Wizzy, and it's a snipe from Flimsy that then denies Masa as well. In the end, we go again.
A very specific cocktail, like you say, and I think for Wizzy and Masa, unfortunately for them in their race, it was a Molotov cocktail. Just blew them apart. It's just hard. It's so hard to watch those moments, but that's what we love about Trackmania. That's what we love about this environment, and that's what's loved about Masa having this opportunity now to take it himself. In the lead, Wizzy in behind, but the gap is enough where if Masa doesn't make mistakes, which he might have just done, Wizzy might be denied.
Wheel to wheel here in the end. Is it the opportunity for Masa back from the dead after watching what he thought would be the end of his EWC run? He leads now into the final turn.
Oh, Wizzy, I think he just clipped as well. And Masa has a clean run home. The big boys have done it. Masa and Grenadi will stay alive in this tournament after an incredible round of action.
And you could tell what it means to him, head in his hands immediately. Back from the dead, he would have been watching Wizzy and Flimsy neck and neck.
I still can't get over that.
And somehow you could tell now to see also Wizzy's point of view. Leaning on his wheel. It is a final tap in the final turnaround of Germany that changes the fate of this round in an enormous way. It will be an all-big and an all-German advancement here. It's Grenadi and Masa through.
I think Wizzy obviously understandably devastated right now, but when you go back and you look, he had to push. He had to take that line as close as he could because he was chasing down the pace ahead of him from Masa. But they are the margins we are talking about. Final turns, final corners, final turnarounds. Trackmania.
Oh man, there it was.
Does not leave any room for mistakes at any point in these races.
And then now we're seeing some of those, how the points could have been different. Keep in mind, we were dual finalist mode and only double finalist mode simultaneously because of a lot of the mistakes you're seeing here. And a lot of the points that were even grabbed. You saw that one from Wizzy as well. And look at even Grenadi, a veteran like Grenadi. This is what it means. Even though he wins that by about 40, it still means that here's the tap. Here is the tap, and Flimsy with the snipe. Unbelievable.
Absolute heartbreak for them, but a huge moment for the big boys. And Adam has them on our stage right now. Adam with Grenadi and Masa.
Here we are. I'm joined by the big fellas right now as you make our way towards the key crusher. First up, Grenadi, I'm going to ask you first to crush Flimsy's key as we make our way towards this momentous moment here. Do come forward when you're ready and take hold of the crusher for us, Grenadi, first and foremost. You just stand over here for me, Masa, for a second here as we begin this tradition here at the Esports World Cup. Sadly, when you're ready there, you may crush that key, Grenadi, as we say goodbye, farewell to Flimsy in this company. You can lean in and watch the key being crushed there, Grenadi. There it is, the first one out of this competition. And then whilst you reset, do come forward, gentlemen, come forward as well, Masa. Grenadi, I'll come to you first and foremost. incredible race. Unbelievable race. First things first, yesterday we saw you get into finisher mode. It didn't happen for you there and then. How do you kind of gather yourself and come back into today and ensure you go through into the final day?
I mean, already yesterday I had the level. I was leading the match. It was close, but I was leading the match, and I knew today I could do the same. The only issue is always for me the finalist mode at the end. So I was very scared, of course, for that to happen again. But luckily it worked out. The last round was insanely scary, not gonna lie. I almost saved a bit too hard, but luckily it worked out, and also first try, so I was just glad that I was done. And yeah, overall I played really good. I had like, I think, one crash throughout the entire match, which is kind of what I was aiming for. So yeah, I'm just very happy that I made it.
And looking ahead as well to the next round, Stuffed, Binks, Richie, it's going to be a very, very dicey contest, that one.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, it's the top 16 now. There's only good players left. Anyone can do good at this point. Whoever feels it the most will take it. And hopefully I can play just as well tomorrow. And hopefully finalist mode is going to be on my side as well.
Let's hope so. I need to come over across to Massa now. Massa, have you had a chance to gather yourself after that last round? That was absolutely incredible. We saw Wizzy there, one corner away from going through to tomorrow. You've gone through. How are you feeling right in this moment right now?
I don't even know, man. GG's, I'm sorry, Wizzy. Very much. I don't know, man.
I mean, this is the thing we've learned as well. All of you guys are so close as friends as well and competitors in Trackmania. But looking ahead in the contest, before we ask you to do a key crushing behind us, into the upper brackets tomorrow, you've got yourselves Gwen, Epos, and Bren in a big showdown. How do you prepare for that?
Sit down, practice, gain back confidence somehow, because honestly, I lost yesterday all my confidence. I'm playing a lot worse than I ever did. And yeah, I'll get back into it. Practice is good. For the first time, I'm really shaky in matches since yesterday. And yeah, I take it as a gift. Wizzy, I will honor you. I will really try my best tomorrow. I'm sorry, bro, and GG's.
Can we please, Paris, give a huge round of applause to Grenadi and Massa there as well. Wonderful words for one of his fellow kind of racers here. We have ourselves another key to crush. It is Wizzy's. When you're ready, do make your way forward here, Massa, to the key crusher. And when you're ready, you can eliminate a player from this contest. Sadly, it is Wizzy, who fought valiantly all the way through to that very final moment in our competition there. And sadly, we lose Wizzy and Flimsy from this competition at EWC. It has to happen. We have to have one winner who will rock the totem come the last day of this contest. We crush Wizzy's key, and Massa and Grenadi go through to our final day. What an incredible way, an unbelievable race here. Back to Rain Day and the rest of the gang on the desk here to break that one down. Absolutely emotional, but very special too.
Some of these moments you just can't script. The shock, the awe that went through everyone in the crowd here in the Paris Expo Porte de Versailles for that moment that Wizzy just couldn't stick the landing. And unfortunately for him, his journey will come to an end. You could tell Massa a bit aggrieved there to just see that even though he won in that fashion without the same confidence that he was coming into yesterday with, and also in what felt like could have been, I mean, it could have been perceived as a bit of a gift, a door that opened when it should have been closed in that first one where Wizzy was pushing the pace, but clearly a mistake there that, man, I can't even imagine these nights. He's going to be thinking about that a lot.
Definitely, but also Wizzy got another shot there. Flimsy took that first position when Wizzy made that mistake.
That's right.
It was still, Massa didn't look happy at all. Like, he was, also when the key got crushed, he didn't look happy. But also what I really like here is that he will play for Wizzy as well. He has that key destroyed now after that match, but it's just a great honor for that as well.
Yeah, I'm really gutted for Wizzy. I had the privilege and honor to sit between both Epos and Jadon, both his compatriots, both Englishmen, and they were, of course, rooting for Wizzy and wanting to see him succeed. But we all had the same agreement. Wizzy at finalist mode. Is he going to be able to close it out? Unfortunately, when he gets to that point, it starts getting shaky. It starts getting hard. But totally gutted for him and not being able to make it. But on the flip side, yes, Grenadi, fantastic. 19 rounds is how long he took to complete it. Second fastest match time out of everybody else.
Yeah.
Compared to Carl, of course, 18 rounds, and then Mutta slightly behind them at 20 rounds. So Grenadi having a really dominant performance. And honestly, props to him, kudos to him. But as far as Masa is concerned, I understand he's grieved, but he had so many opportunities as well. It was a struggle between both of them, for sure.
It definitely was, and you could tell that, this match went a couple of different ways. The first narrative, Grenady back on pace. Second narrative, obviously, just that fight for P2, and of course, ended with the dramatics of Wizzy. And in that situation, you just hate to see it. You know that on one side of a competition, there is that triumph. There also is that defeat and potential despair. Hopefully, he's working through it. Rachel is standing by with Wizzy for an exit interview after what was an emotional race out on the track.
Wizzy, that's going to be really tough to take right now. How are you feeling?
Well, obviously, very gutted. I knew it was going to be a close race. I played it well. Fortunately, Grenady was taking it away with the tenors. So it's just going to be a fight with Masa and myself. And the kind of by Poland, obviously, with how the points work, you're looking at is going to be one round on Germany, which is, we saw it with Otak and Banks, right, with AG and Liquid, right. It's absolutely cinema. But unfortunately, I'm on the losing stick this time. But hey, that's racing.
Tell me about Germany in particular. Obviously, it came down to that, like you mentioned. It looked like you made the same mistake twice just at the end. What was that due to, do you think?
Yeah, in the first round, obviously, the amount of adrenaline, the amount of pressure you're under when you're on that stage is, you can't really describe it. And it's very hard to, kind of see into the future, as in, to spot your exit point. So it's quite a hard technique, as it is. Obviously, we all do it like it's nothing, but when you're under that pressure, it's very easy to make. And, I ended up just slightly going too much, and that was that. I even knew I had a gap, but it just turns out I'm just bad at the video game. But yeah, the second round, obviously the last round, I think, trying to remember what actually happened. I think that's right, yeah. I think I knew I was behind. Masa had a good start. So I had to catch up somehow. I knew my second halves weren't that great, to be honest. So it was just a case of I had to try what I could, and I didn't think it was. I think it was over pretty much by the grass downhill. But obviously you've got to try what you can, and it didn't work out.
Commiserations today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Just so much respect for that young man, and if you don't notice and you don't feel it already watching through the screen, in this room, on this stage, even on this desk next to me, there's some emotion being felt around the process that he's going through. I know you guys feel the weight of what that means. He's holding it together, yeah, that's still really hard to see.
In a very good way, I would say, very analytical thinking after that, but I can tell you something, this turnaround on Germany is very hard to clear. It is not an easy task. It's such a precise input. So messing this one up it's inevitable at some point, but Wizzy, you're not bad at this video game. You're almost among the top 16 players. You played against Masa. You showed up a great fight, but at the end, it was one round, and that's all that it takes. One round that was between you and day number 4.
And also that failure that he had on that first go. It's not a failure we haven't seen before. There have been plenty of individuals who have been in that exact same situation, making that exact same mistake. This is not a misnomer by any means. Also, commiserations to Wizzy's parents. I was sitting also a couple rows in front of them, got to see their reactions. The mom was not having it. She was stressed out as all could be. But honestly, they should be proud of their son. They should be proud of Wizzy for the job that he's done. He's done such a great job at this tournament. And he should be proud. He needs to accept that he is a good Trackmania player, and I want to see him again next year.
I mean, you could be proud. That to me is where a great story begins. Next year, looking at Wizzy coming back saying, I was this close, I should have been there, I could have been there, but didn't have it on the day for whatever reason, but certainly something to be proud of. I'm sure his parents are, and all of you at home sure have become Wizzy fans. I certainly have as well. But as we continue on, this EWC, it's special for a reason, because the great stories like that, well, there's no guarantee. Everything is earned here, nothing given, and that means Grenady and Masa will have a chance to keep fighting in Saturday. But Otak, Wosao, Linkmax, and Josh 1248 are going to be up next on the stage. There's two players who you look at there that might have an edge, but you look at LinkMax, the way he's been performing, his potential. You look at Josh, maybe we haven't covered as much coming into this. There is still going to be moments that we look at and say, wow, this is special. Turbo, that's going to be a fun match to be on.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Josh went through a marathon yesterday. He was having a double final situation against Lingo, but then also LinkMax showed a great performance. But Otak and Wolstyle, those are the players to beat here. It will be very, very hard for them, but giving you an outlook, LinkMax definitely has the pace of that match.
All right, we'll preview that in just a second. And just a heads up, we got some news. Counter-Strike 2 is given a little bit of an interesting update for our club championship as Falcons go 0-1 down in their first game in a best of 3. If Falcons were to be out, those are some points that we were counting on as well. Chris has an overall update with where the club championship stands. When we come back on the other side of that, it's Group 3.
Here at the Gidia City grid with Lauren checking in on what's going on Fortnite. Now, our big story over here, AGL obviously not making it through as quickly as they would have liked, at least. Anyway, now in the survival stage, how are they getting on?
Well, we're only 2 matches done. We're in the 3rd match right now, but AGL did win that 2nd match. So they had a rough first match, a first slow start, but then as soon as they picked things up in match number 2, got those points on the board and started putting themselves up in that contention. Now, we do have 10 matches on the day, so there's still a lot of games left. Hopefully, they're able to kind of carry that consistency through now that they have a little bit of momentum under the belt. So, but we're talking about CC leaderboard in general. We also do have Furia in here, and we have T1 in here, and they're just going to be looking to at least make it through the finals, hopefully get some points on the board to change where they are in the standings.
Yeah, I think the expectation was always that they do make it through survival for AGL today, but they also expected to win Crossfire, and you see what happened there. So let's see what they do by the end of the day. Lauren, thank you very much. We'll be checking in throughout the rest of the week. Thanks, guys.
Trackmania makes its Esports World Cup debut in 2026, bringing together the 32 best players in the world to compete in Paris for a share of the $500,000 prize pool and crucial club championship points during the final week of the biggest esports competition in the world. After the deciders, we head into the playoffs. In each playoff match, only the top 2 players advance, whilst the remaining competitors are eliminated until only 4 remain for the grand final. For the grand final, the finalist mode requirement is 140 points. Once reached, only 1 more win is needed to claim the title as the first Trackmania champion at EWC.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
Raw energy. Off and blow the house down.
All right, Group 3 ready to go on the stage as we welcome you back. Rain Day here, and I'm joined by now the best looking man on the panel. I mean, you had to throw out the jacket, G-Geek. I mean, come on, man.
I mean, I had to pull up. I had to do it too.
You had to pull up. I love it. Well, it's great. Listen, you didn't get a chance. Obviously, Important and I talked a little bit about that moment, but what was it like watching Wizzy in those last few rounds of Germany?
Those last 2 rounds was an emotional roller coaster, really. From Wizzy on the penultimate round, just crashing into the wall, and then Flimsy coming in to save the day, giving him 1 more chance, but then that final pole hit on the final round. A gut punch, but that's just the way it is. You can't take anything for granted.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Let's focus in on our next matchup coming up. Group 3 as well. 4 new competitors. The story shifts. Otak from Team Liquid has had moments of being I think at the top has had moments of saying, will he qualify first? And then getting the job done. It's gotten him here. Can he continue? Wosal, Link Max, Josh 1248 also in this group import.
Yeah, looking at OTAC here, day one beating Epos, and day two, that heartbreaker that he had, that triple finalist against Stuffs and Binks, unfortunately unable to close it out. OTAC is considered a top 16 player. He's expected to win out on this. Hopefully he will. Wosal having a little bit of struggle yesterday, and honestly, he is a good contender. He is a good player, so people are expecting him to go through as well, but is he going to allow the inconsistencies to cover him? Link, on the other hand, we saw that interview yesterday, really tough on himself. But he's a good player. He's really fast. He needs to lock in. He can win it. Josh, same deal. Player who's also really tough on himself mentally. We haven't talked much about Josh, that's correct. But he is a good player. He is a potential dark horse, but he needs to pick up the pace.
Josh looking good too, looking like he's ready to hit the links.
Exactly.
I mean, it's like, is he going to go into golfing before or after this? Ready to come? How do you warm up? I love it. Link, of course, we talked about his story with the Nintendo 64 controller, but there's so much more as a racer. He's got a kind of an upstart, dark horse narrative here. Will he continue that and will he push past? There's room for that as well. I know this is going to be a good one. We're coming to my solo. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know who we're throwing to yet. I know we have an interview coming up soon. Okay, it's gonna be OTAC, so let's go check out that interview with him.
Well, OTAC is alongside me now. First on day one, yesterday you got stuck in this very difficult matchup. Tell us a little bit about what unraveled there.
I felt like I had the match in my hands at first on the first map, and then Japan happened. I think it was just a lack of confidence on the map, to be honest, and then, well, of course, it goes on and it goes on. So, yeah, I feel like today I need to prove myself to myself.
Was Japan a map that you were always hoping you weren't going to play on?
No, actually, I feel pretty good on it in training. But it's always the same when you first play a map during a match on a tournament as big as this. Of course, you need confidence, and I didn't have it yesterday, but it's okay.
Why do you think you were lacking it? Just because you started to come unraveled in that map?
Yeah, well, I felt like the level was insane on it. And actually, I also think I was like, it's a lack of preparation, to be honest, because when I first played the map, I was feeling really good on it. So I didn't push that much, and I should have, because, yeah, the more you train, the more you're confident, obviously, and, well, it's my bad on that.
You're not playing Japan today. Out of the other maps you are playing, do you have a weak one, or are you pretty confident on all of them?
No. Well, my predictions on the bans we got on this match, all of my worst maps are banned. Like we will not play them, and all the maps that we are gonna play are already played them in match. So yeah, quite confident on this one.
Yeah, for you, I feel like it seems like you have the pace. You know, we're all expecting you to get through. The only thing almost holding you back is your mindset.
Well, if you take all the 32 players, we all had a session in training that could have won us the tournament. So yeah, it's all in the head. Yesterday, it was not it. It's okay. I had time to rest and just focus.
What are you doing then today, going out there onto stage to tell yourself you can make it through?
Yeah, well, I had, for the past few years, I had a mental coach, and it helped me a lot, actually. Shout out to them. So, yeah, today I'm ready.
Okay, he's ready. Okay, let's see what he's got.
OTAC saying he's ready. G-Geek, do you agree?
I think I do agree with that sentiment, and he's going to have to also contend with two players who are going to be in a bit of a rematch against each other, Wosal and Link Max. On that first confrontation, it was Wosal who got the upper hand, but on day two was a reversal of fortunes. Wosal coming in a little bit as a heavy favorite, was a bit more crash prone. 2 crashes on Saudi Arabia and on Canada, and then 1 plus a DNF, which really hampers your momentum. Whereas Link Max was a lot more consistent. Few crashes, 1 in South Korea, 1 on Canada, and had the luxury of even going for a 4-round win streak to conclude his match, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to focus on Josh really quickly here because, like you said, we haven't covered him too much. He is a good player. Yeah. Coming from the UK, also has been kind of risen in the last year in the mixed Trackmania scene. A full speed player initially coming in Trackmania, very sectioned off community, you could say, very focused on just top speed and fun obstacles. But honestly, coming into the match today, we had spoken to his father. G-Geek, you can go ahead and pull off that. But yeah, we spoke to his father, and his father's had some interesting things to say.
Yeah, his father yesterday, before the start of the match on day 2, he came in, his son was in tears, and he told him, how much would it take for you to wipe those tears off and try to win this thing? And Josh said, we're going to have another go. Just highlights just how much he was able to convince his son to perform at his best.
That's amazing. When you said how much, I wonder if he said, well, how about $500,000 and the biggest prize pool in Trackmania history? He could have offered that one as well, but a dad knows just what to say at the right time. It seems like that could have woken up the beast here. We'll see what happens, though, as Otak, Wosal, Link Max, and Josh take the stage.
Yes, my friends, you heard it from the desk. That is our next matchup, though our last one, game number 2, it hit the halfway mark, right? Now we pass beyond it, but still a huge, huge play for Big. They're going to be very happy about it. And I mean, Massive Massa,
Hardy Grenadi. I mean, the two big lads going through to the next round, but we've got to look as well and see kind of like Massa's attitude at the end there. Kind of, despite going through to Fetus, our friends going out the competition and Wizzy, but you know what? That has to happen in this competition here at the Esports World Cup. We have to have people that go away out of the competition, others that soar rise to the next round. In this next matchup, which 2 players will join them in that next round, in that final day here at the Esports World Cup? Let's meet them. Please welcome the next 4 racers to the stage. It's Otak, Link Max, Josh 1248, and Wosal!
A third matchup for the day, and 4 players on another level yet again. I know, we're getting used to this high-level Trackmania. That's what you expect to see at Trackmania at EWC. Reminder again, who advances, who gets eliminated. It's tough all between, but we still can find the division. Let's get it started.
Well, you see a Genji and Team Liquid there trying to bring the cavalry, the noise, the support, and maybe the wise words. We've seen it all here in Paris, and we'll continue to see 2 players move forward. 2 going home after this, G-Geek.
And yeah, this one is going to be one for the local crowd, of course, with Otak and Wosal, the heavy favorites in this match, and the crowd favorites, as you could hear as well from the crowd, which continue to chant their names as we get straight away into the bands. Japan and Norway, a standout band. It has only been played 2 or 3 times tops.
And then we see South Korea, Australia on the back end of those bans. Otak saying, get out, Australia. Everybody's been saying that for most of the tournament, so no Australia this time. But maybe we get it one more time on the final day. That would be really fun. Canada, Germany, next picks coming in. Germany, I don't know how I feel about Germany now after that last match, but maybe it'll be different for the other players.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia coming in the middle of the rotation as picked by Link Max. Argentina, map 4. Decider, Hungary. This could be a good one for Wosal. He has the most amount of pace compared to Link Max in his head-to-head. He just didn't have the space to express himself, especially against Stutz and Binks, who are playing out of their skin.
It's been an interesting one. These deciders, they started out with Poland-heavy deciders. We've seen some Saudi Arabia, and now we see Hungary. Will that throw a spanner in the works? And the fact that Germany just crashed out the hopes of Wizzy and his crew, will that continue to play spoiler to some of the expectations here from the players on the stage? We'll find out in just a moment as we send it over to your casters and get started with Group 3 of 4 in our deciders.
Thank you very much, Rain, and it is time for us to get back into the action here, and after a few moments for, I think, emotionally, us to kind of recharge a little bit after what we just saw in that previous matchup. A lot of emotion on display from everybody. You had the highs, of course, of the big boys, and then you had a disappointment on the other side for those players that didn't make it through. Had to say that was the end of their tournament, and unfortunately we'll have to watch the rest from the stands. But as we move into our first round here on Canada, this is an Otak pick, Andy, and you know, looking at the group, you looked at it and you were reading through and you were like, wait, I feel like this is a bit of deja vu here. Like we might have seen some of these players going up against each other before.
We certainly have. You might remember from upper semifinal B, Wosal, Josh, and Link Maps were already up against one another. That time it was Binks who advanced with Wosal, and guess what? You kind of have a hot swap here. Instead of Binks, it's another French talent. It's going to be Otak alongside with him, so this one's going to be a tight group as well today. We're underway.
Already seeing a little bit of a casualty as we go through the sausage slalom. It's going to be Link Max who just falls to the back of the pack early on. Josh right on the tail here of Otak, and through The no-break section manages to just about hold him off, but off the exit here, Otak into the dirt has opened up a little bit of a lead. Linkmax right at the back of the pile right now, but let me tell you, yesterday he had a little bit of a slow start, but out of nowhere just went on this hot streak where it felt like he could not be stopped.
Look at Josh just nose sliding his way through the dirt. Otak will maintain the lead, but Josh has made up a lot of time into 5th for just a second now, down to 4th gear into the identity.
How aggressive do you want to be? Well, Josh goes very, very tight. Wow. Might have the speed on the exit, but has to go sideways. And unfortunately for him, it'll be Otak who does have that line and will take the first 10 points. Josh in behind, taking the 6. Linkmax looking like it's going to be a DNF.
Throws his head back, and he's frustrated there. I can tell you what, even if he wraps that again, I don't think he makes it. That'll be 10 points to stay on the board for Otak. Josh will get in. Otak, by the way, knows just exactly where to hit that top bar to make sure your car still advances by 0.067 ahead of your opponent. He'll take 10 points. Linkmax with the DNF. He'll need to put more points on the board.
Similar to what we saw from Linkmax to start yesterday. Slow, kind of looked out of it, then all of a sudden looked unstoppable. It was such a strange turnaround, and he just needs to find that form. That line, by the way, from Wosol, trying to put the pressure back onto Linkmax, but again, it's going to be Josh and Otak battling it out as we exit the chicane here into this right-hander and jump back into the dirt for yet another of Canada's many slaloms.
It's Josh once again. Take a look if he can make up this time again. He's taking a slightly different line, and he makes up a good bit of time in the dirt with the no slide right behind Otak once again. We'll see if he can continue to push it.
Otak hold on this time around again. Josh is going to have to hit a much better line this time around if he wants to challenge the Frenchman out in front. Wosol just waiting for mistakes and seeing if those are going to present him with the opportunity to turn a few points into a few more. Whoa. Instead, it's going to be Wosol who will have to settle for 3rd here. Josh actually takes the win on the line, which is going to give him the 10 points. So him and Otak exchanging blows early on here.
Yeah, it's big. You just saw, by the way, shout out to everyone. You just saw, once again, the Josh Shine, the king of the full speed. You saw he's here to play. He, as you say, will grab the 10 points. That'll now tie Josh with Otak at 16.
Round number 3 underway then. Linkmax this time gets out of the gates a little bit hotter than he has previously through this full speed section. But Josh, you mentioned the full speed king. He's still with the pack at this point. Hits that booster and now into the sausage slalom. We see our first backflip of the day and our first sausage roll of the day.
Even throws his head back there, does Linkmax. Not going to be happy being 4 seconds or so behind through the no break. Unsurprisingly, it's Otak and Josh yet again. Essentially the same formation, but Wosol trying to push as well. Notice Josh here is going to go slightly wider, a little bit to the left. It's a different line from Otak, but they'll be once again wheel to wheel through the grass.
Quite literally wheel to wheel through that grass, like you say. As we transfer from the grass back onto the tarmac and we shift back up into 5th momentarily before we go into this left-hander. This is where the difference has been made for both of these players. The line has been everything, and Josh goes a little bit wide, a little bit wonky. He has to correct here. Otak just about threads the needle. All 3 rounds so far have come down to who's had the better exit on that final turnaround.
It really has. Otak, by the way, once again, just knows that exact line. He knows the exact speed around that corner to just, once again, tuck right underneath the checkpoint bar. That will now put Otak on 26.
Linkmax managed to get over the line at least in that one to get the 3 points, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't a DNF. That is Josh and Otak once again through the full speed, who have separated themselves from the pack already into the sausage slalom. This is where we saw Linkmax doing some gymnastics that weren't exactly on the menu for him, and Linkmax again, bottom right. Look at him, the frustration flowing through. Not just in the driving, but also the emotions and the frustrations in the player cam as well.
Yeah, a bit of deja vu there for not only this front 1-2 and Josh skipping through, but also Linkmax's expression. Like you said, he's been frustrated with his own driving in this match already, and it is early days. Josh out to the biggest lead that he's had yet.
Really, really clean section through the dirt there from Josh, and now it's just about not having the pressure on your back from Otak, lining it up, and Josh has come through. Absolutely beautiful for the exit here, gets it inside of the post on the finish line. Wosol again has to watch those 2 battle it out for 3rd, and Linkmax has to settle for 3 points, once again down in 4th place. It is a 2-horse race there on Canada, and it was the Frenchman and the Brit who were going at it.
And that's Josh now. Going to be very happy with what he was able to do in the end, specifically in the final races. He ran a 1:02.268 as his fastest, but even more notably, fastest median time was a .488 from Josh, and that's going to put him now tied up at 32 with Otak. So I tell you what, if you want to set up this round, this decider number 3 perfectly, We are exactly right there with those two tied on 32.
Well, just to point out as well, that was an OTAC pick. So for Josh to come out with that kind of a points tally, a huge, huge confidence booster for him as we now transfer our attentions from Canada over to Germany. This is the scene of one of the most dramatic ends that we've had so far.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Here in the tournament, it's like reviving the demons for us.
It feels too soon.
We have not had the therapy required to go back to Germany yet.
Oh boy, okay, back to Germany.
We got this.
I mean, we got this. We'll see. We know most importantly, the players got this. Speaking of, LinkMax, N64 controller in hand. He's won the hearts of many, of course, not only in the venue, but also EWC Extra tweeting out his N64 controller. And a few people coming out of the woodwork. Speaking of the woodwork, it will be LinkMax and OTAC pulling away.
Yeah, Josh just colliding with the upright there. That's going to send him right to the back of the pack. Over 7 seconds, or almost, should I say, just under 7 seconds behind the leading three. And Wosal now goes into the lead as the players now ride the bank and the curvature of the tarmac before transferring onto the dirt and the grass wall before we set ourselves up for the transition through the wet wheels up to that dirt section.
I tell you what, does Wosal ever need this? A man who's advanced in very difficult matches so far at the Esports World Cup has been quiet. He's all the way down on 16 points. He needs this here.
Look at LinkMax. LinkMax with really good speed, but how's the exit speed going to be? It's OTAC who's holding on for now and seems to just about have the speed to hold off the challenge, but LinkMax on the turnaround has the better line, and LinkMax is alive.
Do we lose
10 points for him.
OTAC will eventually come over as well. Wosal will be the one that comes in all the way down in third. It was 5 seconds. We did lose Wosal. I saw somebody drift off the side, and that will be difficult for Wosal. After that one, he's only going to get a +4 after leading going into the second jump. So keep in mind, Wosal coming in off of the DreamHack Birmingham qualifiers. He qualified by 0.008 of a second to get one of those first 8 spots, a luxurious spot in a tournament like this, and that was a very crowded LAN. And he's been great so far, but he needs to find something special here. He's almost down by double at this stage to OTAC.
Wosal with a slightly different line into that jump and on the exit as well. In comparison to OTAC and Josh, who still lead at the front. Josh goes in a little bit earlier. OTAC gets it all wrong, it looks like, and just send it too wide on the exit with a little bit too much speed. That's going to allow Josh now to regain that lead, and Wosal is going to be the player closest to him, applying that pressure, goes wide and then dips back in here to the dirt, but Josh on the exit might have a little bit more speed as we go into the quarter pipe transition.
Josh right there with him, and in those last few sections, Josh was pushing in, and Wosal clips on the way in. That's going to see him watch every single car whiz by. Josh still in the lead.
Josh with a turnaround on the ice. Josh with a clean run to the finish. 10 more points.
Wow.
For the Brit. LinkMax will take second place as well. And LinkMax starting to add up a few points as well and getting himself right back in contention after a slow start on Canada.
Nice little nod of the head, a little smile to himself as well. Like
Sometimes
you say,
those N64 controllers, they take a bit of time.
Well, I'm not going to lie. We've all seen the N64 controller he's playing with. It looks like it's got a bit of stick wobble and maybe more that we won't discuss here, but the thing's been around for a minute. And we're going to have to see if we can get a view of that thing before this round is over. But more importantly, it's LinkMax actually with 25 on the board after that result. That keeps him part of the conversation.
Certainly does indeed. Look how close it is, by the way, as we go through that checkpoint. 1,000, 3,000 separating the first 3 cars. Everybody side by side. LinkMax, though, he goes wide after a couple of good rounds. Unfortunately, he's going to have to rely on someone else making a mistake in front of him if he wants to collect a few extra points. It is Josh and Wosal this time around who are at the front of the pack, and Josh looking to go back-to-back here on Germany. 20 points out of 20 would be very, very nice for him.
OTAC going to try to push this, going to be tap of the left curb, but to be honest, he's not that quick through that section. He's actually going to watch both Josh and Wosal continue on here.
Almost clips again.
And if they run this clean, they should be good.
So Wosal and Josh, the battle for 10 points will take place between these two. Wosal has a pretty commanding lead and a very, very nice turnaround on the ice, and he will take home the 10 points here. The Frenchman, as Josh will settle for second this time around. LinkMax does finish, which gives him the 3 points. It just slows down the momentum that he was starting to build.
Little GOAT sign there. A lot of GOAT claims here. We've seen a GOAT Naughty, which I'm not going to lie, GOAT Naughty not having the same ring as maybe GOAT. Yeah, it's that one we had to work for that one. But hey, you make any sign you want here at EWC. We're not judging, only a little bit live on the main broadcast.
More of a challenge on our ability to say things.
Exactly, yeah. It's risky. Otak now on 46. Josh, though, in the lead at 51 after a result of that race, but maybe the biggest difference maker was Wosile staying in it there with 33. LinkMax on 28. Still anyone's race. It's early days here in Decider number 3.
Taking the lead, LinkMax in a little bit wide, trying to get a little bit more speed on his exit, just riding the undulations. Otak got a little bit of air there, but managed to keep that position that he's worked so hard for in first place. The gap's starting to open up for him as well. Behind him, you've got LinkMax and Wosile fighting it out. There's barely anything between the two. It's about 0.05 of a second separating second and third at this point, with Josh waiting for mistakes. So close to the pack still, should one still come in.
Otak wheels down nice and low. That will see him out in front by quite a bit. And this is where he wants to be, because he knows not only is Josh pushing, but Josh currently in the lead. And this would be big on round 4 of 4. Otak coming all the way through. He will hold on, but it will be LinkMax coming through. Then Wosile, then Josh. Big. Look at those last 3 times.
Crazy.
I'm going to pull those up on a second screen because we got to talk about those. Unbelievably down to the wire. That was a 0.187 from LinkMax, a 0.225 from Wosile, and a 0.237 from Josh in the end. And what a perfect way to wrap up Germany as we also check in on the points table. It's Otak, will reclaim the lead over Josh, 56-54. Just behind that, and not very far behind in the context of this match, it's Wosile on 37 and LinkMax in 34. So if you were hoping for a close decider number 2 in Group A, we certainly have got it. These rounds have essentially gone the way that has kept things very close, and it's only at most a 2-round gap in between first and fourth right now.
Yeah, it feels like there's not many point sponges in this particular match where someone is stealing everything away, like we saw from Grenadi a little bit earlier. It is back and forth, and as we change our scenery over to that of Saudi Arabia for the next 4 rounds, this is going to be a LinkMax pick, which, you know, just adds a little bit extra spice to what we can expect to see here.
I'll tell you what, we are having a great time here. It's been amazing to join the Trackmania community at the Esports World Cup, to see what these players can bring to the biggest stage that this game has seen. Keep in mind, multiple decades of history. If you're just joining us here, maybe checking out Trackmania for the first time, welcome along. You are in for a treat here as we are tight in decider number 2 in Group A.
The transfer to the islands now. LinkMax is going to have to be very, very aggressive if he wants to try and close this gap, and the aggression does allow him to close the gap, and all of a sudden we have 4 cars bumper to bumper with Otak with a little bit of separation at the front of them. Through the penalty stand, everybody looks like they're coming through clean for now. Josh goes a little bit wide to get that aggressive line, and the speed into the final jump here. Otak trying to hold off the challenge from Josh. Otak fails the jump and opens a clear run for Josh. 10 points for him and a PB alongside it as well.
And not just that,
quick time,
but it will also see Otak all the way down in fourth. As you were saying, it's only 2/10 away from that Paco record. My word. Otak sending it on the final jump, and it absolutely costs him to drop there. Take a look what it means even points-wise. It means Josh has regained the lead. 64 now on the board over Otak's 59.
LinkMax just starting to slip behind ever so slightly, though, when you're looking at the total scores. He needs a couple of wins, and he needs to find that heater streak that he went on yesterday, where it felt like nobody was able to stop him for numerous rounds in a row. But it's Wosile who is the closest challenger at the top of the leaderboards to Josh, who has extended that lead, like you say, who has an early lead here as we go through the little ice roads towards the island jumps.
Let's see who can be clean through here. Keep in mind, all 4 players taking the same exact penalty stand lines here, but it was Josh who had the most aggressive right here off of these rocks. Take a look at what Josh is able to do. He wants to get all wheels down. How hard does he cut this? Will he gain the lead yet again? No, this time Otak holds on.
Otak holds on, but does he make the jump this time around? Wosile will be hoping that he doesn't, and if he doesn't, then he'll be there to take the places away. But this time Otak shows some ice, holds it together, and will take home the 10 points. LinkMax with that DNF.
Another DNF for LinkMax. Is a tough time to happen, especially as he had just brought things back to a pretty respectable range. Now he will trail by 9 behind Wosile in 4th place. So we really start to put our eyes on the 1-2 race, as that has developed a little bit more of a gap. Now it's more than 2 rounds separating second and third. It's Josh on 70, Otak on 69. Only 1 point between the two.
I think it's something that's going to hurt Linkmax even more at the moment. Not only being in 4th place, not finishing, but this was his pick, Saudi Arabia. So there obviously felt like there was points to be gathered by him, but it doesn't seem to be the correct choice right now. Everybody now transferring towards the ice road. Josh settling behind the battle of Otak and Wosile on the downhill. Like anyone tap the air brake this time around, but I love the aggressive line that Josh takes. Goes a little bit wider than he has previously, but then just grips.
Oh, no,
and tries to get too aggressive.
And he pulls it so far right so early in the context of this tournament specifically, clipping there at a catastrophic time, and Otak sending here. He wants to get another first place.
Otak trying to put the pressure on, and the pressure. Oh, I don't think Wosile made it either. Everyone else seems to
be hit slow here, but
Josh gets a sniping because of the slow. I was like, who wants it?
Oh.
It's open for anyone. Josh can't believe it. I can't believe it, but somebody had to take those 10 points.
Is that a moment that we will go back to reference? Josh with a very specific snipe. Otak gets the checkpoint, so he's able to double Y reset. Excuse me, that's controller talk. Regardless of input, he's able to reset, but of course he's going to catch the slow because of the lack of speed he has, and Josh just comes flying by on the snipe to not only take the win, but Josh now also takes the lead again.
I mean, usually it's very difficult to get 10 points here at a first place, but it felt like nobody wanted them in that round apart from Josh. With that huge mistake off of the island, turning in so early, and then all of a sudden, everyone fails in front of him, and Josh goes, do you know what, the 10 points, if no one's going to take them, I'm more than happy.
Oh, I love the idea of just some kind of polite, gentle music playing as Josh just finds himself in that exact scenario. Big smile on his face. He takes the win. But we'll see if he can do it again. This time it's Wosile and Linkmax out in front of him.
Well, Linkmax putting pressure onto Wosile as well. Now, everybody, let's see if we can get through this clean. Tiny gap.
There we go. That's
at least three. At least three. I'm not guaranteeing that everybody went through until I get confirmation, but it looks like everybody does finish. Saudi Arabia.
Man, was that the most carnage?
Drama.
I think that's the most carnage we've seen that identity take cumulatively within a single match.
I told you, man, tiny a gap every round.
You know what I like to
Someone is adjusting.
It's like the Super Troopers hat that gets bigger every scene, but instead it's actually the tiny gap getting, and the players are like, wait a second, by the time you end it, you can barely get through.
Every time someone goes through, it gets a little bit smaller.
Exactly.
And at the end of the tournament is good luck.
What a set of rounds there. By the way, Josh will win 2 of 4 on Saudi Arabia, which means that he is now on 84 points over Otak's 78. Wosile down at 61. Now keep in mind, only trailing by 17. So at this stage, just over halfway, of course, if you're looking at Josh's points and Otak's points specifically, just over halfway through to finalist mode. There's a lot yet to play. We are on round 1 of 4 here for Argentina, 12 rounds down.
This is a Josh pick. So Josh with the lead, 84 points, and with his pick of Argentina coming up now, he'll be looking to extend that lead. Immediately out at the front of the pack, you can see why Josh was fancying himself on this particular track and gets a lovely slingshot off of the red turbo to send himself down this grass bank before engines will be cut momentarily. If we set ourselves up for that first bobsleigh, Andy, the turnaround has been everything when it comes to making up and losing time for these players here.
Really nice lines here from both Wosile and Josh. Let's see the turnaround as you say it. It's so clean from Josh.
Clean. So clean. It does not get much better than that. Tires onto the dirt. Josh, though, lost a little bit of time here as Wosile, though, by pushing it, now sends it out wide and opens the door for Otak. Josh is clear in the lead.
Whoa, Wosile with the low line comes back in. Somehow he corrects on top of the cement, so now he will be pushing against Josh.
Well, barring a miracle here, Josh should take home the 10 points, but Wosile is trying to push him right until the end. Josh threads the needle, so does Wosile. Otak will be in behind them as Linkmax, unfortunately, will have to settle for 4th place again. Only the 3 points for him. But that turnaround, Andy, I'm telling you, they are cutting it as fine as you can get.
From 112.685 from Josh, and as you said, really, that was so clean, especially when you look relative to the rest of the lobby there. Josh able to get in, get out, a little bit of a heist in the turnaround and leaves everyone in the dust. And he then did not look back, but big credit to Wosile for the correction on the cement leading into the ice slide out of the dirt. That's not an easy correction, but Wosile somehow holds on to second as a result, and in a big way, it keeps him part of the conversation for for that second place.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, a couple of wins here for Wosile, and all of a sudden it becomes very, very interesting. LinkMax still struggling to find that hot streak that came out of nowhere yesterday, just watching the 3 drivers in front of him really execute well, but he's at least managed to slide himself into 3rd place here on the turnaround. Otak went very, very deep on that.
Yeah, real deep, and Wosile, more importantly, the man that we were just talking about, he's able to run it tight this time, and this time you can expect, even though it's a wide line.
Speed of Josh.
Watch this low. Let's see if he sneaks in underneath Josh again. He does. It's a great repeat of the same line from Wosile. He will lead into the identity.
I mean, you can see Wosile clearly going lower, go wider on his landing and lower on his entry into the ice slide, gathering more speed on the exit. Josh gets the wheels down quicker and get onto the ice quicker, but the problem is does not have the speed to go through into that bobsleigh, and it will be Wosile who takes the 10 points now and closes that gap. Otak down in 4th as well. That is going to be a real difference maker. Otak now 85, Wosile just nestling in behind. 77 points as Josh hits 3 figures.
Coming into Argentina, the gap had started. Wosile was cleanly in 3rd, and to be honest, he was worryingly in 3rd. As you say, that has completely changed, and so has it. Feels like even Wosile's momentum here is going to get the first 4, all 4 tires down. It's a great boost into the grass as well. Wosile is now only on 77, trailing Otak here by just 8.
Well, there could be a really big 10 points up for grabs here because Josh has made a mistake. He's over 3 seconds behind the rest of the pack at the moment, and Otak needs to try and cut that lead down that he has got. But it's LinkMax and Wosile who are at the front of the pack at the moment, and LinkMax with a nice turnaround and exit is going to be able to hold off Wosile. But let's talk about the ice slide. This is where the difference has been made, Andy. The jump up, watch how wide Wosile will go here in comparison to LinkMax. Now jumps down low, gets the car sideways, and then
here he goes,
shots his way back alongside LinkMax.
This time though, LinkMax, looked like for a second there on the drone camera he was going to clip. He doesn't. Instead, he maintains the lead.
Wosile goes a little bit high on the bobsleigh there, just trying to push it, and I think that's going to give the rounds at LinkMax here, who starts to find at least a few first places in this particular group. Josh will close out with the 3 points himself, but Wosile again ahead of Otak. That means that gap's going to get a little bit smaller every single time that you hear me say that.
4th and final round here on Argentina, and to be honest, Otak is just going to be grateful that LinkMax gets ahead of Wosile there to make sure that Wosile doesn't get even more points after that. Josh, we should mention, of course, has crossed that 100-point threshold on 103. But Otak and Wosile, this is no longer a question of will Wosile catch up. Wosile has caught up.
From Josh.
We've just lost Wosile, but points-wise, he has caught up. Essentially, only 1 race away, only 1 second place away from Otak in 2nd place.
A life from Josh could not have been closer to disaster, but it was on the side of perfection. And when you talk about being close to disaster and perfection, that's Trackmania. How close you have to run it. And speaking of disasters, oh no, Otak, he goes to the back of the pack, and that means that Josh now out in the lead has a chance to get himself a little bit closer to finalist mode.
This is a big, big moment for Josh to just separate himself from the chasing pack, and also for LinkMax to steal even more points away. And to be honest, we've been writing him off a little bit. If he gets 2nd here, this one's far from over.
Goes a little bit wide, but should be able to just about hold on to the rocking of the car. Josh will get the 10 points. Feeling very, very confident here on his pick of Argentina. Otak, that turnaround, one that he will not want to see again. Incredible. I mean, the racing is so good at the moment. It's so difficult to separate the players. And now that, Argentina is closing out, Andy. Talk us through the points.
I mean, it's unbelievable here. Josh on 113. That was kind of what you might call a barbell result. You had your leader taking 1st and your 4th place player taking 2nd, which just crunches the points once again while Josh pulls away. Josh on 113, Otak on 92, Wosile still just behind him by 5 on 87. And to be honest, with a 2nd opportunity at life here at EWC, LinkMax is less than 2 wins away from Wosile on 70. So everything still to play for, especially when we're talking about second place here.
You want to talk about dramas away from the Trackmania? Let's talk about Counter-Strike 2 right now, CS2, because I've just heard in my ears that Falcons have just lost a legacy, so a huge implication when you talk about the club championship, and I'm sure that Carl Jr. is sat backstage right now going, I've got work to do.
I'm sure
he gets to the stage.
He sat backstage with Falcons management saying, hey, you've got work to do, because they will be depending on him. That story, of course, we will see the end of tomorrow. The playoffs and grand finals for Trackmania, as the game has not only come into an even bigger spotlight this weekend at the Esports World Cup, but also, as you say, because of the club championship implications, it will be an even more historic day tomorrow. But to get there, we've got to find out who advances today. As a reminder, only 2 from this group will advance.
Well, Josh went a little bit wide there, and a Sing 3 car sailed past him. It's for the first time here on Hungary. Welcome to Hungary, by the way, as our decider. We'll see the players approach that first jump. Woso and Otak out in front, come through clean, as does Linkmax. Oh, Otak! Oh no, Otak, it feels like the pressure. It's just too much for him in some of these big moments. Not the first time we've seen it. The big deciding moments on tracks where time is lost and time is won back. Otak has really struggled. The turnaround in Argentina and that second jump there, 10 points has evaporated in front of him.
And speaking of deciding moments, Wosile has done it. He was down by over 20. Wosile is now leading Otak, and as Otak taps again, we'll get back to that, Mark, because you and I have been talking about round-to-round consistency following key mistakes. Most importantly, in the points race, it is Wosile tied, essentially wheel-to-wheel up front, but he is leading in second place with 97.
And don't forget about Linkmax again. He's on 76, but he's out in the lead here. At 10 points all of a sudden for Linkmax. Boy, are we going to have a couple of rounds to come. Josh in behind Wosile and Linkmax for now, though. A little bit cleaner through on the second time of asking through that jump on Hungary than we saw the first time from the Brit, but it's Wosile and Linkmax has just slid in behind Wosile, who has taken the lead away from him. Approaching the final jump now, Wosile in the lead. The speed though from Linkmax takes it on the line with the snipe. And that 10 points completely compresses the scores of the lobby. And now it is anyone's game.
Snipes by 9 thousandths of a second on the final identity. Absolutely unbelievable result. And just like that,
look at the points now.
It's Wosile on 103 over Otak's 98, and Linkmax so close to Otak as well.
Big mistake from Linkmax though. He just clipped. You just saw him just connecting with the wall. After a phenomenal previous round, sniping on the line. Now he has to sit in the shadows of the 3 drivers in front of him. Josh out in front right now. Can't hit finalist mode on this round. However, at 10 points would take him so close and 1 round away from being able to do so.
So clean through this section as well. They're going to hit this jump big triple right-hander here, where you often see a little bit of separation coming into jump number 1.
Josh has been aggressive on that inside line, but Otak has enough speed to hold him off. First jump, clean from everyone. Otak looking to be aggressive on it. Josh,
we lose him.
And the aggression pays off. The pressure gets to Josh this time around. Otak sticks in. Wosile through the double slow. Linkmax takes away third as Wosile will fall down to 4th. What are we seeing in this final jump on Hungary?
It is almost like the Trackmania gods are playing Puppeteer and just giving a little bit more points to whoever needs them in the lobby to ensure that we have a tight pack. Look at these standings now. And as a result of what we just saw, Otak is back in second by just 2 points on 108 over Wosile's 106, because he hits the slow in the identity and he watches every single player advance ahead of him.
Another mistake from Linkmax, just connected with the wall there. Running it so close. That's what you have to do at this point, though. I mean, you've got less than a tenth of a second between the front 3. Look how close they are. Oh, bumper to bumper. But it's going to be Otak who falls, Wosile who falls behind the pack. Otak and Josh now out in front. And a reminder that if Josh gets these 10 points, he's 1 race away. He only has to finish to hit finalist mode, but Josh, first of all, needs to come through this identity. First jump complete.
Let's see if he stays clean here. Right now it looks good. He's going to know he just needs to make sure to end this one out, and it will be finalist mode for him. He will get across, and in the end, will be Josh, followed by Otak, followed by Wosile, and Linkmax will close it out. And in the end, it will, as you say, be Josh, only one round away now from finalist mode. And in any fashion, any sort of finishing, let me double check my math here. Yes, any sort of completion from Josh will guarantee finalist mode. As that wraps up Hungary, 4 for 4. We will loop back around to Canada. And Josh now on 137 points. By the way, we got to talk about this. An unbelievable run. He has blown past Otak and Wosile.
Yeah.
Otak and Wosile are essentially now truly duking it out on 114 and 110. And Josh is just running his races. The man who loves speed. Talk about, you saw the signs for it. Already a community legend for what he can do in full speed. Canada, a map which has some pretty quick sections, and he's going to look forward to this.
He certainly is indeed, but remember, this is an Otak pick. This is an Otak track, and this is where he thinks that he's going to be able to qualify himself. So back round we go. Josh and Wosile out in front, and Otak has fallen to the back of the pack early here.
Josh and Wosile up front. Linkmax not far behind here on the uphill sausage slalom. Very, very important big right-hander through the grass, and an even more important no-break session coming up.
No breaks. Josh a little bit slow in comparison to some of the other drivers here on previous rounds of Canada, and once again you're seeing it here. He falls behind Linkmax and Wosile. But on the exit through the dirt, onto the dirt slalom, I should say, Josh staying with him and takes this aggressive line and takes second place back.
Josh's tap steer there in the no slide has always been so good out of the dirt all day. It was really good off the first 4 races on Canada. We'll see if he can do it now into the identity.
Wosile with the lead. Josh goes for the aggressive inside line. Linkmax is going to have a pretty good line himself. Has to correct ever so slightly. Josh is going to slide out now. And that's allowing Linkmax back into the conversation. But most importantly here, with that 4 points, Josh, the first player in this lobby to hit finalist.
And what a story from Josh. We have to come back, Mark, to the fact that 3 of these 4 have played against each other already at the Esports World Cup. Guess what? Josh was the only one to not even hit 100 points when it was him, Linkmax, Wosile, and Binks. How the story has changed. This time it's Josh by a huge margin. He's the first on match point here.
It's so close to that barrier again with the front left, Josh. But Otak out in front for now. A win here for Josh would secure him qualification through to tomorrow's competition. A chance to make a run towards the grand final. In front of him, the Team Liquidman, a Frenchman in Otak, who is searching for qualification himself. Wosile way behind the pace right now, though. Almost 2 seconds behind Linkmax, who holds third, who's waiting for a mistake on this identity. Otak, clean on the turnaround. Josh, do you have the speed to snipe him on the line? Josh is trying to send it, but Otak will hold him off and deny the qualification to Josh.
Holds it by a .076. As you say, will deny Josh on finalist mode, and it's very important for Otak because he was still at quite a deficit. But with that now, I don't know how many times we've said this, Mark, Otak and Wosile will exchange second and third yet again. It's Otak on 127.
Again, don't count Linkmax out on this. 102 compared to 124, couple of wins, we're talking. We're back in the conversation.
And we saw what he did yesterday as well.
Witching him forward.
We saw what he did yesterday. He was able to string a few firsts and seconds together back to back to back. And with Josh on finalist mode, can he end it here? Otak has been so good through the no break. Otak was very good through the dirt as well previously, but it's Josh who comes out just ahead.
Wosile is going to be the one at the back of the pack this time. He makes the little mistake. But like you say, Otak and Josh find out at the front, much like we saw on the previous round. Otak on the inside. Can't keep the speed that Josh has into the turnaround on the identity. The chance for the Englishman here to cross the line. Josh has done it. Josh has qualified. Stays alive here at EWC. A huge congratulations to him.
I mean, look what it means to him here. You saw how he reacted yesterday. He was a little bit kind of a cool customer. Instead, this time it's full-on 2 hands up celebration, even a hand over his mouth. Can't believe it. And I tell you what, you can't blame him. Like we said yesterday, in a very similar group, essentially just a 1-for-1 Frenchman swap, He was not even on 100 points, and he was just left in the dust in that lobby. Instead, he proves he's the top of this group. Does it before anyone else even hits match point. Wosile taps left side. That could have major consequences because Otak is already on 133. He is, of course, a first place away from being on finalist mode.
And look at Josh, by the way. You want to talk about the emotion. Look at the relief. Look at the ecstasy that he's feeling right now. The best seat in the house is the one where you've already qualified. But who is going to join him here? Linkmax, Otak, and Wosile. 3 drivers. There's only 1 spot for qualification.
You feel like from Otak, it's been a bit quiet. He's allowed Wosile to retake second place a few too many times in this race. Can he cut it perfect? The line looks good. Quick,
looks good.
Tap into Camp 3. This should be it.
It looks very good for Otak, and finalist mode is his. Crosses the line, crosses 140.
And also how much of a relief to hit finalist mode right there. Keep in mind, if he places second, he's on 139. He allows a big gap to open for maybe Wosile getting onto finalist mode around the same time. Instead, as you see there, it is a flash of the match point of the finalist mode coming in for Otak. And it comes at a very important time. Keep in mind, you've already seen the signs in the crowd. There'll be a lot of Otak fans here. Of course, fans in Paris supporting him. Otak is now officially on 140.
Back to Germany, are we? Okay, well.
How fitting.
I was about to say, it feels like Germany today has been the setting, the backdrop for some of the most dramatic moments we've had in the tournament so far. And with 3 drivers still in contention, still fighting it out. Maybe there might be another twist and a sting in the tail for some.
Ready for this? Wosile with the best time on Germany the last time we were here with this group. Otak with the best median time as well, and it's a Wosile pick on Germany. Here we go.
Otak just needs to win one. And he can join Josh in qualification. He's got out to a pretty good start here at Wosile, but Linkmax is right with him. Look how close the pack is into this first jump. 3 drivers side by side, wheel by wheel, onto the landing. It could not be closer.
Wosile here in the lead for just a second. It was only 0.018 separating the 2 as of the last checkpoint. That will now go down to 2,000s.
Wosile makes a mistake, and Otak goes into first place. It's a huge gap that's opened up now, and the Frenchman has qualification. His dreams are his right now to convert if he can make this next jump and finish here on Germany.
And even has a huge gap over Linkmax as well. This should just be a clean finish, as you say, to advance to tomorrow and end the round here.
All the time in the world, but let me tell you, he will feel like there's 10 drivers on the track right now, but Otak turns around, Otak gets through the finish line, and Otak makes it through to tomorrow. An incredible, incredible show of resilience from the Frenchman, as he will be joining Josh right on this very stage here tomorrow.
And how perfectly timed with Josh coming up in the background as well. Josh from his throne gives him a little clap. It says, welcome to Super Saturday. A heart and a kiss from Otak here for the French fans, not just only in the room in Paris, but also around the world. And it's all smiles for Josh and Otak, who will advance on, which means we will say goodbye to Wosile and Linkmax. But my God, Mark, did they ever both put up a fight as well?
Yeah, I mean, Adam said it on the stage, right? It's very easy to only focus on those who stay with us, but everybody else has to play their part in tournament, in competitions. That is what happens, and unfortunately, this time around, Linkmax and Wosile would not be joining us tomorrow, but they certainly have played their part, and a huge congratulations to them, and of course, commiserations as well for not making it as far as they would have wanted. That's the end of their story this time around, but certainly, I'm sure there's a lot more chapters left.
Look at this Josh coming through. I mean, look, he couldn't believe it. That was Josh's reaction there, by the way. Huge credit to the team in the back for catching that specific reaction from Josh, who had already clipped on Saudi way earlier. And my word, it will be Josh and Otak coming through after a thrilling set of races here in your decider match number 2 in Group A.
incredible moment. That's the reaction from Josh as well. Just relief, elation, ecstasy. Knowing, I think the best feeling in the world in Trackmania is qualifying and knowing that you could just spectate
Just
for a
watch
little
for
bit.
a minute.
Just relax for a few seconds. It is exactly what you want to do. But for now, I mean, those two are very, very happy. Let's hear what they have to say right now. We've got Josh. We've got Otak on the main stage of Milos.
Yes, my friends, it is time for yet another Key Crush. Joined here by Josh and Otak. Let's head to our crusher, all three of us together, gentlemen. Our first key is going to be crushed by the man himself, Josh 1248. What a performance. I'm going to let you go in to our key master who will guide you through it all. We'll be standing by the side here, seeing what happens. That is Wosail's key, the first one to be crushed after an incredible performance from Josh 1248. Goodbye. Simple as that. Gentlemen, come on over here real quick between us. Josh, first question, I mean, you qualify for tomorrow. Do you have a new cool shirt for the next day ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a collection. You know, you can just see when it happens.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. And of course, tomorrow you'll be playing with Elcon and Mime in the group. Any words for them before that match?
I mean, they're two incredible players. I was actually teammates with Elcon last year, I think it was. And I mean, he's an incredible player. Mime, I mean, so close to a couple world championships. But I mean, if I play how I did today, I've got a chance. So, I mean, best of luck. May the best win.
May the best win. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Otak. Otak, now as second place, you'll be playing in a very stacked set. There's Neon and Carl Jr. in that game. Is there anything you'd like to say to them ahead of that incredible match?
I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow will be a new day. And yeah, be prepared, I guess.
Be prepared. Well, Josh, I'm going to tell you to come on over behind me because it's time for you, Otak, to crush our second and final key here. That'll be Link Max's key. The last one to be crushed out of Game 3 here. Our second to last matchup of the day. A straight shot for Otak. One of the last remaining French players in the tournament. Team Liquid victorious with him as well. And there goes Link Max. Crushed and fallen apart. That's our Game 3 victors, Josh 1248 and Otak. What are they saying about this over in the desk? Let us hear it.
Well, we cannot wait to dissect what just occurred, the emotion, Josh, his family supporting the race, and what a race it was. We will have so much more of that in a moment, but we have a big update on the club championship. We have to hit to it because there's an update with Falcons at the SDC Arena. Chris, what's going on?
Falcons, absolute generational. Ginny, get in here. I can't believe it.
What is going on? They just lost. What? I'm sorry.
That's the mountaintop 8. That is a phenomenal fumble, considering what happened with AGL and Crossfire. For them to go out in this manner, it was in their hands, Ginny, and it isn't anymore.
No, to like really put it into perspective, Falcons won the last major. They were the favorites coming into this. Every analyst we've spoken to was like, they're in top form. There's no way they're going to lose it. Chris, what's going on?
Oh, honestly, nobody wants to win the Club Championship. I'm convinced nobody wants to win. That is a generational development. It's now down to Trackmania, Fortnite, both teams still in it. It's a two-horse race. Who the hell wins that? I have no idea.
Well, just when we thought things were getting certain, there goes the unexpected. Thanks, Chris and Jenny, for the update. We'll keep you posted. Trackmania is still on course to help decide where that $7 million prize, the elusive title of club champion at the Esports World Cup, goes to. But let's go back to this game. G-Geek, Import, I'm going to start with you because you mentioned the story about Josh. You mentioned the words, and look at what we just saw.
First, to say I am so proud of him for being able to overcome what he was struggling with coming into the game, just beating himself down, having a breakdown before coming into matches today and everything, and his dad giving him that pep talk. And we see the pep talk worked. And I mean, homie ate his Wheaties today. I don't know what to tell you. He came in and he destroyed, and in a manner that we have not seen Josh perform at this kind of stage before. What an amazing story. What an amazing accomplishment for him. And then to overcome people like Otak, Woza, players who were expected to go through like it was nothing. But here, Josh is first place over Otak and Wozao.
It's an incredible story of resilience, bouncing back. If you weren't here at the top of the show, Josh, you know, breakdown might be a word to describe it, but definitely felt the emotion after round one, his first showing. His dad gave him a pep talk, and now look at this. He takes first when he was pretty much predicted to be the 4th place player in this group. But that means that there were special stories on the other side with Otak in triumph lately, but also Wozao not just making it, Jiggy.
The beginning was so different in this game as well, because it was a clear rift between the top 2 and the bottom 2. Otak and Josh were racing away with each other and racing away from the rest of the field. But by the time we reached map 3, Argentina, the progress in terms of the points count of Otak plateaued. And that allowed Josh to pull away, but most importantly, Wozao to come back at a charge. By the time we circle back to Hungary, Wozao had briefly taken the lead, but then after that, the promise from the Gen G player has completely faded away, and Otak was able to get back on the saddle and conclude his finalist status round and take that second place in the books to make it 2 Liquid players in the playoffs.
It almost was a 3-person race for that second position. LinkMax was making a charge back to the top, and unfortunately, he just had a really bad start on the first map of Canada. He did not get anything going for him. It was a real struggle. I was worried that maybe, you know, he was getting back into the old habits, the old ways, but he started recovering it, and you saw it in his reaction. The funny thing is, Twiggy mentioned it in the back. He said, you know, all the main English speakers, those with English as their first language, they all have very wild reactions while they're playing the game. They're all very vivid in their reactions, and we saw that with LinkMax as well.
Yeah.
But honestly, he tried his best. He should be proud of that. He did a good job, and honestly, he should come back and do it again, because I think he could come back and do even more better.
I mean, I'm just amazed at Josh saying in his seat, I would have jumped up. I would have screamed. I would have thrown it all off. I think he was maybe wary that, like, I don't want to disrupt. There's like 4 seconds till they start racing again. But I do love the story that we're developing here on the stage. You know, this is going to be an amazing moment for Josh. It's an amazing moment for Otak. But on the flip side, it is tough for LinkMax and Wozao. Rachel standing by with Wozao in an exit interview to hear how he's digesting this loss.
Wozao, super difficult to take, isn't it, when it comes down to the finest margins like it was there? Can you kind of put into words at this moment what went wrong out there?
It's hard to put into words what really happened in this match, but yeah, I didn't play like the best level I had, especially on Germany, which I was hoping to do like a really good match on. It did disappoint a bit, but I'm still glad that I made it here to at least top 17, so that's fine. I would have wanted more, but I mean, this is the first year. We never know what could happen next.
Do you think that's something that you can kind of work on now? The fact you've had this LAN experience now on the biggest stage possible, and you now, going forward, know what to expect?
Yeah, I think this will really help for the future. I mean, like I said, this is the beginning. Next year will be different if Trackmania is there, and I really hope that this will help me just progress further, just in terms of time and consistency.
And is this giving you even more motivation now as well, seeing exactly what it's all about, the EWC and Trackmania being here, and what, if you put in the hard work, you could possibly aspire to get to?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'd love to just make more of that. I know I can do way better than that. So yeah, I just want to prove myself that I can do much more better than that.
Well, you've definitely done yourself proud. Congratulations for the entire week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asil.
Important, not easy to have those moments, but did you feel that Wozao was handling it well, looking towards the future?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you're right. It's very hard, especially when losses are that close, you know, and everything.
Yeah.
And yes, he wasn't that finalist, but it was still close. He was within striking distance.
I know.
But honestly, good on him. Good to recognize. Also, good to say, I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back stronger. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear in the coming matches as well. Because, you know, it's not the end. Yes, this event is over for you, but the journey in Trackmania and your competitive journey is not over. So keep going, keep training, come back stronger, maybe you'll be the winner next year.
There are these moments of like sadness where somebody clips a wall. Look at like Wizzy, where there's emotion clearly because he sees it right there. But there's also, you know, a difference in Trackmania because it is just such a solo endeavor that you have to only, it's like you can't have an external locus of control. You have to almost have that internal, it was my fault. It's also my ability that can improve next time. So it allows you to see a little bit of a bigger picture, an esport that's 20 years old, but now looking, hey, what are the next 2-3 years if we come back to Paris and this prize pool is the same or maybe even bigger?
And that's really one thing that really stood out to me with Wasale is like, every so often we talk about, it's a case of micromanagement versus macro management. Micromanagement, we're more talking about the event itself, about the individual performance. Sure, you may have made a disappointment, but later on in the interview, looking at the big picture, this is where the macro part comes in. He will be able to take this event, use it as a learning experience. Already an impressive performance for his first ever World Cup appearance.
I agree.
And he'll be looking forward to he will be galvanized even more to go at it for the next edition and look to build up even further to make it to the playoffs, if not even further beyond.
One more round to go. Our Group 4 about to take the stage now that Group 3 is done. Paco, Mutta, and Affy. This one's exciting to even say out loud. It's going to be even more exciting, Import, to watch this one happen live.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, listen, I get to be a true spectator this next match.
I know, you're off.
I get my break now.
Yeah, man.
I can't wait to just sit in the stands, watch it, enjoy the entire reaction. You know, these last 2 games have been very stressful for me. You know, I have a little bias. I'm not gonna say what?
Pac is the most beautiful man I've ever seen.
If you notice the trend, it's actually every British player. I had this like come.
Why'd you move to Germany?
Well, long story.
Okay.
That's not the point.
You got exported at that point.
They got tired of me. They said, go back to
So is that a sore subject? I'm sorry.
It's just a little.
I feel like it's
Maybe
Polish.
there'll be an
It's
interview.
Polish with Twiggy. It's Germany with you. I apologize.
There's an interview that covers that at some point. So maybe we see that.
All right. Well, coming up, we're going to see Group 4. But in the meantime, we're going to leave you with the Allianz Mental Fortitude game. We'll see what that is in just a moment. And on the back end, we'll close out our day with our final match of Trackmania.
Dealing with the pressure and the new environment in a way that I just rely on my experiences in the past. So I just wanna keep it chill, keep it calm, and just do what I'm the best at, kinda.
I always put myself in high pressure because I always want to do well. And this one being the biggest event that Trackmania has had in its history, it's one of those where you want to be able to perform at your best.
I don't really have a certain ritual that I do before I go on stage or something, but I always just try to remember what I practice, what I'm capable of, and then I just try to pull exactly that off.
I kind of pace around a bit, just get my mind in focus and think about what I want to get done. Once you get into a flow state during the match, then you'd kind of cruise in.
Something that's really important for me is to just feel good in my own head, in my own body. So I'll have a shower before, I'll make myself, feel good, clean the desk, make sure everything's aligned and everything.
My biggest mental challenge when competing is that I of course know all of these other players that we're competing against. We're also all friends in Trackmania, I would say. So you need to beat your friends and the best players in the world, and it's often very, very hard, but also of course very fun.
I think my biggest challenge is probably against myself. Maybe sometimes I underrate myself a little bit entering tournaments. I know I have good chances, but at the same time I always feel like the worst could happen, So yeah, the biggest challenge is usually going through the first 2 days and realizing that, hey, I'm actually doing good,
I think, the mental challenge is definitely you focus on yourself. As it's a solo game, you kind of are, it's you and only you that can sort of do anything to change an outcome. And so there's a mental game in your head to say, have I prepared enough for this? Am I in the right place on all the tracks? And sort of going from there, I think my mental game going into tournaments is hopefully stronger than others, and I don't tend to crash out. I'm more of a calm kind of player when it comes to it.
he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. House for pop, blow the house down.
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. It is Friday in Paris, and that means that we are at the end of our decider matches. Group 4 coming up, the final group, and maybe the most anticipated. Can't wait to get underway. Let's start breaking it down. My name is Randy. I've got G-Geek, and I've got Turbo joining me as well. Quick thought, G-Geek. I mean, is this going to be the best match of the day? You think so?
I sure hope so. I mean, on paper, the lineup looks absolutely stacked. Pac, Paco, Afi, and Mutta. Like, Mutta, the shocker of day one, being bumped down to the lower bracket. This is going to be one heck of a matchup.
I thought you might have said packed because we have two basically pack or Packos.
Yeah, maybe they're gonna go on a pact in this match.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a lot to unpack, that statement. I actually need to stop kind of writing on the fly. Let's go to what we've written already, which is our PS5 story of the day. That is going to be Afi's attack on the Titans. That sounds familiar. I don't know where I know that phrase from. But either way, it is Afi, the Swiss, who is going to be going against the Giants in this game from Pac to Paco. I mean, you see the impact that this could have, Turbo. And I wonder how you think he's going to fare in this.
Pac and Paco. Definitely Paco has already played against Mutta in that very, very first match on day number 1, like last match, but it was such a banger. And now he has to prove himself to make it into day number 4. Mutta also there, still in the tournament, of course, but Pac, for me, the Team Vitality member, was so close to already making it into day number 4. And there we can see him as well. Pac, he's getting ready.
Somebody hold import back in the stands. I think he might be running into the
I think he might be fangirling all over him. And Pac had a little bit of a struggle on his match in day 2, especially on Saudi Arabia, where he struggled and completely threw away his first finalist status. Paco also struggles on that very same map and did not get this chance to express himself on Germany because he was playing against Binks and Stubbs, who were playing out of their skin during that particular match. Mutta, again, the shocker from day 1, really turned it around in day 2, was by far the favorite. 2 4-round wins in a row, 4-round win streaks in a row, 13 round wins on his way to make his way into day 3. And Afi on day 2 was one of the clear leaders, but then got caught back up by Lingmax late in the game. And it will be very interesting to see where the Swiss driver can actually put his car and make way in places into this matchup.
Gonna have to pull a little bit of a Swiss Army knife there to be able to match up on all these maps against these great drivers who many expected would not be in this position, but here they are, and some will go home. We had a chance to catch up with Pac a little bit before the race.
Pac, it's not great that I'm having to chat to you today. It means you're down in this lower bracket here. What are your thoughts on what happened yesterday and today?
Oh, yesterday, my match didn't go to plan. Gwen played incredible. I couldn't get the wins when I needed to, and every time I was winning, I would either mess it up or something, a mistake that I wasn't planning for would happen. I think fatigue was there, and hopefully today it will be different. Now we're playing earlier, and I can sort of get into the groove, hopefully on stage.
Why do you think that fatigue was there yesterday?
Probably poor planning from my side. I've learned from it now. Or maybe I just wanted to be in the loser bracket. It's almost like my second home.
Is this almost lack of lands for you guys? The fact that this is still a new experience, relatively speaking, for a lot of you. Maybe not yourself, but still kind of coming here in person, working out that schedule.
Maybe, I think, when it's a 10 p.m. match, definitely don't get here early and waste your day. I think I should have just had a lie-in, chilled start to the day like I have today, and sort of go about it like I am doing today. But that's just that. Today I've taken a different approach to it. I've thought, well, in I think 80% of my World Cups I've gone into the loser bracket, so let's just get through another one.
It's almost being more selfish, isn't it? And not kind of getting carried away in the experience like a lot of players do. Let's put that aside. Let's talk a little bit. Carl Jr., your mate,
Yep.
he's gone through. Have you spoken to him about what it's taken?
Yeah, I've spoken to him. He's got all belief in me to get through this next match, so that's the plan. Just give it my all.
Can I say that this is the match of the day? This is a tough one, isn't it?
I had match of the day yesterday as well, so I feel like every match I've played so far has been tough. There's been good names in all of them, so we've just got another one. Just got to get through it. I've beaten everyone before, so just need to do it again.
Have you watched the other matches? Because it's come down to the finest of margins. You're kind of writing off players, and then they suddenly come back.
That's what finalist does. You get to finalist, you have to close out, and that's when everyone decides to wake up. There are very specific players that when you get to finalist, you know they aren't out yet. Richie's one of them. He will never give up, and he clearly didn't today. You've got Wizzy and Massa. They are, it was very close between them. I feel very bad for Wizzy. I wish that he got through because it would do so much for his confidence.
Heartbreaking. I just chatted to him as well. Well, you've been a world champion. You know what it takes. Come on, Pack.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rachel, there talking with Pac as well. And he's had this run before. He's come from the lower side, the decider matches, and made it into the World Final type championship. It's not the World Final, it was DreamHack Birmingham, but still he knows what to do in terms of these runs.
He knows exactly what that lower bracket run entails. He knows exactly how he has to get in this, on which zone he needs to actually get, on which mental state he needs to put himself before the game, and what he needs to do to truly deliver and thus continue onto the playoffs in the top 16 now.
He has the experience, he has what it takes, but it also sounded to me like another task that Pac wants to go through. I have to go through that match, that's what he claimed in there. So maybe he was really expecting finding himself in that lower bracket match after the performance yesterday where he lost the double final situation against Epos, of course, but Pac, the Giga Chat, as you can see here, what a guy, what a man, is getting ready, and for me, he's the clear favorite in this match.
He's faced adversity, but everyone in this decider match, Group 4, has faced adversity. Many didn't think they would end up here, but yet here they are, G-Geek, and one race will determine who goes forward.
Yeah, one race will determine who from these two will go forward, and who will be the other two who get sent back in by the end of day 3.
And will it be Mutta as well, the unexpected Australian who came in with such confidence? Turbo now, again, one game away, and it could be all over for him.
The Thunder from Down Under is facing elimination here very, very soon if he doesn't step up his game. But we also have Afi. What can he do?
I talked about the Swiss Army knife. He might have to bring even more to this one if he's going to survive this loaded group. As we go to our final decider match of the day, let's head over to the stage with Adam and Milos.
Thanks, Rainday. You know, I had such high expectations for Trackmania coming into the Esports World Cup, and it has delivered on every single level. So proud of Josh going through there in top spot. Amazing to see. But also behind the scenes right now, players who aren't even competing today, they're all there hanging out, celebrating those who have won. You know, condolences to those who have lost. It's the community around this game is incredible, and it's so good to be part of this too.
There's heartbreak regardless of how you cut it, but I'm going to tell you something, because our plucky Trackmania in its first ever tournament of this size is probably going to be the game that decides which club wins the Esports World Club Championship tomorrow. Huge. Falcons and AGAL are huge in it. We have 2 AGAL players competing here in Trackmania, and of course, the Junior in Team Falcons. So all of this to say, there's a lot to look forward to tomorrow, but also in this moment.
Right now, we're going to meet our last players today. The last 2 are going through to tomorrow, Milos. It all comes down to this last chance saloon.
So let's bring them out. Please join me in welcoming our final 4 players at Game 4. Pac, Mutta, Afi, and Pushti Tobacco.
4 Herculean drivers, all eager to make their stake in this competition and go all the way through to our championship Saturday. Only 2 will progress, 2 will have their keys and their dreams crushed. But who will it be? Paris is ready, we're ready, the players are ready. Let's head back to the desk, back to the fellas as we prepare ourselves for what is going to be one heck of a final race here in this last chance qualifier.
Well, in this race, only one will be the main point of the narrative. It'll be Hercules, maybe versus Cerberus. The other 3 serving as threats every way he looks. But which one will take the protagonist role? in other ways to say this, guys, is we don't know what the heck is going to happen.
Yeah, we don't know. We will be finding out very, very soon as the players are getting into the ban phase here. South Korea is a very swift ban here. And Geek, what can you say about that?
This was one of the strongest maps from Moda so far in this tournament, so it's a really good counterban. Saudi Arabia also, Australia, default ban, Hungary being banned from PAC. This will be counter to AFI, Poland and Canada, the first two maps.
Yeah, first two maps here. PAC quickly picking up Poland here. A very good map for him, coming from a tech background, is good at those drifts here. Then we have Germany being picked up by Moda, a map that we're seeing quite often today here already. And then Norway and Argentina being the decider here. An interesting map here, to say the least here, Thomas.
The ever-elusive trip into the mountains is map 4. Argentina is the decider. Paco managing to pick Canada, his strongest map for him. And Moda did not get South Korea, but he managed to get Germany pick, and that could prove absolutely pivotal.
It is gonna be a fun one, guys. There's really not much to say. It's what we live for here in esports, and it's definitely what the Trackmania community deserves. The biggest tournament in its history in 20 years, $500,000. These players trying to have a chance to fight for it tomorrow, and only 2 will go through. 2, their journeys will end. Now let's send it over to 2 guys who are going to be here with us all the way and close us out on Group 4. It's Twiggy and Nua.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. You said it best over on the desk. 14 players have found a safe home in the playoffs. 14 players have already been eliminated. Their keys crushed. And 4 players' fate remains undecided. And Twiggy, this is, I want to say, a very interesting map pack as well. Norway and Argentina in positions 4 and 5 on it. If anyone's feeling a little bit shaky as the momentum starts to shift, as we get towards a point where players are approaching 140 points, those are 2 very difficult maps to face up at that point of the match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were talking about how we might see the meta, as it were, the favored maps between these guys change over the course of the tournament, going into the playoffs. It seems like that really is becoming a thing here. We're seeing more and more Argentina as we go. Favored maps being kind of changed about. Swapped hands. South Korea is leaving the map pool. Yeah, indeed. And look, I think this is really good information to have as you move into the playoffs and to learn about the players.
Absolutely is. Well, we are underway. First round of this final match.
These players, man.
Day 3, and it is close up front, but Moda has a lead. PAC just behind, Vestito Paco in 3rd place. Afi is not far back at all. No major mistakes from any of the 4 players at this point of the track as we head into the first platform on Poland. PAC getting down low left and is going to land very high out of it. It's great from Vestito Paco. Moda in the head, but PAC has great speed into the water. All 4 players still here and still no mistakes as we head towards the back half.
It's Moda in the lead as we enter the identity pack right behind, but Vestito Paco is pushing for that position here, and more inside gives him a little more speed. It's a little wonky on the way out. We hold position. Vestito Paco falls into 4th place, but in case you're joining us for the first time here and you are not familiar with these names, this is what we're going to expect from this one. These 4 players, 2 of them you would definitely not expect to be in the lower bracket. 2 of them have surprised us over the course of the whole tournament. I don't know what to expect out of this one. My heart says Moda and PAC come out of this one on top, but Vestito Paco has been so immense this tournament. Afi definitely has what it takes to contend with them as well, and it could go any way, and we could see a massive upset here.
Yeah, it's almost hard to call any direction this could go an upset, right? I mean, I think a lot of people say, oh, if Moda and PAC get eliminated at this point, that's an upset based on pre-tournament performance.
Of course.
Based on performance in this tournament so far, I don't think you're mad if any of these players go through. I don't think you're calling it an upset if any of these players go through.
They're
at
all
the
so
moment,
good.
PAC has gone past everybody in this round, despite the fact that he was only 2nd of the last round. He is now leading from Afi this time around. Vestito Paco bringing up the rear of all 4 drivers. Is once again no mistakes from anyone in this round, heading into the final jumps of the identity. PAC leading from Afi. Moda just watching from behind. In case there's a mistake, there won't be any. That is going to be the round win for PAC. 16 points for him across 2 rounds, taking the lead after 2.
Well, I think we're going to get a lot of rounds like this. These are not mistake-prone players is the issue here for all of them. And as well as that, they're fast players. Sometimes we're like, oh, this is a consistency player. This is a speed player. I mean, look, Flimsy, Mime have been speed players. They crash a lot. Neon. Speed player, crashes a lot, but gets a lot of points on rounds where they don't manage to make a mistake. These are both. Everyone in this lobby is not known for either of those things. They are known for being fast and being consistent about it. Pac makes a small mistake. He'll be down by a second in this round, but he's still waiting to pounce on anything else from any of these three.
But here is that example. All four of these players have the pace and the consistency. Paco, after picking up fourth place in both of the previous rounds, is now one of two players to have not made a mistake in round 3. He's now dropped behind Afi, but is still lurking, is still looking to try and push past for a first place, and that is a lot of speed from Paco. He's going to land a little bit higher, a little bit further on the jump than Afi, but he is carrying that speed all the way through. It is wheel to wheel as we enter the last 2 jumps of the round, and Paco is going to get the nose in front of Afi. Paco, after 2 fourth place, will pick up a first, and that's 10 points to him. That is Paco jumping all the way back up alongside every other driver in this race.
It didn't matter. Afi made a massive mistake, fell back into third, and Mudder does not finish the track. A DNF means 0.0 is a very a very bad thing to get in this one. Obviously, just finishing the track gets you a 3, and that's not a bad deal whatsoever. But if you don't manage to get within 10 seconds of the leader, which is a rough cutoff point considering what we have had as cutoffs for other tournaments, it will make a massive implication in terms of the rest of the series. And we have seen a DNF lead to so many gaps from the leader that have been instrumental in who won or who lost or well, made to the cutoff point for these games.
I mean, Pac on day 1, cast your mind back on Saudi Arabia, was sitting on 139 points and DNF to get 0 points and not make it to finals mode. Luckily, still made it through that match on day 1 in the top 2, but it was a little bit scary for him and it could have gone an awful lot worse. It's going good in this round though. It's going well for Pac, who is half a second in front of second place. As Pushito Paco takes second place from Mudder, was behind for a long time, is safe and alone in second place now. It's another big mistake from Mudder, who's made 2 in back-to-back rounds now. Pac will take first, Paco takes second, Afi ends up maybe with third. He has plenty of time to get to the line. Does Mudder have time? He does. He will at least finish. No DNF this time around, but it is a 4th place finish for Mudder.
Well, Pushito Paco, who sent Mudder down into the lower bracket in a dramatic first upper bracket game, is currently leading from Mudder in this game, and the same problems are going to be ringing in the Australians' head as we move through this series, because this is not somebody that you expect based off previous performances to this tournament to be down here, to have been down here from the beginning of the lower bracket and have to claw his way back at all of these games. Moving to Canada, something's going to have to change here.
Twiggy, have we really only done 4 rounds?
I know, right?
It feels like more already in this match. And look, throw your mind all the way into the distant past of the first 2 rounds of the match. Back when nobody made a mistake. We had 2 rounds mistakeless. We then had a 3rd and a 4th round that were, I don't want to call them mistake heavy, but that is exactly what they were. It already players starting to maybe those nerves after a couple of rounds of everyone getting things right. You're like, okay, well, I need to push. If nobody's going to make mistakes, I have to get faster. And that led to a couple of mistakes in those follow-up rounds. We'll see if this happens on Canada. As we change maps, we're heading on to Canada. We're seeing what the pace looks like here.
Pac and Mudder just absolutely do not touch they don't release their gas pedal whatsoever through that section, which can be so difficult to push your pedal to the metal for. They just get through it unscathed completely. Pushito Paco right behind Afi, not down by too far whatsoever, and Mudder seems like has clipped the edge of a block, fallen back into 3rd position there on the dirt, where it is so much more difficult to regain that speed once you are down by that gear here. And Afi right behind can pounce on anything more. Pac out in 1st place, and this is a player that was not happy with his performance that led him to be here. Happy maybe for his fellow countrymen, but not quite over the grand scheme of things. He gains himself another 10 points, moves that gap even further, but Mudder still hurting for consistency.
A little bit wobbly from Pack on the end there, was snaking his way down the hill and ultimately very far to the right, a little bit slow at the finish line, but picks up the round win. And I've said it a lot already this event, Twiggy, 10 points is in fact 10 points, and any 10 points you can pick up in almost any match are vitally important. It is so much more than second place. As you pointed out earlier today, the gap from first to second bigger than the gap from second all the way down to fourth. And so Pack will have been happy with how things shook out in that last round. He'll be less happy about how things have started off in this second round on Canada, just behind Pushito Paco. But Pushito Paco has had a touch. He's dropped all the way down into fourth place. The Pack close together, but it is Pack himself way out in front.
Afi right behind this time, has been struggling, has been bubbling away in the background so far in this one. No massive amounts of pace that have left him in first position, and then a big crash, just not quite keeping up with the rest of the players in the lobby. But sometimes that is exactly where you want to be. That's not where you want to be. That is off the track, and Pushito Paco also having to overcorrect. Will come home behind Mudder. It's another blistering time for Pack, and he gets another 10 points.
Yeah, PB for the tournament from Pack on that round, but you'd have to say not as necessary, right? He was pushing after last round was so close. It was a little bit more chaotic behind him that time around. Afi in particular, the big loser, dropping out of second place into fourth that time around. He is now also fourth on the match. And Pack just starting to establish a lead. It is 20 points. I will say, Twiggy, we have seen leads like this vanish already so far today. I think back to the first match of the day that we were casting, where Bren looked like this after a couple of maps, and it did not end with that kind of gap.
No, but we've also seen games where players who have had a rough time earlier in the first 2 days have gone absolutely mental here in terms of just fortitude and come through. Think back one game to Pack's fellow countryman Josh, who absolutely stunned everybody in the crowd with his performance after what was a very rough day one.
You'll find the technical term is sicko mode.
Went sicko mode.
Went sicko mode in that last match. And this is a little bit sick from Pack, a little bit twisted, although that's Bren on Twisted Minds. Pack, though, doing the rest of the lobby dirty, I would say, on Canada. 3 round wins in a row. He set back-to-back tournament PBs on the map as well, starting to lock in a way that nobody was able to on Poland. Very, very solid from him. See if he can make it a perfect map as we head to round 4 on Canada.
Well, the record of consecutive rounds, as far as I'm aware, is still Carl Jr. with 8 in a row. See if we can get that broken at some point over the next 2 days. Well, the next day and 1 game. But Pack doing a good job of getting that one started. And well, 1 more round of Canada, and if things go the same way for his competitors, then it's looking likely that he'll be able to do something. He's had to slow down a little bit in the entrance there to the slalom. It's Afi and Pushito Paco who are out in first and second place contending for that position. Pack right behind, he is ready to get that done. Carries a lot of speed through the dirt as well, and he's right back with the Mudder trailing behind, having to watch the back bumpers of these cars as they fly away from him. Can Pack get anything done at the end? His ends have been good. That last round he did have to overcorrect a bit. That one's a little slow from him. He's going to fall away from Pushito Paco and Afi, and actually behind Mudder as well. Can one of them overtake at the finish line? It's Pushito Paco with a 102.9. Afi sets a brilliant time for himself as well, but it's not quite enough to gain himself the 10 points.
A snipe from Pushito Paco down that last hill, overtaking Afi from that last checkpoint to the finish line, and feeling good about it. And Pack not able to get that perfect map, not able to continue to extend the lead any further, but he has built up a pretty solid lead for himself already at this point of the match. I think you can see it there. We've seen Pack look nervous at different points over the last 2 days, and that was not the face of as nervous a man as we have been seeing. Looking a little bit more comfortable with how the match is going so far than maybe at different points throughout the last 2 days.
Yeah, look, sometimes a good night's sleep can be exactly what you need. Not 8 hours of practice, not putting your head to the grindstone and hoping that you can just find time somewhere, right? All we have heard is go faster, I need to go faster, my opponents were faster, because sometimes there's not much more you can say than that. It's a driving game. The person who gets to the finish line first wins. That's about it. That's as much as you can say about Trackmania, unless you want to get real nerdy about it.
You can get way into the weeds, or you can say go faster and get to the line first. We don't have a middle ground round available.
And sometimes, as we have learned from whatever it is, the tortoise and the hare.
Yeah.
Can't remember.
Slow and steady wins
the kind of tails, yeah.
That feels like the opposite of what we were just talking about.
I don't know. Getting a good night's sleep, actually the hare actually was the one that got sleep. But whatever, man.
Pack just crashed.
Pack did just
crash. That's a little bit unfortunate. So those 3 first places in a row, maybe not already a distant memory, but at least a memory, is that Pack will get a pretty slow finish. He's actually outside that finish range at the moment as well. Might even be a DNF for him. We'll keep an eye on that as we approach the end of the round. At the moment, though, Pushita Paco leading from Afi, looking very solid, and I can't see, unless Pushita Paco makes a big mistake here, Afi catching him down this hill. It is very nice from Afi, but it's very nice from Mutta as well, who is caught all the way back up to Afi. Might even be able to get him. It's very wide from Afi at the end here. The turnaround is good from all 3 of the leaders, though, and it will be Pushita Paco from Afi, from Mutta at the finish line, and Pac is maybe going to be able to finish. He is right on the cusp here. He's going to try it.
Oh, that's a painful 3 to lose. You can see it on his face there. After what was a really, really nice start to the series as well.
And of all players, Pac knows what that can cost you. Don't forget, stuck on 139 the other day, then DNFing. He knows that could come back to bite him, especially in a match that is now starting to promise to be an awful lot closer than his day 1 match did.
Yeah, exactly. The other players are starting to warm up into this one as well. Pushito Paco has been nipping at his heels the whole time, but Afi and Mutta, you cannot count them out ever. Especially, I mean, look, none of these players you can ever count out, but Mutta has always been a notorious figure in the community and has had some amazing performances over many, many tournaments. I think maybe less kind of titles than you would expect from a player of his skill.
It's true, but has now within the last year or so won that big competition for the first time, right? I mean, has now got the experience, has gotten that monkey off his back a little bit, and he's referred to it as such as well. The fact that he now isn't chasing quite as hard as he needed to. There's less of that mental pressure that he puts on himself to try and win these competitions, and this is maybe his first chance to prove that has helped him in a meaningful way to make it to playoffs. Here comes Paco, here comes Pac, but Mutta holds on to the lead just about. It ended up a lot closer than it looked like it was going to be through that downhill beforehand.
Yeah, that was scary from Mutta. He was very far off to the right, and as we saw in that game where Wizzy got eliminated, you can hit that edge, or you can not have enough grip to make the turn happen so early when you are that close to the corner on the ice transition. But it's absolutely fine. He got the 10 points that he wanted out of that one, closes the gap to the leaders here in terms of the points, and can start to gain some confidence as we see here.
Yeah, we'll see if Afi now can get a round win and keep the lobby as close as we possibly can. We're nearly at that halfway mark of the match. In fact, for Pac, he is at that halfway mark, having just crested 71 points after the last round, trying to get to that 140. Down the hill we go, Paco leading, but it is not much of a lead. A tenth and a half between everyone. This slide, sometimes we've been catching people on that outside wall. We'll catch people on the transition upwards instead. Afi gets his wheels in the air and we'll lose half a second, maybe more, through that section, through the water. And again, we lose people here sometimes.
With a lot of speed.
We will not lose anyone, as Pac, with a lot of speed, as you point out, is straight on through past Mutta for the moment, and the quarter pipe, maybe the last chance to really lose someone, and we will lose Mutta. And so we are left with Paco and Pac at the front of the round this time around. Afi overtaking Mutta back, and we're losing Paco somewhere where we usually don't see players make that big mistake. He slides out to the side. Pac with an uncontested round. Ultimately, Afi just about beats out Paco at the finish line, and we didn't really get a great look at how Paco hit the pole or where he went, but the mistake not too costly in the end. Did lose first place though.
Yeah, not the ideal round for anybody involved other than Pac, although it did look a bit wobbly at the end, a little bit scary. That is the way that these tracks are. They are specifically formulated to challenge the best players in the world, whilst also being achievable for everybody else. You can play them, or a version of them.
If you say so, Twiggy, I'm not sure.
Okay, achievable for the above average Trackmania player. You can play them, you can try them out for yourselves.
That's true.
In the Trackmania 2020 campaign, summer campaign, if that is
It's worth playing. Trackmania is great.
Yeah, it's
Everyone
not.
wants you to go play.
I was going to say they don't quite look like this. They're not exactly the same. This is the Esports World Cup version of them.
They'll figure it out.
Exactly.
They'll be fine. Trackmania is great. Everyone should go play.
Try it out. You will not get anywhere near the time that these guys do, and if you do, we'll see you next year.
We'll see you at EWC 2027 if you can. Well, we'll see what kind of time we get in this round. Once again, Paco leading the way. Can he keep it clean all the way to the finish line on this round? Mudda just behind him. Paco is keeping it a lot cleaner. Just one more turnaround left to go. Mudda's close enough maybe to make a dive, but he will not be able to. More speed than Paco. Not enough time. I did not see Paco being on that kind of pace.
The last split was good. I didn't think it was that good.
Absolutely not. The turnaround flawless from Paco was not going to let anyone past him that time around. And so a world record almost out of nowhere.
Well, I'm sure the community will have something to say about how it wasn't from nowhere.
Well,
Virtual will have called that one 10 seconds early.
No. That could never happen, Twiggy. We are flawless and without compare at all times, as you know.
But the thing is, we're allowed to be silly. We've gained that.
Goofy little guys.
Yeah, we have the, what's it called? Tenure. We have tenure.
Tenure is the goofy little guys in Trackmania broadcast.
We don't need to be smart.
And I will lean on my tenure until you wish you could fire me.
Yeah. That's what I've been doing the whole tournament, let's be real.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Hey, you know what else is a little bit goofy, a little bit silly?
Is it Norway? No.
As a track, not a country. I just want to make that clear.
I think they're a bit silly.
I don't want to throw any accusations that I can't. I don't feel strongly about. As a track, though, definitely a little bit goofy, a little bit silly, definitely very difficult and going to cause some problems for our players as well. All these ice slides as we move on through it, and those large jumps, difficult to aim as well. We will see if on this first round anyone misses that first jump and we get any early respawns as a result.
Oh, everybody taking different bug slides there through the plastic section. Mudda goes quite wide. He's going to have to slow down and will be dropping into 4th position here in this first round of Norway. Pack with plenty of speed, but it's all about the line that you take and how much you can release, and it's beautiful from Pack. I thought he was going to overshoot it just a little bit, but Paco gets more release speed from that one. And in the ice slide here, more inside, but it's a good release from Pack. Oh my lord. He takes every single mile per hour of that speed out through that checkpoint there, and he is coming into the next ice slide with a hell of a lot. Oh, avoids the gap just about as well, but this is beautiful from Pack. It should be a wonderful, wonderful time here to get things started if he doesn't hang a wheel. Beautiful landing as well. What a run from Pack. It's not quite the world record, but it was beautiful to watch either way.
Yeah, reflected in the time. Looking very, very quick from Pack just there. And, I mean, it was quick from Paco as well. You have to give credit, right?
Yeah.
Paco was quick through the first sector of the map and didn't make any major mistakes. Pack pushed through that middle sector and was able to find those couple of tenths he needed to slide past Paco, take the 10 points, and Pack now about to crest the 100-point mark, looking for triple digits in this next round. A first or a second would do it for him. And he's starting to pull away a little bit again. Paco had closed the gap back down, but Pack is maybe in a position to extend it once.
It's a much better start from Mudda as well. We'll head out into first position, but only by a couple of thousandths here as Pack finds a better line there to avoid the penalty snow, but he knew he wasn't making it far too inside. His line there is risky. He knows it, and he respawned before he landed. He's going to have to catch back up to the rest of the players here, but Pushtito, Paco, and Mudda are going to take the opportunity and run with it. Mudda, historically an ice player, he knows how to take those turns, and he takes a lot of speed through it as well. Can he do it on the second time of asking as well? Far on the outside, trying to take more speed. Pushtito, Paco goes too far on the inside. It's a completely uncontested round from Mudda. All he needs to do is keep it safe here on the final jump. He made a few mistakes on that one last time of asking, but he gets it done here with a 110.8. Safe, solid 10 points.
Yeah, and Pack ultimately takes second place. Afi takes third, and Paco, will he finish? He will not. That's going to be a DNF for the young Hungarian, who is not able to cross the finish line in time in that round. And so the gap does extend between Pack and Paco at the top of the leaderboard. Maybe not exactly the fashion that I expected it to, as Mudda catches a long way back up, now only 10 points down on Pushtito Paco as well. And I do have to say, like, there's something very funny about that last round where Afi sits in 4th place most of the way around, 6 seconds down from the lead, giggling and rubbing his hands together in glee over having picked Norway and caused such chaos among the rest of the lobby.
Yeah. It really does. And certain maps just have been that way for everything here. Saudi Arabia, I think, more than any other, has just caused so much chaos over the course of the tournament. That's why we're seeing it less and less, I think, over, well, as we haven't even got to the playoffs yet. My lord. It really has been a long 3 days, but it hasn't been long for these players. Keep in mind, they're only playing 1 game a day up until this point, and then they will be potentially playing 3 for the playoffs tomorrow. So they've got to get there first. Mudder, oh my lord, I did not know you could throw yourself at that corner that fast. He's zipped into first place. Can he just make it work? Yeah, sticks the landing. Paco hangs a wheel over the edge, but it's not the end of the world. It's a PB for Mudder. Very nice time. Pac will come home in 4th. He's already got himself to those triple digits quite early, so it's not the end of the world. We do now move to Argentina.
Yeah.
Well, no, sorry, one more
round on Norway. One more.
I can't count.
Can't count to 4, unfortunately. It's nobody ask how many fingers Twiggy has on their hand. It's a long and tragic story, and no longer can Twiggy count to 4.
I won't tell you where I lost them. Something about Portsmouth women.
Well, we are on round 4 of Norway, and I was going to say Afi second in that last round. Unfortunately for Afi, it has been a little while up until that point that he had even managed to crack the top 2. And this, again, Norway, a map that maybe could have thrown a little more chaos into the mix than other maps in the map pack. And Afi has not been quite able to take advantage of it. But now, up and in the mix, and we love to see that. 3 players within half a tenth of a second through the middle of the track. Mudda lurking a tenth behind them as well. As we head into this ice slide, it is going to be a gear drop for Pac, who is a long way down. Afi's been overtaken as well, but Pac, the biggest loser through the ice.
Oh, and it's Paco who's out in first place for the time being. Takes a much more inside line. I think he did hang a wheel there over the gap, but he's still fine. He just had enough speed. Maybe they reacted to get it done, and he's out in first place very low, trying to land his wheels on that tarmac as quick as possible and holds off Mudder for the time being. Half a tenth between the two of them here on the final round of Norway. And now it's time for Argentina, and still, while Pac has not had the perfect couple of rounds to end it out, he is in the lead.
Yeah, a bit of a bounce in the chair from Paco as well there. That's what you want on a final round in Norway, and that is exactly what you want at this point of the match as well. As we've said, Pac has now crested the 100-point mark, and Paco knows that we are approaching that point of the match. Finalist mode in a few rounds, 4, 5, 6 rounds you could be thinking about it. And heading into 6, 7, heading into Argentina, you want to be starting to think about making that push through.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's heating up.
It is.
I mean, Pac has pulled away, but as we have seen, it just doesn't work out that way. And Pac said it himself in the pre-game, well, not interview, but his little commentary, that people find a second gear as soon as, or fifth gear or sixth gear, whatever. Whenever they see that somebody is getting close to finalist or on finalist.
There are some players who absolutely do just wake up because they live to deny finalists, and you can't deny someone on finalist if you're on finalist yourself. So they're happy to be sitting a little further down in the lobby. I don't know about happy, but they are at least very able to play from that position. And I think there's a couple of players in this lobby who will not go quietly if they do not make it to finalists themselves. That is a lot of speed from Pac. Mudda, it wasn't a clip, it wasn't a crash. He just did a little bit of an awkward line through there. That is a crash. Pushito Paco upside down in the bobsleigh on Argentina has fallen all the way down the hill and will be very, very far behind indeed. That might even be another DNF.
Oh, he must have had icy wheels.
I think you're right, still had the icy wheels on that one. And Mudda has finally after all that chaos, taken the lead with Afi just behind.
Some context for that. You icy is a state that you maintain after being on ice for a bit.
Oh my days.
Oh my god, I'll pick that one back up in a second as Afi is trying to contend with Mudda here. The landing lost him out on a bit of speed. Mudda does regain his lead. It was tenuous. He got it done. Anyway, icy, you get a percentage of it, 100% after you leave ice, and then it slowly goes away. It goes away a little quicker if you go onto dirt, but other than that, it slowly goes away. And if you turn too early, while your wheels are still icy, you're going to slip out. You don't have grip.
Exactly, and so Pac may have been a victim in that last round. In fact, probably was a victim. You can see the wheels there, still icy. In fact, for Pushito Paco, lovely demonstration as they keep that kind of white color on them on the road for just a little while, and you'd be very slippy if you tried to turn with that, just like it would in real life if your tires were covered in knife. It's almost like it's based on physics.
Oh, let's not go that far. let's not start the sim racing discussion.
Yeah, okay, my bad.
An arcade racer after all.
Oh, look at the speed on entry from Mud, and he doesn't get the slowdown as well. High on the entry.
Oh,
great
was that
turnaround.
perfect? That was
That
perfect.
is near perfect. It's even better from Paco though, as he manages to climb up from third place into second. The speed down the hill is good from Mud, and no crash from Pac this time
Very
around.
good time.
Aggressive line from Paco. All three players taking similar lines through there. Paco gets a little bit of a slowdown on landing, and so will drift just behind Mud, I think, but this is a very nice exit from Paco again, and so he's back into second place. He's going to maybe even overtake Pac in this identity up the hill. He has great speed. He's got nothing left between him and the finish line. That will be Paco in first. And what a well-driven race from the Hungarian.
Well, here we go. I mean, we've been seeing players get just insanely better at Argentina over the course of the tournament.
Yeah.
Honestly, a great finishing time before EWC started here on Argentina would have been about a 1:13.
Yeah.
And it has dropped the world record all the way down.
Yeah.
To a 1:12.1. And yeah.
Scary.
Similar for many maps, honestly.
Absolutely. And still an entire day of playoffs to go tomorrow for those world records, tournament records to be pulled even further down. And I'm expecting to see at least a few of them end up down there.
Well, indeed. Well, Modder is down somewhere. All at the back. And Afi, he needs himself some points. Maybe he can gain some with a good turnaround. It is a good turnaround from Afi as well. Pushed Ito Paco right behind and gets a slightly better turn off of that. Afi clips a wheel. Through there, Pac looks like he's made a mistake as well because he's shaking his head. Afi can't barely make it up. It's Paco by himself up at the front. Everybody else is scrounging for as much speed as they can get. I mean, Afi, he doesn't know how to play this map with that little speed.
Yeah.
At this point, suddenly
it's really close.
Your muscle memory is
close.
for nothing here. Afi is going to get overtaken by Mudder if he's not careful. Oh god, he can't do anything about it. He's just watching his wing mirrors. No, he stays ahead.
Great battle from three players.
That's what we'll call it.
5 seconds behind.
Not a great round, but a great battle.
Great battle, exactly. But Paco just says, hey, what's going on back there? As Paco takes the lead of the match, 119 points now, overtaking Pac for the first time in a very, very long time. I think since map 1. Pac has been in the lead.
Yeah, these points.
At a critical point of the match.
You can't park there, sir.
Pac has lost that lead, but Paco at risk of losing himself. Pac, you can't hang a wheel there. Afi and Mudder, don't do anything we have to chastise you for. Not now.
Oh my lord. All right, well, Afi is, again, a player who is going to profit massively off of this, and Mudder as well will gain himself just enough points to be right back in the battle with Pac and Pushtito Paco there. It's a good turnaround from both of them, but perfect from Mudder, I would say. Just enough of his tail into the checkpoint. Afi right behind. Can he get through the gap this time? Takes it uber safe. Mudder up on top. Afi lands his wheels just a little late. Has to overcorrect. He stays out in second place as long as he doesn't make a big mistake. Should be absolutely fine. But Mudder is going to be very thankful for these points, and Afi is probably going to be very thankful for these points as well. Get himself just a little bit closer to the area that the other players are in.
Yeah, it's not best case scenario for Afi. It's second best case scenario though, with Mudder trailing Pac and Pushtito Paco just a little bit. If there's anyone other than Afi he wants to get points, it is going to be Mudder. Hitting them with the Bedge emote in the crowd. Pushtito Paco fans there as well. As things are starting to get heated here at the end of our final match of the day. Day 3 of the Esports World Cup. 2 of these players are going to the playoffs tomorrow. 2 of them will have their keys crushed and be done with competition. And we are getting very, very close to what is quite literally for once, Twiggy, crunch time.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say they crunch as much as they kind of
shatter with a loud bang.
Well, sometimes they just kind of squish.
Well, no, it's specific. Some of I feel like our players don't hold the lever for as long.
Right,
they stop before it gets all the way down. And then you don't get a loud bang. So that's a call out to the players. Keep holding that lever until they pry you off.
But I think that's a very Trackmania player thing, right? They're very tentative about it. They're like, I don't want to be mean.
Yeah, but it's fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
When are you next going to get to pull the lever on a hydraulic press? Take advantage while you can.
Good point.
Well, for some of these players, the answer is tomorrow.
It's a symbolism, Nero. It's a symbolism.
That's true. But also, it makes a big loud bang when you hold the lever for a long time. I like that.
I don't like big loud bangs.
Well, cowardly.
I like some kind of bangs.
Yeah, right. But not big loud ones.
No.
Well, let's get back into the match. We have no time for anything else right now, as Pac, Mudda and Pushtito Paco are all within 4 points. Isn't that absurd? Is that not just a little silly? After all the rounds of Trackmania we have played, this is round 21 of the match, and Pac is leading, but it was not for long. Pushtito Paco now overtaking. That's so far right from Paco. It's great speed from Mudda. Too much speed. He overjumps the platform. Athi getting himself into the mix as well on this round. We see clips here. Sometimes we see players crashing out. Nobody crashing, but Pac
that's a bit wide.
has extended that lead.
Yeah, Pushtito Paco really going for it here, but Afi lands earlier and is looking to overtake Pac. In fact, it's a great line from Afi, but it's a great line from Pac. Hanging wheels left, right, and center. It's all good. Pac will come home. Within a couple attempts there at the world record as well, Mudda will have to settle for 4th in a very critical time. He needs to be getting better performances than that.
Very, very big 10 points for Pac there, because that puts him just a single round win away from match record as well, as we dive in behind the players just in time to see Afi clip off the start line there. It is a mistake that we have seen from some other players in the tournament, but it's not one we see very often, and it's not one that Afi could afford right now.
No, really not. That's a rarity here at this kind of stage of the competition. Well, just in terms of the track, I feel like, but not quite making the first platform jump there. And well, it's going to leave the fight up to the other three. Mudda, Pac, and Paco.
Yeah.
This time Mudda out in front again. Has been inconsistent here on Poland. These jumps, he's going very low on them, trying to get as far over to the left or right as he can, and this time again losing out on a bit of speed. It's not the end of the world, but he's going to have to hope for something out of these two. Looks like Paco had to release a little bit more than he would have liked there in the water, and that does allow Mudda back into the race. Pac still out in first, and he's been doing incredibly well here on Poland so far, but Pushtito Paco is right behind, looking for something a little more. Mudda going for the overtake, doesn't get it done. But these three, they will not let each other out of their sights.
No, Pac, though, first of the 3 two-hit finalists. And you say 3, Mudda really has clawed his way back into this match, as we will get a round skipped. Quick technical pause, and we'll find out what's going on and get back into the match very soon. But I do want to say it, Mudda was a long way behind both of these other drivers for a long portion of this match, Twiggy. And it was just a handful of wins as we got onto map 3, 4, 5. Mudda really climbed his way back in. Norway in particular, I think, went quite well for him.
Yeah, I do want to use this opportunity actually to talk about a little interesting interaction that this this game's outcome can happen, can create, right? Winning this match will put you in a match with Carl Jr., Neon, and Otak.
That sounds scary.
Yeah.
Now,
Getting
what would happen if you
second.
came second, Twiggy?
You come up against Elcon, Mime, and Josh.
I'll be honest. That also sounds scary.
It does sound scary. Look, every match is going to sound scary, but Carl Jr. and Neon, those two were immense.
Look, you hate to say it, I do think Neon is beatable for a winner of this match, though. You know what? I think if you won this match, you're not looking at that match and going, oh no, Neon. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That would be my take on it. I think, look, Pac on finals now. I think if Pac wins this match, he does not feel that
look, I don't think anybody's going to go, oh, I'm going to purposefully lose a... First off, because there's 3 players that are edging for finalists here.
Yes, yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're going to lose the match completely.
Yeah. But I will also say then, like, I don't know, I guess is what I'm saying that I rate Elcon and Mime over Neon right now, and that's hard to say, but I honestly, I think I might. I think I might rate both of them
Possible.
over it.
I mean,
that's hard to say.
I don't know if Mime should have won against Grenadi, though.
That's maybe fair to say, but I don't know if Neon's performance is going to continue to be as strong as it has been, right? How long can he sustain what seems like an unsustainable level of pace? 5 world records in 5 maps, this is not normal, can we check him PC, so on and so forth, right? Can he carry that performance through into playoffs is going to be difficult to see. It is going to be a challenge for Neon to do it, and if he can't, then all of a sudden that match starts to look an awful lot, maybe not easier, but at least like you can make through. And of course Otak is in that match as well. He's not a player who's going to be easy to beat in and of himself.
Yeah, and look, I don't think any of these players, I don't think any Trackmania player, especially the ones we have here, are interested in who their opponents are particularly.
Yeah.
They just want to win. They just want to go as fast as they possibly can. They know that certain players are more difficult to come up against than others, but I think there's a lot of personal pride when it comes to Trackmania. I think that's what the whole game is built about. If you've ever played it at home, you know, obviously watching it as an esport, it's a competition. You're racing against other players.
Yep.
But you'll notice there's no contact. There's no anything like that. You're racing against your own personal best, and that's what the game is built around. You know, it's an offline game. First and foremost, you are racing in a campaign against your own times. And trying to beat your own ghost, right? Set a record on the leaderboards. Maybe in your region, maybe in your country, your continent, in the world.
In the world.
I think that's the mindset a lot of the players have when they come onto
even
the
on
stage.
Competition, even when they get into a match, you know, I mean, like, look, you play the best you can, and sometimes you're going to get unlucky. You run into someone who is just having a great day, and you're going to lose out to them, but as long as you leave the best you can out there, you feel good about it. Now, unfortunately, what happens is a lot of the time when these players lose a match is, even if they did do the best they could, they will come off stage and say, I could have done better. And that is a fair mindset to have. That is the mindset of a competitor. It is why these players are in the top 32 in the world. It's the ability to always look and say there is room for improvement, and they have put the errors in to make those improvements beforehand already. But it can lead to themselves being very harsh on themselves after competition as well, even when it's undeserved.
Yeah, well, something you may have noticed on the broadcast before even the technical pause came through, just an update on why we are waiting around here. Some of the players experiencing some technical issues within the game, obviously. Is there even like a kind of LAN system in Trackmania where you can play on a local area? I don't know.
I'm pretty
Probably.
sure,
But regardless, experiencing a bit of desync. It happens.
It happens.
It happens.
Absolutely.
We're just going to wait around.
I think the first player that was approached about it was Pack as well. Seems to be the player who called for a pause. So obviously has not affected anything too much just yet. If Pack is already managed to make finalists, then it's the player experiencing issues. At least we hope nothing too affected so far at this point, and we don't believe so.
Yeah.
But we are just waiting for final checks now as well. You can see our referee Randomize wandering around the stage right there, doing final checks with the players. We should get back into games. There is a happy man. Josh having booked his spot in place. There's another happy man. Josh's dad beside him, watching Josh book his spot into playoffs. About
an alternative explanation for the technical pause.
Yeah.
Cup of the day started 6 minutes ago.
That's fair.
We're just letting everybody get their quality times
we'll
in.
Be here, we'll be here another 45.
You can come back, exactly.
Yeah.
You can come back and watch the game after you've set your quality time and inevitably got 1,450th and then don't want to play
exactly. That's how it always goes.
Tournament rounds.
Yep.
That's how it always goes for me.
It is indeed. As we are just waiting for confirmation on what will happen up on stage. I am still just eyeing the referees. I mean, it's randomized, you know. You hate to see him leave the stage, but you love to watch him go.
Are you implying that he's got a dump truck, Noah? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I hate to see him leave because I like randomizing, so I like seeing him. But I'm glad to see him leave because when he leaves the stage, we're about to get back in the action, Twiggy. Get your mind out of the gutter, as I think we are hopefully going to be able to get this action back underway very shortly.
I don't know. I think I know you well enough.
You know nothing, Twiggy. As at this point, I'm just, I think, lying to the audience. As the technical pause tech. I'm a
You're
genius.
an honest man.
I am the last honest
with a bushy
man.
beard that you can ponder wisely.
Wisely. No, I am full of the wise.
You are full of wise.
Pack is full of
And I'm
finalists
full of
as
answers.
well. And Pack is going to be looking to close things out the first time of asking. A little bit of pause heading into that one. But a Pack should hopefully be able to make through something we haven't talked about at all this match. Pack lower bracket buff. definitely coming through strong in this match. He is a player who notoriously, over the last couple of years, has been spending a lot of time in lower brackets and making deep runs off the back of them as well. Not going to happen maybe in this round that he continues that run, but looking very solid in the match at the moment. But let's not forget, Paco, with a win, could hit finalist himself this round. Yeah,
exactly. As you said, lower bracket buff. I mean, Pac, the qualifier to this event, the qualifier for 8 players. Pac won DreamHack Birmingham after being knocked down to the lower bracket in the first round.
Yeah.
And, well, here he is making it happen again. It's a slightly less long lower bracket, but...
Hang on. Afi makes the mistake.
Pushing. I mean, Afi is still going to get first. Oh, and Pushito Paco is going to get second as well. Pac will not gain anything off of that round. He's already got what he came for. In finalists, he just needs to find a first position now.
It's exactly what he talked about in the pre-match segment that we saw as well.
Suddenly, everybody
Afi's within he's within half a tenth of world record in the round that Pac first hits finalist. After being silent for large portions of this game, Afi is back awake and back hunting. Mutta still in the mix, still over 10 points away, but Mutta now the player looking to potentially deny Pac alongside Pushtito. Paco, it'll have to be Mutta to keep Pac away from the playoffs at this point, and he is a few car lengths away. Will he be able to get it done? It's a little bit of penalty there from Pac, so Mutta back alongside him and definitely in with a chance.
And Mutta, not just to deny Pac from getting on through and stealing away one of those spots into the playoffs, but also to buy himself more time to get himself onto finalist mode. Wants this win so desperately here. He's going for it with the lower jumps. It looks okay. He's lost out on a bit of speed on the exit, but the entry into the water is good, and well, it's exactly the same line through there. He's not going to gain any speed. It's very far to the right. It's good enough. Can he get better jumps here? Pac has been so good on the identity of Poland, but it's more inside for Mutta. He's trying the overtake. They are neck and neck to the finish line, but it's back! Qualified for the playoffs. Denied in his last game, but he will not let it happen twice.
Well, Pac said to Rachel before that match, lower bracket is his home. He has made it his. You cannot enter Pac's lower bracket.
I'd love to enter Pac's lower bracket.
No. Mind out of the gutter, Twiggy. You can't enter the lower bracket with Pac and I think feel confident. You can't enter the lower bracket with Pac and feel comfortable that you are going to be able to dispatch him when you get down there. He makes it through pretty cleanly, all things considered at the end there. Nobody else making finalists. Paco making it the round that Pac wins the match. And now we see Paco on 140 points has just hit finalist himself. Mutta within striking distance as well, just needs a couple of rounds to hit finalist. And honestly, Afi is not that far out. Can rely on Mutta for one denial, but then from there on out, Afi would need to start winning rounds.
Welcome to phase 2 of the game. There is one spot left available in the playoffs. One singular spot. Pushtito Paco, currently the closest to getting it. Oh, he's clipped. This was a problem point for the pros before the tournament even started, but partly due to Mutta himself, as it was consulted to the players. I mean, look, it was kept in, not changed, and it has helped him out in this round specifically here. But Afi still out ahead. Second place is good enough for Mutta.
Second place is good enough, would still send Mutta to finalists, and you can, I think, see that in Mutta's driving right now. He's content to let Afi race off into the distance, does not need to push, just needs to keep this gap back to Pushtito Paco. Still has over a second of a gap to play with in terms of safe driving and what he can allow Paco to catch back up. So this is looking like our finishing order for our first round back on Canada. Should be Afi out in front, picking up the 10, moving to 120 points, and he will be facing off against 2 other players in finalists then as well. So Afi, if he wants to make it to playoffs, still has a path, but it is 3 round wins in a row, all on Canada.
Well, I wouldn't count him out, not by any means. Have we seen any results quite like that today? Not quite, but if there was anybody to do it, it would be somebody in the position that Afi is in right now, and he is leading the second round of Canada here, ahead of the finalists Mutta and Paco, and my lord, is it a blistering start from Afi. They can't keep up for the life of them.
But here's the thing now, Mudda and Paco are racing each other. You don't have to push to catch Afi. You just have to push to be ahead of the other guy. So if Afi makes a mistake, you are the one who is there to potentially capitalize on it. And Afi, he's not only made a mistake, but he has drifted back towards Paco. Paco now can race against Afi. Paco now can look for this round win and the qualification to playoffs here at the EWC 2026. Afi still has the advantage over Paco. One corner left to go. If there is a mistake from Afi, Paco will have him. He has great speed down the hill, but he will not catch Afi. We keep going.
We go again. One more win.
Oh, there's a
And Afi joins Mudda and Postito Paco on finalist. If there was ever a script.
Just needs one more to get there. Just one more win to get there. Triple finalist could be the play, could be the move. Don't crash the first corner, Afi. We love a little bit of time to build the suspense at the very least.
Oh, Postito Paco is off to an amazing start though so far. Arcing out ahead of Afi. There are so many areas of this map where if you are pushing hard, you are going to be liable to make a mistake. But Afi, he keeps it clean here in the first couple of checkpoints.
Oh my days.
Has to release a decent amount here through the slalom, but he pushes back ahead of Paco. Goes further inside. Takes more speed there into the dirt. Can Afi get that overtake? Done by the end! He's clipped his wheel!
This is exactly what I was talking about, Twiggy. Paco didn't need to necessarily beat Afi. He just needed to be beating Mudda so that if the mistake came through, Paco was there. Paco was the player to overtake into first place. Paco will be the first player around this final corner. He's in the lead down the hill. He has it lined up. He's slower than Mudda, but he's fast enough as Paco will move through into our playoffs. It will be goodbye to Mudda. It will be goodbye to Afi, and I have to tell you, Afi looking happy for Paco as much as anything in the background there. He turned to them with a big smile as soon as that round ended. And you can see just how much that means to Paco as well.
And this is massive for Team Vitality and Virtus Pro as well. Both teams who are looking for points in the club championship right now to finish higher up than they currently are. Both in the top 10, but both looking for more points to overtake more teams. And a good result here in Trackmania, which is already looking like it's going to be the decider between Team Falcons and AGAL. Could have more drama.
Yes, but I think from a pure Trackmania perspective as well, Twiggy, the storyline here, Mudda eliminated before the final day of the competition. He was a favorite for a huge number of people coming into the competition before we started play. And sure, dropped to the lower bracket earlier, but I think a lot of people said, okay, well, look, he's made it through that first round of the lower bracket. He has a tough match, but it's Mudda. Surely he can't go out this early.
Unless he comes up against Paco twice.
Yeah, and this is it, right? Paco has been the player to send Mudda into the lower bracket, to knock him out now as well. Absolutely huge performance from Paco, and he will now get a chance to crush those keys himself on stage, as we will head up to the stage for our final key crushing before the playoffs.
My oh my. My oh my. Pac and Paco, the final two, joining us here in the final day. We're going to make our way towards the key crusher right now here, fellas. What an opportunity. What a day this has been. I'm going to ask you first, Pac, to make your way ahead to crush the key of Afi first here on the stage. When you're ready, you can do the honors. Please step up and you can pull the lever and sadly eliminate him from the competition. When you're ready, you go for it. The final two keys being crushed here ahead of our championship. Sadly, you can lean in there as well, Pac, and watch the key as it's finally ends. There it is. There it is. Amazing. We'll wait for the keys to be reset here. Come and stand next to me here, chaps. And Paco, come and stand here for me just here. Pac, come next to me for a second here. Pac, I'll ask you first as we reset the key crusher. What an incredible race. We were watching there backstage your cam as soon as you won, the elation, the joy jumping in the air. How did it feel to be in that race and to come in first place?
It was nice to win and get it over and done with. It was. I thought I'd have a bigger lead when I got to finalist, and then I forgot how to play two of the tracks. This guy next to us was unbelievable, and then finally closed it out on a track that I don't mind playing. Just happy to actually get through and be in the playoffs. That's where I wanted to be.
And you're there. You made it, buddy. You made it. You got a family, I think, in the audience as well here. How has it been performing with the fans here, your family? How's that experience been for you here at EWC as well?
Well, it's amazing to be in front of the fans. It's crazy to have like Vitality fans here and supporting me on. And then it's my fiance's first day here, so thank goodness I didn't go out.
Hey, happy first day, fiance. That's amazing. I think we're ready for another key crushing behind us here. Pat, congratulations here. Paco, I'm going to ask you as well, and to crush a key in a second. Before we do that, what's it been like for you? That final kind of like moment in the race there, the three of you head to head. You know you needed to do the business and get that finisher done, the finalist mode. How did it feel? How was it like for you?
Once again, like last match, I was extremely nervous, but I'm so happy that it went this way. And I gotta feel bad for Mada and Nafi in this moment. They also deserve the playoffs, in my opinion.
Yeah, they were incredible competitors all day long. We've seen the camaraderie as well backstage. Everyone kind of feeling big part of a family there back there. Speaking of which, I think you have your family as well in the audience. What's it been like having your family? I think over there, I see them. There they are over there. How has it been having your family here too, cheering you on right behind you?
It feels amazing. Maybe the reason I got this match, actually. I was smiling a lot of the match because of them, and they definitely helped me get this.
It's been amazing to watch unfold here. The second key is able to crush now. When you're ready there, Paco, you can make your way across to the key crusher and eliminate the final player today on our last chance qualifier ahead of our championship Saturday. We have locked in our players now going all the way as you watch the crusher standing knockout our final player ahead of that, and Paco there doing the honors. And there it is. It's done. It's out of here. Amazing. We have ourselves our finalists, guys. The finalists going through the playoffs. Paris, make some noise for us there, Paris. Incredible to see that. Back to the desk. What a day. What a way to round things out. But Championship Saturday, here we come.
Thank you, Trackmania. We love you. We appreciate you. It's Paris in full force here on Fridays. The Thunder Sticks sound. It is the playoffs set, ready to roll. And tomorrow will delight for Trackmania and Esports fans for many a reason. Not only will Pac and Paco be there to drive their way into what could be $130,000, but it will also signal potentially the end of the club championship race, with one team either going back to back to back in Falcons or another team claiming victory for the first time in 3 years. Wow. So exciting. So many stories. We will be here with you. That's a big yell. I don't know what that is, but we'll have an update from Chris in a moment as well from the Kadia City Grid. Welcome back, G-Geek and Turbo. I'm your host, Rain Day. G-Geek, that was great to see family in the crowd for both Pac and Paco there.
Yeah, great to see them support their players, and also a really back and forth match. It started off with a very dominant performance from Pac over the course of the first 8 rounds, 5-round wins, 2 second places. Then by the time we hit Germany, Paco showing signs of life, getting really strong finishes. I think it was something to the tune of 30 plus points in the space of 4 rounds, and a world record to boot, a .795. But Turbo, Mada was also sneaking in there, and by the time we reached the end of the first rotation, the top 3 were within 4 points of each other.
4 points here after 20 rounds. That was absolutely incredible. But I could also see a real trend in this match unfolding, because again, Pac was the one setting the pace, defining what is possible on those maps, getting so many points, but at the end, he could not hold it together. He got caught up by the others, but yeah, that was just an incredible match there. And one could really say that Paco is being Muda's nemesis there. Maybe you've gotten that joke because Nemesis was the previous team from Paco.
Yeah, indeed. I guess the Team Nemesis spirit lives on over the course of that switch over from Virtus Pro earlier this year. But also, one thing to point out, as soon as Pac reached finalist status and we had that technical pause, there is a little bit of an element of mental in play at that, Kai, and I think you can explain it better than most.
I mean, the pause is really a big talking point here because it came in such a crucial moment. Pac, he was reaching finalist mode, and he also crashed in that round afterwards. So it's really, really big because you get out of the groove, you get out of the zone, you have other things to deal with, and it was also Pac having that technical problem.
You guys are doing a great job here. I mean, I don't even know why I'm up here at this point. Just keep going back and forth. The energy, the moment, I mean, I guess we'll talk a little bit about the brotherhood there. Paco mentioning how hard it must be on the side of Mutta and the rest of the racers who did not make it. And I feel like that's the common theme, G Geek, just the brotherhood, the camaraderie, the fact that they've all been in this journey in Trackmania, and now on this stage where many people being introduced to this esport, having a chance to see how impactful it is to watch some of their friends go home.
Yep, Trackmania is just one big family, and as we are happy for certain people to make their way through and happy for players themselves to make their way through, there is a little bit of commiserations. There's always congratulations and condolences at the end of high-stakes matches like this, and yeah, as you said, the camaraderie. You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to lead up with that. It's definitely one of the key traits of the Trackmania community that we are, both myself and Kai, so pleased to be experiencing on a regular.
I agree. Players felt bad for the others who got eliminated, even though they earned it. They earned it. Paco played so well. Imagine just being in that moment, that last identity there in Canada. You make it, but you still feel bad for Mutta. Like, you earned it.
And I gotta mention Afi still. I was almost believing in the Afi comeback, given how he came through on that second rotation of Canada. It just wasn't meant to be with that one bollard hit on that tight chicane in the dirt. But man, who knows? We could have had a quad finalist, well, triple finalist for second place at the very least.
What an amazing moment. Again, on the highs, you have the delight of Pac and Paco sending the others packing. But at the end of the day, we do see Mutta, who is going to be going home. A favorite for many, somebody we certainly expected in the playoffs. He's with Rachel now, talking about what's going on in his mind.
Well, Mutta joins me now. Mutta, I know this one's going to hurt at the moment. Can you kind of try and unpick that match for us?
Well, I knew it was going to be a tough match, and I put myself in that situation after dropping the first match. Paco also beat me there, and Paco's always a strong opponent. And I also had struggles on maps I thought I was good on. So I was just thinking, all right, I just have to get rid of the worst track I have at the moment, which was Saudi Arabia, which ironically I picked, and just try my best. Put the gamble on Poland, which wasn't a super strong map for me, but I improved on it over the weekend. Yeah, happy with how hard I fought, not necessarily the skill I put forward.
I know you'll take time to process it and reflect on what happened. Is there one thing you can put your finger on right now which you'd wished you have done differently?
No, I'm not. There's not really much to reflect on. I just didn't perform on stage when it mattered. That's really all it is. Whether that's down to preparation or not doesn't really matter. Just got to regroup and try again next year.
Overall, though, what can you take away and learn from this opportunity?
It's a fantastic event. It's nice to see so many people get the opportunity to represent amazing organizations in Trackmania, get paid to play for huge prize pools. Yeah, that's, and also meeting new faces.
Yeah, exactly. Well done today. Commiserations, though, not going through. Thank you.
All right, well, of course, Mutta not going through, one of our wheel players falling out, one of our wheel players continuing on, and Grenady, and that leads us to our schedule that we have coming up. Again, today was all the decider matches. Tomorrow, we are going to see our playoffs, and that means Brent Ritchie, Grenady Massa, Otak, Josh, all those are going to be heading into tomorrow's quarterfinals. Now, for many of you, a quarterfinal means 8 people still alive, but it's 16, and I have a feeling that you guys are laughing at the way some of these groups look, G-Geek.
I'm wildly gesturing at match 3. Carl and Neon, the stars of day 2.
Pac and Otak, man.
Kai, what sort of loopy land have I entered?
I don't know. We have seen surprises today already, but tomorrow we could see Carl Jr. and Pac. I mean, it's likely, I think the likeliest in this match that they could get eliminated playing against Neon, the 17-year-old, and also Otak with a great performance today. But at this point, also, it is single elimination. So that means if you are in the bottom 2, you are out. Your key is getting crushed.
There's another element of this, which that if you're kind of like a bracketologist, right? Falcons cannot get taken out by AGAL because Binks and Gwyn are on the upper side of that, which is kind of a twofold element, which is where AGAL can't have both of them always move through going into the final, most likely. So they might lose one there, but again, they also don't get the chance to kind of make sure that Carl goes down with one or the other or immediately stop his hopes. So it could be ultimately AGAL and Falcons in the final for Trackmania for the club championship.
Wow.
That could be the case if we have all things go that way, guys.
Talk about a tremendous development over the course of the week. We didn't even think coming into this that we thought for sure that over on stage 1 it would have an even bigger impact, or even on the course of stage 4 with Crossfire. Here, it's all down to on-track performances, close racing as I'm almost lost for words. It's just that what Trackmania is all about.
I'm with you. And guess what? I know a guy who has all the right words for this moment. It's Chris Tunn on the Qiddiya City grid with an update on what's going on with Fortnite.
Down in the Qiddiya City grid, where the implications on the club championship very much are coming to fruition now, aren't they? I mean, look, for AGL, it's a big day. Falcons already through the final, but we never thought that it would come down to this, for Fortnite and Trackmania to decide the entire club championship.
Which is honestly insane, and it's been crazy here on our stage all day long. At this point in the competition, AGAL do have themselves technically in the safe area. They're in that top 6. That's where you need to be if you want to make your way through the finals. So they've gotten done so far what they need to do. The NI team maintain that to close out the rest of our matches. And if they do, like you said, they'll be joining Falcons, who made their way straight through, Vitality, who has also made their way straight through the finals. Even Aurora Gaming is in finals already, and they're all squads that could take the entire tournament home in their own right.
It's going to be crazy tomorrow, because I would love to see, we haven't had a chance to quickly check it, but the implications as far as percentage chances of what, I'd even be curious to see what Vitality's chances are now. It was like 0.3 at one stage. Only knows what it is now. Honestly, it's been a crazy, crazy day in the club championship race, and it all gets to be decided tomorrow on our stage. We get to decide. I can't wait. We're going to be running around like idiots tomorrow. I can't wait. Anyway, tomorrow we'll find out exactly who wins the club championship.
Well, I'm hearing from our producer that is a 0.6% chance that they're going to be able to make it to the win. Team Vitality, that is. Obviously, Falcons AGL kind of in a 2-horse race, essentially, and it's only 300 points. Now, the thing to consider, guys, too, and I'll just say this, because you've commented on this, and I'll bring this element to it. You get points heading into the final, so there is that idea of like racing for the final with Carl Jr. and Binks or Gwen, but the fact is, if Carl Jr. makes it to the final, the difference between winning and a second place or a third place, fourth place, sometimes it's only a couple hundred points, which may not be enough to make up that difference on its own. So if you want AGAL to win because of Trackmania, not that you do, you would have to see Carl Jr. maybe stumble in the quarters, maybe not get to that final playoff if he was going to have a chance for
There
an
are
upset.
a couple scenarios that can definitely unfold, because the points are only awarded for the top 8 in the tournament here in Trackmania. So if by some circumstance Carl Jr. gets knocked out in the quarters, that's it. Zilch for Falcons, and AGAL have the upper hand. But if Carl Jr. reaches the grand final, it would take a win from AGAL and at the very most a third place from Carl to make sure that the points difference, if my calculations are correct, would be enough for AGAL to retake the lead.
You said it with so much confidence. How could they not be correct?
You never know what can happen.
I don't know. I believe you. I believe you, and I think that's official there. All right, Kai, final words?
Yeah, I
Playoffs
mean,
tomorrow? Come on, man.
The final words are, Trackmania is a racing game and Carl Jr. always wins. However, we have a match between Pack, Carl Jr., Neon, and Otak.
Come on.
And I think he is the likeliest to drop out there. If he goes into the semifinal, I think he will almost guaranteed, not 100%, this is never a given in Trackmania, will make it into the grand final as well. But final thoughts, you were asking. We had surprises today and great matches and so many emotions as well.
G-Geek?
Well, to be fair, the Trackmania is just a gift that keeps on giving in terms of close racing. Even with day one, with matches that were not exactly close on paper, we've seen plenty of really, really cool stories, such as Neon's great recovery on his first cup mode match on stage, the stunning upset of Muda being sent down to the lower bracket on day one, and then the absolute madness, the bonkers action of day two, followed up by day three's key crushing action. I just can't wait for day 4 now.
Guess what? It only continues. From everyone here on the stage, everyone on our talent crew, everyone behind the scenes making Trackmania happen. We appreciate you, and especially you watching at home, joining this esport maybe for the first time. We welcome you, and we hope you stick around. Tomorrow, it's going to be a barn burner. I cannot wait. My name's been Rain Day, and as always, never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you for the playoffs tomorrow. Stay tuned for our SDC recap.